Before we come to questions, I am sure the whole House will join me in extending my deepest sympathy to all those affected by the appalling attack on Bondi Beach on the first day of Hanukkah. I have written to the Speaker of the House of Representatives in Australia to offer our condolences. My thoughts are with the Australian people and with the Jewish community in Sydney and beyond, including here in the United Kingdom. Right, order. We start with questions to the Secretary of State for Defence. Dame Neil Griffith.
Question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the House does indeed join with you in your sentiment, remembering all those suffering from the attack. The whole House will also join with me in offering condolences to the family and comrades of Lance Corporal George, who died in a tragic accident last week in Ukraine. He served our nation in distant and dangerous lands. He did so with honour, with courage and with distinction, and he was a natural, gifted leader who lost his life in the course of freedom and peace. With my permission, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take questions 1, 3, 6 and 16 together. Our historic defence investment comes with a fundamentally new approach, a defence dividend that is already boosting British industry, British jobs and British communities. We've launched a £770 million defence industrial strategy to drive innovation, to create British jobs and to boost British skills. And today we're announcing the Defence Technical Excellence Colleges competition has gone live, backed by £50 million to help build the skills needed to tackle the threat posed by Russia and other adversaries.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, when Jodrell Bank celebrated 80 years, we heard lots both about its contribution to science and its 150,000 visitors per year. So does the Secretary of State share with me the excitement at the potential for job opportunities at the repurposing of Cawdor Barracks in Pembrokeshire to form the Deep Space Advanced Radar capability? And will he meet with me to discuss job opportunities for manufacturers in my constituency, both for that project and for new drone developments like the Wind Racer drone and other defence projects?
Secretary of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I do indeed recognise my honourable friend's excitement, as she puts it, at the opportunities that are created by the Deep Space Advanced Radar capabilities and the new drone developments and those that will bring to Wales. Mr. Speaker, because as we make defence an engine for growth, we're also putting UK at the leading edge of innovation in NATO. And I can announce today that UK Defence Innovation will invest over £140 million in its first year into new drone and counter-drone systems to protect the UK homeland and allies in the face of increasing Russian drone incursions, backing British small and medium-sized enterprises, British micro SMEs and British universities.
Andrew Ranger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Secretary of State has outlined, the new defence growth deals announced earlier this year promise exciting opportunities, particularly for young people entering high-skill engineering and new apprenticeship roles. With North Wales already hosting world-class defence firms like Teledyne Chaoptic, can you set out what benefits, especially in terms of driving economic growth and opportunity, my Wrexham constituency and North Wales more widely can expect as these deals are rolled out?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we are working with the Welsh Government, we're working with Welsh industry and companies like his and with Welsh academics and universities to work out the dimensions of a Wales growth deal for defence. This will be one of 5 growth deals backed by £250 million in this Parliament. And I say to him, new drone technology, autonomy will be at the heart and the focus of this new defence growth deal.
Good, Snell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the last government slashed defence spending by £12 billion in their first 5 years, it left the defence of our nation hollowed out and underfunded. Now, Stoke-on-Trent and our world-leading ceramics sector, who make vital components for aircraft, submarines and ships, stands ready to help rebuild the defence of our nation. So could the Minister set out how this government's largest sustained increase in defence spending will benefit companies and jobs in my Stoke-on-Trent constituency?
Secretary of State.
I can indeed, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend is right. Not just the largest sustained increase in defence spending since the Cold committed by this government, delivering 2.5% of GDP on defence 3 years earlier than anyone expected. We're a government that also said we would direct more of that British defence investment directly to British-based businesses, which we're doing. And we're delivering in the last year. In the last year, 86% of defence investment has gone to British-based businesses, and that is 6% in real terms, in other words, above inflation, than in the previous year under the last government.
Kevin Bonavia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Secretary of State knows from visiting my constituency, Stevenage hosts a thriving defence and space sector with over a quarter of satellites in space built in our town. Next month, Airbus Defence and Space will open Launchpad, a new facility in Stevenage, giving SMEs and startups space to work and develop technologies. So can the Secretary of State confirm that our innovative primes and SMEs will receive proper attention in implementing the Defence Industrial Plan?
I can indeed, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend is right. He doesn't just have some really important big UK defence primes. He has many very small innovative firms. And that's why we've, as a new government, said we will set a new target for the proportion of defence investment going directly to British SMEs, and why we've set up a new SME growth centre in order to help them deal with government in a way that has been too difficult for them in the past.
Right, Father of the House, Sir Edward Lee.
I congratulate the Secretary of State for his efforts so far, but our efforts are still puny compared to when there was last a major threat in the 1930s. In 1933, we were just spending 2.2% of GDP on defence. Remember George Lansbury, leader of the Labour Party, wanted to abolish the RAF altogether? By 1938, we were spending a massive 7%. So will he commit himself to a whole new gearing up of our efforts? And he could start by recommissioning the bases, the old RAF bases, which have now closed down, which were opened in the 1930s, like RAF Scampton. Will he do that?
Secretary of State.
Well, the right honourable gentleman is right to point to the recent record, 14 years, as one of my predecessors said, of hollowing out and underfunding Britain's armed forces. I'm proud of this government's commitment, this government's investment, an extra $5 billion into defence in the first year, a commitment to reach 2.5% of GDP by 2027, and ambitious for 3% in the next Parliament, and alongside 31 other NATO allies, we've signed up to 5% by 2035 on core defence security and national security.
Dr. Andrew Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Most of our allies and our industrial competitors have a system of offsetting to support their domestic defence capability, economies and jobs, and traditionally this country has had global by default. When will we see the detail from the defence industrial strategy that says that the government intends to bring forward a programme of offsetting to match our competitors?
So State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm very interested to hear that observation from the honourable gentleman, who of course was a defence minister for a number of years, during 14 years in which his governments never moved to do any sort of offsetting policy. We're consulting on that now. We feel it's got an important role to play in Britain's future and the future of British industry. That closes in the new year, and we'll look to make announcements soon after that.
Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The world is rearming at a rapid pace as we see at the moment. They're building the defence industrial base, and it's fair to say the UK is starting to fall behind some of our NATO allies. Does the Secretary of State believe that the current funding from 2027, 2030 and onwards meet the current needs to prepare us for war, should the need be there?
So State.
I do indeed, and I just say to the honourable gentleman, because he knows as much in this House about defence as anyone else, and I pay tribute to the work he does also on the NATO Parliamentary Assembly delegation. The commitment that this government has made in our first year to increasing defence spending by the largest sustained amount since the end of the Cold War is a historic move. Our commitment alongside NATO allies to increase by 2035 what we produce on what we put to national security to 5% is part of strengthening the NATO deterrence, strengthening NATO defence, and our strategic defence review allows us to map out a way of making our own forces more ready to fight, better able to deter.
In room.
We were told that the Defence Investment Plan would be available before the Christmas recess. Could I ask the Secretary of State what day this week it will be announced?
Mr. Speaker, we're working flat out between now and the end of the year to finalise the Defence Investment Plan. He will appreciate, even though he's a new member of this House, but serving on the Defence Select Committee, he will appreciate the scale of the decisions we need to make. He will also appreciate the scale of the problems that we're facing, a programme from the last government that was overcommitted, underfunded and unsuited to meet the threats that we face in the future.
Secretary of State James Cartledge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the opposition, can I join you in expressing our total condemnation of the horrific Bondi Beach terrorist attack? We must stand united in this House against anti-Semitism in all its forms. Can I also offer our condolences to all affected, both at Bondi and Brown University, and to the family and friends of Lance Corporal George Healey, and we echo the Secretary of State's sentiments in respect of his service to our country. Can I just echo the question from the Honourable Gentleman? It's a very simple one, Mr. Speaker. Specifically, will the Defence Investment Plan be published before the rise of the House on Thursday, yes or no?
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, the answer is simple. The answer is the same as I gave to the Honourable Gentleman. We're working flat out between now and the end of the year to finalise the Defence Investment Plan, and he, of all people, having been responsible for deep problems and programmes beset by deep-run failures like Ajax, he will appreciate the scale of the challenge that we face.
James Cartledge.
Speaker, the Secretary of State seriously sitting there saying he doesn't know his diary for the rest of the week? He can ask one of the other ministers, he could ask one of the SPADs or the officials. Surely he knows whether later this week, Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, Wednesday or Thursday, he'll be standing up to give the most important defence statement of the year. It's extraordinary. But just to remind the House, Mr. Speaker, in June, from that dispatch box, he promised that the Defence Investment Plan would be, and I quote, completed and published in the autumn. So it's already late, just like the SDR, just like the Defence Industrial Strategy, and just like the housing strategy. Doesn't this illustrate perfectly why the Defence Select Committee said that when it comes to war readiness, Labour are moving at a glacial pace?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the House will know to take no lessons from the Honourable Gentleman. His munitions strategy when he was in government was often promised and never published. His drone strategy had more pictures than pages and no funding. His government's defence funding plan was published as an election gimmick just weeks before the election and in 14 years was never delivered. On the Defence Investment Plan, we are working flat out between now and the end of the year to finalise this work.
James McCleary, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Mr. Speaker, at a time of war, does the Secretary of State agree with me that this is precisely the moment for the UK to be working with our European allies, even as Putin tries to divide us? And if so, can he confirm that the UK rejected access to the €150 billion EU Safe Defence Fund at a proposed cost of about £2 billion, the same amount the previous government paid for access to the Horizon Fund, and set out whether that is the correct figure, and explain whether his department has estimated how much to have flowed to the UK defence sector through participation, boosting growth and security with our closest neighbour.
Mr. Speaker, we signed the European Union Security and Defence Partnership in May. We committed ourselves to negotiate with the European Union for access to the safe funding arrangements. We said from the start we recognised there would be a financial contribution for the UK to pay, but we said from the start also it needed to be good value for money for the British taxpayers and good value for money for British industry. It did not meet those tests. We were unable to reach a deal with the European Union, but we will continue to back great British defence industrial firms as they sell into Europe, and we will strike bilateral deals that allow us to do a great deal more beyond the SAFE programme in the years to come.
Greg Smith.
Question 2, sir.
Secretary of State.
Thank you. With the permission, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to answer question 2 and 9 together. This summer, the UK joined all other 31 NATO nations to agree the new NATO benchmark of 5% spending on national security by 2035. This followed this government's announcement of the largest sustained increase in defence spending since the end of the Cold War.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for that answer. But it's curious to see what is and is not in the Red Book from the budget we've just had. Because page 88 shows in intricate detail just how big the welfare budget is going to get from the scrapping of the two-child benefit cap. But there is no such analysis anywhere in that Red Book on defence spending. So can the Secretary of State set out clearly at that dispatch box when the UK will hit the domestic 3% target and when we will ultimately get to that 5% target? In what financial year?
Thursday.
Mr. Speaker, we've made the commitment to the 5% target by 2035, like all 31 other allies. This is a government that's already put an extra $5 billion in the first year, that is going to hit 2.6% by 2027, 3 years earlier than anyone expected, with an ambition for 3% in the next Parliament. This is a rising profile of defence investment over the next decade, and it puts an end to 14 years of the British Armed Forces being hollowed out and underfunded under Tory governments.
Peter Fortune.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was very troubling just then to hear it explains that the Minister can talk with exactitude on the future of welfare spending, but not defence spending, unless I misheard the answer to my honourable friend. I would remind him that the last time that the government spent 3% on defence spending was 1996 under a Conservative government. So I asked the Minister, and the Minister is very eloquent, but I would like him to be exact. When specifically can we expect to hit 3% of spending? In which financial year?
Thursday.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, if he wants to change record, his government's had 14 years to raise defence spending. It comes to this government to raise it back to 2.5%, the level that was there in 2010 when Labour was last in government, and we will hit 3% in the next Parliament.
Derek Twigg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to put on record my thanks and appreciation to the Secretary of State and his ministerial team for the work they're doing to improve our defence capabilities and leadership in NATO and Europe, and also the defence industrial base. We hear from the side opposite, of course, who are responsible for the massive underspending in defence. However, I think we have to move on from that now. It is clear that the threats we face today and what we're hearing today and throughout the coming months in terms of what Russia and other adversaries are doing, we need now to accelerate our spending on defence as soon as possible. So can I ask the Secretary of State to do all he can to ensure we get more resources into defence so we actually maintain our leadership position in Europe and actually have the armed forces fit to deal with the threats we face?
State.
That's exactly what my honourable friend urges me to do, that we are doing. And I know that he, like I, will be proud of the fact that this is a Labour government that has produced a strategic defence review, a landmark shift in defence to make us more warfighting ready, that we have produced a defence industrial strategy that will make defence an engine for growth in this country, and a housing strategy that puts an end to the worst ever Tory privatisation and pumps £9 billion into a generational renewal of our forces military housing, which has already started. Mr. Speaker, this is a government, a Labour government, that is delivering for defence and is delivering for Britain.
Emma Lewell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Allies rightly agreed that up to 1.5% of GDP would go towards measures for civil preparedness and resilience. But public support for our current commitments, let alone mobilisation in a crisis, does not meet government assumptions. Can my right honourable friend see how he plans to address this so we fully meet our Article 3 obligations?
State.
Well, I can, Mr. Speaker, and my honourable friend who served not just now on the Defence Select Committee but in the previous Parliament will remember that in the last year of the last government, the total spending on defence was just under £54 billion. She will know that this year and next year it is set to be over £65 billion. She will see the increasing defence spending. She will recognise the importance of making that commitment, and she will recognise the value of the Strategic Defence Review in setting the vision for how our forces need to be transformed in order to be more ready to warfight and better able to deter.
Thomas.
Question number 4, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. The government is working exceptionally hard to ensure we speed up our procurement of uncrewed systems, and that's taking us to, in 2024 alone, buying up to 5,400 drones, moving up to 8,000 in 2026. And really importantly is the development of our Drone Uncrewed Centre of Excellence, which will be launched later on this year to provide better coordination and cooperation across defence, industries and academia in the delivery of uncrewed systems.
Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Britain's future security depends on developing, testing and crucially adopting uncrewed systems quickly and safely. But the regulation is immensely complex, expands many departments, the MOD, DFT, DCIT. The regulators include the MCA, CAA, MAA, Ofcom, Environment Agency. The list goes on and it's endless. But for military, police, agencies and for our innovators, the barriers are stifling. And he will know that I've worked with stakeholders to develop proposals for reform which he's seen. I know the MOD, as well as the Department for Transport and even the Treasury, are considering them. But to make real progress, we need coherence in this area. Will he help me now convene a meeting of all the key regulators, cross-department, to drive this forward?
Minister.
Again, the honourable member, his passion and support on this subject is not lost on me. The reality is the majority of casualties in the front line in Ukraine are caused by uncrewed systems. We have a navy without any ships that has destroyed a navy, and we have an air force with minimal amount of fighter jets delivering strikes deep within Russia. With the dedication of the UK Uncrewed Systems Centre opening later on this year, we're establishing a centralised body of expertise to cut across the regulation and align regulatory freedoms with defence, ensuring we can reduce that friction and improve assurance. I would love to meet with you, with the honourable member and the collective organisations to move this forward at pace. Enough is enough when it comes to regulation. We need to get on with it, and we're going to double down over the next 12 months.
Rebecca Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Turnchapel Wharf and the Catwater in my constituency host many innovative marine autonomous defence innovators. Yet the Maritime and Coast Guard Agency Workboat Code Edition 3 is hampering the testing, development and utilisation of autonomous vessels. They cannot get the licences to even be out on the water. So what conversations has the Minister had with his counterparts in the Department for Transport to stress the urgency of sorting this issue so that the promised defence investment for Plymouth actually gets out to sea?
Minister.
It's not lost to me that the testing and trialling of systems, both in the maritime and the airspace, is full of regulatory issues and hurdles. We've had a couple of meetings with the Department of Transport. We've got a firm grasp of the problem now. Now we need to move it forward and unlock legislation to ensure it's easier and far faster for those companies to develop cutting world technology and get it into the open market, but also procure it for defence.
Amanda Martin.
Question number 5, Mr. Speaker. With permission, Mr. Speaker, I should like to answer questions 5 and 23 together. Engaging and supporting the women who have served in our armed forces is an important part of our new veterans strategy and is a priority that is deeply personal to me as a veteran myself. As well as our commitments across the strategy, we will be specifically taking forward plans to establish a new Women Veterans Forum and an oral history project to improve public understanding and recognition of the experiences and contributions of women veterans in keeping the nation safe.
Amanda Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for her service and for her support in this area. In the last 2 years, Mr. Speaker, changes have been made to the Royal Fleet Auxiliary maternity policy that prevents new parents from taking back-to-back shore assignments, crucial to balancing seafaring and young families. These changes are especially detrimental to families where both parents are in the RFA and raise serious concerns about compliance with the employment law. Given we have a retention crisis in the RFA, does she think the maternity policy provides adequate flexibility for families? And will the Minister meet with me and those affected to discuss this important issue?
Minister.
We are, of course, committed to supporting families across defence, and we recognise the extraordinary service that RFA sailors give to this country. As I have previously written to my honourable friend, the maternity and parental support package provided by the RFA does include enhanced leave entitlements and tailored assistance through mechanisms such as occupational health. While consecutive shore postings have never been a defence policy, the RFA does support employees to use flexibilities within that offer, and I would be happy to meet with the member to discuss further.
John Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I first thank everyone at Albemarle Barracks for hosting me recently and showing me the facility. The Royal British Legion Women's Network offers valuable support for the Armed Forces community, and it's vital that all members of that community and all relatives of that community can access it. Now, in rural areas such as in my constituency, where access to that support is often harder to reach, it's more important that government does all it can to support veterans who may be further from the centre. Can I ask, therefore, what the government is doing to ensure that veterans in rural areas, including female veterans, are able to receive the support they need? And can I invite the Minister to join me to visit Prado Veterans Breakfast Club at some point in 2026?
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his question, and he raises a very important point. As he will be aware, we are rolling out the Valour programme, which does include a network of regional centres. As part of that, there will also be an online presence as well to help make sure we can expand the reach where possible. And of course, I will be delighted to come and visit.
Sarah Dyke.
Recent media reports highlight the full extent of abuse women have suffered in the armed forces, highlighting why the recommendations from the Atherton report are urgently implemented in full. So what steps is the Minister taking to remove the barriers to create an environment within our armed forces where women feel protected, valued and given the opportunity to excel and flourish?
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for raising an incredibly important point. As she will know, I'm very personally dedicated to improving the experiences of women in our armed forces, and she rightly highlights the Atherton report. There are several things that we are taking forwards to tackle this programme, such as improving how we take care of victims and how we introduce more accountability. And I would also highlight our support to the cross-governmental violence against women and girls as well.
Stuart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent Katie has served in the RAF for 25 years. In preparation for her return to civilian life, she secured an MOD rentals tenancy to provide housing stability before she receives her pension next year and she can buy a house of her own. At short notice, that tenancy was withdrawn, leaving her and her family facing potential homelessness in clear violation of the Armed Forces Covenant. And despite repeated appeals and over 28 days of silence from the Ministry of Defence, no resolution has yet been offered. Will the Minister please review this case urgently and the letter I sent to Ministers on the 5th of December to ensure that female veterans like Katie are properly supported during their transition back to civilian life?
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for raising this case. If we will provide me with the details after, I will of course take a close look.
Liz Jarvis.
7, Mr. Speaker.
Who's ready for it? Anybody?
Sorry. With permission, Mr. Speaker, I should like to answer questions 7 and 13 together. A new transformational veteran strategy, the first in 7 years, which recognises veterans as a national asset. £50 million Valour funding to make it easier for veterans to access the care and support they deserve. £12 million for the Reducing Veterans Homelessness programmes, as well as Ops Fortitude, Courage, Restore, Ascend and Nova continuing their fantastic work. We will continue to deliver on what matters most for veterans.
Ms Jarvis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're incredibly proud of our veterans in Eastleigh, and Veterans Dementia Support UK, based in my constituency, do fantastic work assisting veterans. They want to expand their work by opening more support groups, but ex-service personnel who want to volunteer are struggling to get their DBS checks in a timely fashion. Will the Minister work with colleagues to ensure that veterans charities can continue to do their vital work by reducing the wait times for DBS checks to be processed?
Minister.
The honourable member makes a valid point, and I will of course look in to see what I can do. Thank you.
Jess Brentford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent Liz was thrown out of the military for being gay and has since received redress for this injustice via the LGBT Financial Recognition Scheme. Liz told me that she has never attended any veteran support groups because her discharge from the military left her feeling unworthy of the title of veteran. So what steps is the department taking to encourage those veterans to engage with support schemes like the brilliant female veteran scheme running at Tuppenny Barn in Southbourne in my constituency to rebuild trust after the grave injustice that they experienced?
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for raising a really important point that those who were treated disgracefully by the former policy under the military may be struggling with being able to get back in touch. I can assure her that the Armed Forces family would welcome her back with open arms, and if she's happy to pass details on to me, we can provide several ways of doing that, for example via the Regimental Association, which will be only too happy to meet with her, I'm sure.
Steve Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the whole House will agree with me that one homeless veteran is one too many. So can the Minister outline how the landmark new veterans strategy will boost support to prevent any veteran falling into homelessness?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for raising such an incredibly important point. As he says, one veteran on the streets is one too many. The new Veterans Strategy reiterated our commitment, and we were pleased to announce an additional £12 million to vital homelessness services, such as the Reducing Veteran Homelessness Programme. And I, of course, would remind everybody of Op Fortitude, which is the phone number that will help veterans access housing support when they need it.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week I met with Paul, Dougie and Ash at Tom Harrison House in my Liverpool Riverside constituency. It's the only facility in the country that offers support to veterans who have addictions. And I'd like to ask the Minister if she'll meet with me and the workers from the organisation to talk about statutory funding so that we can offer that support more widely so that more ex-veterans get the support that they need.
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for highlighting the incredibly important work that Tom Harrison House does, and I've heard many times of the unique nature of what they are able to provide. Of course, what we must be able to do is support how veterans can access that particular service and what we can do to further it. I'd be more than happy to come and visit.
Shadow Minister Mark Francois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Regarding Northern Ireland veterans who previously served on Operation Banner, the government's NI Troubles Bill has now been powerfully described by 8 retired 4-star generals and 1 Air Chief Marshal as, in their words, a direct threat to national security. Can the Minister confirm in the House today that not all of their so-called 6 protections for our veterans are even actually in the bill, and that, moreover, at least half of them also apply to alleged paramilitaries as well?
As the Right Honourable Member well knows, we have been very clear about which protections will be in the bill. And I would just like to remind him that it is his legislation introduced while he was in government that gave blanket immunity to terrorists, and he has very proudly supported that.
Oh, Francois.
That's not true. We had hoped to hear from the wannabe future Prime Minister on this one, but as we haven't, nevertheless, if what the Minister claims is true, he's not denying it. How does she explain the recent comment by General Sir Peter Wall, a former head of the British Army, that the protections are, these are his words, a meaningless insult and only become relevant once reinvestigation is underway? Exactly. Respectfully, who knows more about defending our veterans? A brand new minister or a former chief of the General Staff who actually commanded them?
Minister.
We will, of course, implement these new protections, and we have been in close dialogue with many, many different representatives. Again, to turn the question back onto him, his legislation failed utterly. It gave blanket immunity to terrorists, and I will not hear lectures from that side of the House who weren't able to provide a solution in 14 years.
Sarah Hall.
Question number 8, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'd like to answer question 8, 18, 21 and 22 together. This government is putting NATO first, and we're stepping up on European security. In the past month alone, I've met with US, German and Estonian counterparts to discuss deepening our cooperation and protecting NATO's eastern flank. But it doesn't just stop there. This is about joint exercising. This is about joint industrial cooperation. And just in the last 12 to 18 months, we've done an amazing frigate deal with our Norwegian partners. We've done a deal for Typhoon with Turkey, and we're building our industrial and exercising cooperation across the whole of the NATO flank.
Sarah Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday I visited the Ukrainian Family Hub in Warrington for their Christmas celebrations. Many families who fled Putin's war of aggression have made Warrington their home, but they are deeply worried about what the future holds, what peace might look like, and whether they will ever be able to return safely to Ukraine. Can the Minister reassure them that the UK and our NATO allies remain steadfast in supporting Ukraine, both in defending its sovereignty and in shaping a just and lasting peace?
Minister.
I'd like to thank my honourable friend for raising this important issue within the House. The pain of losing your home is not lost on me, and being apart from your friends and family over the Christmas period has a huge impact. Nearly 7 million Ukrainians have been displaced since 2022, all because of Putin's barbaric and illegal invasion. I want to be absolutely clear. Mr. Speaker, we will stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes and are committed to working towards a just and lasting peace. That's why we're spending a record £4.5 billion on military support to Ukraine this year, and why our total committed military, humanitarian and economic spend now amounts to £21.8 billion.
Ben Goldsby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Norfolk has a proud and enduring history in the defence of our islands and our allies, from Nelson's legacy to the RAF bases that welcome NATO personnel to this very day. What assessment has the Minister made of how Norfolk's defence assets can further support our shared security with our NATO partners?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for this opportunity to acknowledge the vital military history and work of Norfolk. We're defending the UK from Zeppelin raids in World War I to serving as a frontline bomber command in World War II. RAF Marsham has long been a cornerstone of our UK's air power. We're investing in RAF Marsham procuring at least or multiple F-35 jets, which will fly from the base. These will strengthen NATO's nuclear deterrent posture and have huge pass over to your constituency also, the honourable member's constituency.
Deterrence depends not only on military strength, but on our economic resilience too, from energy security to protecting our critical infrastructure and vital industries. Can the Minister provide some more information on what conversations he's been having with our partners in Europe, our NATO allies in Europe, to align our economic security measures with our broader defence strategy on our continent?
Minister.
I thank the honourable friend for his question. The reality is armies, navies and air forces respond to crisis. Economies, industries and societies win wars. We're stepping up on these key areas, but not alone. As a great general once said, there's only one thing worse than working with allies, and that's working without them. We are doing this together. We're working within NATO to integrate economic security, such as supply chain resilience, for critical sectors into collective defence planning. As part of the G7, we are strengthening investment screening, export controls and the protection of critical national infrastructure.
Christopher Vince.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. As the Minister will be aware, because I mention it quite often, Harlow is home to high-tech, innovative defence innovation, and also high-tech skilled jobs. Can the Minister confirm that one of the consequences of the historic NATO summit in June is that there will be further investment in defence and resilience that constituencies like mine of Harlow can really benefit from?
Minister.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question. The reality is this government isn't hollowing out defence. This government is not taking a dig at defence procurement. This government is increasing morale, it's increasing recruitment, and importantly, it's making defence an engine for growth. That's investing in SMEs all over the country on new cutting-edge technology, but also long-term technological capability that will be battle-winning in the long term.
Julian Lewis.
Has the Minister, having sat through the debate on Ukraine on 4th of December, taken on board the important message for our NATO colleagues that if there is a forced division of Ukraine, just as there was of occupied Germany at the end of the war, it will be essential that unoccupied Western Ukraine is fully manned with deterrent Allied troops, because nothing could be more destabilizing than a vacuum in Western Ukraine with a heavily militarized, occupied Eastern Ukraine under the control of the killer in the Kremlin.
Yeah. Minister.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his insight and support to all things defence. The reality is we must ensure Ukraine is at the very centre of any negotiation. And this government has been leading not only just on the coalition of the willing, but also across the Ukrainian Defence Contact Group. And just recently, we've raised $50 billion in support of Ukraine. The reality is, if the Ukrainians negotiate a peace, the UK will be fully supporting that peace through multiple different vectors.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is a mismatch between the rhetoric that we are hearing and the funding for defence in this Parliament. The NATO Secretary-General talks about preparing for war on the scale our grandparents endured, while the US National Security Strategy states that it is a core interest of the United States to re-establish strategic stability with Russia. In that context, will the government urge a lowering of the temperature of statements by the likes of the Chief of Defence Staff and the First Sea Lord, or will the government increase defence spending closer to 3.5% of GDP in this Parliament?
Minister.
Let's be really clear. For 14 years, we have not seen defence spending going up. As the individuals sit on the other side of that polished bench and criticise the individual speaking here today, I'm the one that had to put up, collectively, with poor recruitment targets, terrible morale, poor equipment and capability. Yet, this government on this side of the House, for the first time in a generation, is increasing defence spending for a long time. Everybody in uniform will be able to look forward for the next 10 years and see that defence spending is going up. Well done.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Minister for Defence Readiness told me that there are no other platforms within the Army's armoured fleet which can fulfil the armoured reconnaissance role. Ajax has been specifically designed for this purpose. Our commitment to NATO includes 2 divisions. The first includes 3 manoeuvre brigades with armoured and mechanised capabilities. With Ajax undeployable, we have no formation reconnaissance capability and therefore no deployable armoured brigade, thus not currently meeting our NATO obligation. Could the Minister clarify whether we still meet his NATO test without Ajax, whether we meet our NATO obligations more broadly, and if he thinks we do, how?
Minister.
As the honourable member will recognise, there's a review underway into Ajax. But as we may point out, Ajax has been overspent. The key user requirements have changed and oscillated from left to right for the last 10 years. And now we've taken this on and recognised that we've got to secure the capability to provide our armed forces with the very best. The reality is, Ukraine is teaching us war is being fought very differently. It's not just about armour, it's about a mix of uncrewed systems, as the individual will well know, and armoured systems, not one over the other.
Susan Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We recently saw an individual recruited by the Russian government carry out an arson attack on British soil. This following on from the Yantar's aggressive action against our RAF in the North Sea. Does the Minister agree with me that to defend against the growing Russian threat, we need to coordinate with our European allies, not just in aiding Ukraine, but on domestic security measures as well, be it on land, on sea, or in our digital spaces?
Minister.
The honourable member brings out an exceptionally valid point. Just last Thursday, we launched the Military Intelligence Services, which is primarily about coordinating all of our intelligence capabilities to ensure we can identify, deter and defeat threats should they be posed towards the UK, our critical national infrastructure or any of our sensitive sites. It's worth noting that the engagement between the Military Intelligence Services, our Defence Intelligence and of course all of our other agencies is absolutely hand in glove with our like-minded European allies fighting for democracy and freedom all over the world.
John Glenn.
Speaker number 10.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I'd like to answer questions 10 and 19 together. The forthcoming Defence Investment Plan has been informed by a range of inputs and perspectives, including those of service chiefs. These contributions have been critical in delivering on the strategic defence review and enabling the transformation in defence that's necessary as we move towards warfighting readiness.
John Glenn.
Reply. As a former Chief Secretary, when I see reports that service chiefs are drafting letters to the Secretary of State warning about their concerns about enough money going into defence, can I ask the Minister that when the delayed Defence Investment Plan is produced, it will give clarity on when the government will reach that critical 3% threshold. To be credible, it needs to distinguish between the start of the next Parliament, 2020-29, and the end of it, 2034. If it doesn't, then no one's going to take the aspiration seriously.
Minister.
Can I thank him for his question? I know he has a strong views on defence, as do I. That is why, as a government, we are increasing defence spending, £5 billion extra in our budget, 2.5% by 2027, 3% in the next Parliament. The strategic defence review will be implemented by the Defence Investment Plan that will set out what capabilities we're buying and how can we improve our warfighting readiness. And he'll have to wait just a wee bit longer as the work continues in order to be able to deliver that dip very soon.
Secretary Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When Labour published the Strategic Defence Review, the independent authors wrote in the Telegraph that the commitment to spending 3% of GDP on defence was, and I quote, vital to establishing the affordability of that review. Now their own service chiefs are voicing their concern over funding. Is he really telling us that he has no idea in what year they will reach 3% and no plan for how even to get there?
Yeah.
Minister.
Well, the Strategic Defence Review was written on the basis of reaching 3%, and that is a key part of how we're increasing defence spending. I appreciate he's got his set lines that he's been given by the party, but his was a government that cut defence spending. This Labour government is increasing defence spending.
Mr.
Speaker, this government's ambition for recovering the damage that the previous government did to our defence will be laid clear in the Defence Industrial Strategy, and we will Defence Investment Plan. The roadblock to our safe entry won't really change in reality, but what we will need to support this ambition are long-term financing vehicles that enable multilateral offers and help us get best value for public money so that we can protect this government from Russian aggression. Can the Minister provide us with any information about the work that he's doing with other government departments to ensure that such vehicles are brought about, such as the Defence Security and Resilience Bank?
Minister.
Well, can I thank him for raising the importance of defence and security being a whole-of-government endeavour. It's not just the MOD. That is why we have a renewed and refreshed working relationship with the Treasury and the MOD working hand-in-hand to increase defence spending. The Defence Investment Advisory Group that will publish in the new year will look at new financing methods to bring in more investment into defence, just as we're working more closely with our colleagues across government to increase our warfighting readiness, improve skills, and make sure that defence can be an engine for growth in every nation and region of the country.
In the budget, defence received a capital expenditure of £25.9 billion. In comparison, health and social care got £14 billion and housing got £9.6 billion. Mr. Speaker, in the interest of democracy, I'm going to put forward a different viewpoint than we've heard so far, because it's a fact that UK citizens are dying because of inequality and poverty, not the threat of another nation launching a nuclear attack against us. Should this fact not be reflected in prioritising government expenditure?
Minister.
Can I say to my honourable friend that I disagree with him? If you look at the people dying in Ukraine, dying for Ukrainian freedom, dying for our freedom, from a Russian war machine, the threat is real. If you look at the activities of the Russian spy ship Yantar loitering over our critical underwater infrastructure, the threat is real. If you look at the cyber attacks on our defence infrastructure, the threat is real. Our entire economy is supported by our national security. That is why this government is investing in our national security, and we make no apologies for doing so.
David Reid, Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary-General of NATO, our service chiefs and intelligence leaders have warned repeatedly about the growing risks of conflict with Russia. Yet the recent budget does not reflect that reality. In fact, the MOD are cutting £2.6 billion in year, and we've just discovered this week that they are cutting overseas training just to try and balance their books. So, Mr. Speaker, when the Minister speaks to service chiefs about the Defence Investment Plan, is he asking them to plan for credible deterrence, or simply to accept that there is no cash behind the government's rhetoric?
Minister.
What a load of nonsense. We're increasing defence spending, £5 billion extra in our budget this year. We're moving to 2.5% of GDP being spent on defence 3 years before anyone thought it was possible. The Defence Investment Plan will set out what we're investing in, and it will set out how we're moving towards warfighting readiness, implementing the Strategic Defence Review. If his government had put this investment in, we would not be sorting out the mess that we are today. But they didn't, and so we are.
Topic, Sir Julian Smith.
Mr. Speaker, during 2025, this Labour government has been delivering for defence and delivering for Britain. The largest increase in defence spending since the end of the Cold War, the largest level of military support for Ukraine, the largest pay increase, for Forces personnel in 20 years, the largest investment in Forces housing for 50 years, the largest ever British warship deal, and the largest Typhoon deal for a generation. The Strategic Defence Review to move us to warfighting readiness, the Defence Industrial Strategy to drive defence as an engine for growth across the UK, new defence agreements with the EU, with Norway, with France, new investment in technology with Atlantic Bastion, Cyber EM Command and drones, and over 1,000 major new contracts signed. Mr. Speaker, in 2026 we will deliver further. And today, on the eve of Parliament's Christmas recess, I want to wish every member of our armed forces, especially those whose service will mean they are separate from their loved ones, I want to wish them, on behalf of the House, a peaceful and a safe Christmas.
Antonio Bance.
No, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, Judith Smith, it was that long, I've forgotten about it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I associate myself with the Secretary of State's remarks about our armed forces and them having a fantastic Christmas wherever they are? The Strategic Defence Review talked about the need for a national conversation on defence. What steps is the government taking to support this, and particularly to face our constituents and the population with the trade-offs needed to increase spending on our armed forces?
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I refer the right honourable gentleman to the speech tonight of the Chief of the Defence Staff, in which he will argue that the price of peace is rising, and he will set out exactly how this requires a response from the whole of society, not just a strengthening of our armed forces.
Antonio Bance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The West Midlands is a key engine of the UK's manufacturing base. What work is the Minister doing with our West Midlands Mayor to ensure that West Midlands companies, especially our SMEs, benefit from our increased defence spending and our defence industrial strategy?
Can I thank you for a question? I've met with Richard Parker. I've seen the passion and determination he has for driving more growth in his small businesses that are located in the West Midlands. I think there's a huge opportunity as we increase defence spending, and standing up the new Office of Small Business Growth in the new year will provide more opportunities for West Midlands businesses to access defence contracts.
Sir Secretary of State James Cartledge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, the Secretary of State said from that dispatch box in May that the UK-EU Defence Pact would, and I quote, open the door to the €150 billion EU Defence Fund. From this dispatch box in June, I warned that he was actually doing was surrendering our precious sovereign fishing grounds without getting a penny in return. Who was right?
You open the nets.
So, State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we were talking about the Strategic Defence Partnership Agreement. We wanted to follow it up with an agreement on SAFE. That proved impossible to negotiate in a way that was good value for the British defence industry, good value for the British taxpayer. That will not stop us promoting the cause of the British defence industry and doing the record defence export deals that we've done in this last year. An extra £10 billion in the biggest ever warship deal with Norway, £8 billion for the new biggest Typhoon deal in a generation. And, Mr. Speaker, we will do more alongside the European Union, which is a valued partner, particularly on Ukraine, as we stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes.
Here with questions a long time at this rate, Alan Strickland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week I was proud to meet Filtronic, a leading satellite communications business in Net Park, part of a growing space cluster. How will ministers from MRD and DSIT work together to really champion our innovative space industry?
Minister.
As the space nerd in the ministerial team, can I welcome his interest in space? Working with Minister Lloyd in the Department for Science, Industry and Technology, we've got a real opportunity to renew a space strategy because the space strategy we inherited was out of date, ineffective and wasn't supporting our industry. We're seeking to support our industry to go further. I'm happy meeting him and other colleagues to discuss space further.
James McCleary, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Mr. Speaker, in light of the United States' new national security strategy, which fundamentally alters US national global defence positioning, does the Secretary of State accept that relying on US-owned nuclear weapons for the recently announced new F-35A jets compromises British operational security, given that the UK would require explicit US authorisation to use them, and given the Public Accounts Committee's concern that the Ministry of Defence does not know the full cost of the F-35A programme, effectively a blank cheque, how can this represent value for money if the United States could deny UK use of this capability in a crisis, and will the government publish its assessment of this risk?
So stay.
No, I fundamentally disagree with the honourable gentleman. The Strategic Defence Review in June recommended that Britain considered becoming part of the DCA nuclear mission of NATO. Within weeks, that's exactly what we committed to do, and we will go ahead now and purchase the F-35As in order that Britain can play a full part in that DCA nuclear mission of NATO, reinforcing our European defence, reinforcing our nuclear deterrence.
Pam Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colchester is home to many serving personnel veterans and their families. Can the Minister set out how our new veteran strategy, Valour, will better support those who have served in our armed forces in my area and beyond? And will a member of the ministerial team love to visit Colchester in the year that we're celebrating the 25th anniversary of the airborne forces being based there?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for her question. As she rightly notes, the veteran strategy is a huge step forward in how we will support our veterans. The £50 million Valour commitment will rapidly improve how we are able to meet our veterans' needs, and I will of course visit her constituency, although probably not on the same day as Liverpool.
Mark Plitchard.
The Defence Secretary says this country should get onto a war footing, but the UK currently has no comprehensive anti-hypersonic missile or anti-ballistic missile defence system in place. And given the threats from Russia and elsewhere and their capabilities, it does mean the UK right now, whether we vote Labour or Conservative, all of our constituents are defenceless, and this country, quite frankly, is a sitting duck.
Well, the right honourable gentleman will recognise that in the Strategic Defence Review it pointed out that we must do more to take seriously our homeland defence, and we are. It pointed out that we needed to do more in our integrated air and missile defence for the UK, and we are, and we will.
Irene Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Until the 1980s, my constituency of North Ayrshire and Arran was home to one of the world's largest explosives factories in our dear Stevenston, in its heyday providing employment for around 15,000 people. I welcome that Ayrshire has been identified as one of the 13 potential sites across the UK for new munitions and energetics factories, and we would very much welcome another opportunity to support defence, either by expanding the munitions site at Beith or welcoming a new facility. Can the Secretary of State confirm when the outcome of the successful sites will be announced?
Minister.
I thank my friend for her interest in this. We are moving towards an always-on munitions strategy, and we've allocated £1.5 billion to create 6 new energetics munitions factories. The first of those will be starting construction next year. Very happy meeting her to discuss the potential options in Scotland further.
Thanks, Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given Germany have lifted their partial arms embargo to Israel, why does the UK government persist with restrictions on defence export licences to our ally?
So stay.
Because we have in place the restrictions on export licences for any components that could be used for the risk of breaching international humanitarian law in Gaza.
James Frith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the government's commitment to supporting servicemen and women to travel home for Christmas, including those from Bury North. Given Bury's long and proud military tradition and our ambition to host a Valour Centre, could the Minister set out what practical steps the government is taking this Christmas to support armed forces personnel and their families, and how that commitment will translate into stronger long-term local support for veterans? And will they join me in wishing our brave men and women a very happy Christmas?
Yeah. Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and I would like to thank him as well for the tireless campaigning he does on behalf of our armed forces. And I'm very proud to be part of a ministerial team that is ensuring that over 35,000 junior personnel who don't currently qualify for travel support will get their trip home over the Christmas period paid for. This is part of the government delivering on our commitment to our armed forces and renewing the contract with those who serve.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the head of MI6 was
say that the front line is everywhere. Doesn't this mean that the entirety of the government and the military needs to be far more proactive in dealing with threats that we face now and to accelerate defence spending in excess of 3% of GDP before the end of the decade?
Minister.
And that's exactly why we launched the Military Intelligence Service on Thursday, to map and track those threats, deter them, and if necessarily, defeat them.
Jonathan Hinder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's deal to build 20 new Typhoons for NATO member Turkey is welcome news for jobs in Lancashire, including for my constituents in Pendle and Clitheroe working at the BAE Samlesbury site. But in this geopolitical environment, I'm sure the Minister will agree with me that we need sovereign capability more than ever. So can he give us some more good news, back British workers and put a domestic order in for Typhoons?
Minister.
Having seen the workers both in Samlesbury and also in Wharton and the expert work they do, they were a key part of why Turkey opted for the Typhoon contract, helping secure more work, not just in those two plants, but in the nationwide supply chain. All defence spending decisions are made in the dip, but we are continuing to promote the Typhoon as an export product, which I hope will provide work for our brilliant UK workforce in the future.
So Desmond Swain.
As we've come away empty-handed from the European Security Action Instrument, can we have the fish back?
As a shadow fisheries minister, when the botched Brexit deal went through, I know that much of the extra fish is paper fish. It's not able to be caught. The new restrictions that were put in place on our fishermen means it doesn't work. But this department is focusing on improving our defences, increasing defence spending, something he never did when he was in government.
I think the Minister doesn't need to be netted. Martin Rhodes.
Speaker, many LGBT veterans, including those in my constituency, were seriously affected by the indignity they faced during the pre-2000 ban on LGBT personnel. What progress has his department made in delivering the financial reparations to LGBT veterans affected by that ban?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm disgusted by the mistreatment of our brave LGBT veterans who served between 1967 and 2000, and I'm pleased that the government has now delivered 48 of the 49 recommendations made in Lord Etherton's independent review. One of these was the unveiling of the LGBT plus Armed Forces Community Memorial, which I was very deeply honoured to be able to attend alongside LGBT veterans and service personnel. The one outstanding recommendation recognises the unique experiences of female veterans, and work is ongoing on a number of initiatives towards this, including the launch of a new Women's Veterans Forum.
Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Procurement Minister said that we would have the Defence Investment Plan in the autumn. The Secretary of State has now told us that they're working flat out to get it to us by the end of the year. When I was in the Army, we had a saying that 2 minutes early is 3 minutes late, Mr. Speaker. So can we just make sure that this lackadaisical approach to punctuality has not spread to the military? And can the Secretary of State confirm that the King's Birthday Parade will indeed take place at 11 a.m. on the 13th of June?
So is it.
Mr. Speaker, and a happy Christmas to the honourable gentleman and the whole House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The recent Typhoon deal is welcome news in my constituency of Blackpool South, an area in the country that has the most deprivation that we see, but also the demand for jobs and apprentices. But can the Minister outline what more will be done? Could there be a domestic order, and what other deals we're looking at internationally to create more jobs and apprentices that we need on the Foul Coast?
Well, can I thank him for his constant championing of the workforce at BAE Systems and the supply chain? Absolutely vital. I've seen the new apprentices, the energy enthusiasm. We're working with colleagues across government to look at what further export orders are available and can be secured, so we can expand the sales internationally of the Typhoon fighter aircraft, securing not only our security, jobs in the UK, but our nationwide, our NATO ally security as well.
Dave Dugan.
Is harmed by a default American first posture, ironically, especially apparent in the so-called independent nuclear deterrent, which relies on US tech for fusing, firing, arming, neutron initiators, the gas transfer system and the Mark IV aero shell. Add to this the purchase of further F-35s for US manufactured gravity-delivered nuclear weapons, and it seems very difficult to understand why, although President Trump will put America first, this Labour government also seems keen to do the same, while spurning the innovation opportunity of the £130 billion SAFE programme in the EU?
Minister.
Rising defence spending in Scotland, more jobs in Scotland, and just moans from the SNP. No new jobs. We're investing more in British defence firms, more in Scottish defence firms, a new Scotland defence growth deal, and more opportunities on the Clyde and Rosyth and elsewhere around Scotland. It should be welcomed, but I'm afraid the Christmas spirit has yet to arrive on the SNP benches.
Jane Kirkham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this year, I welcomed the Royal Assent to the bill creating an Armed Forces Commissioner. Currently, there's no such equivalent for the Royal Fleet Auxiliary. Will the Minister confirm the plan to introduce an Armed Forces Commissioner for the RFA in the Armed Forces Bill next year, as set out in my 10-minute rule bill? And will he give a report on progress of the RFA pay negotiations and collective bargaining agreement?
Mr. Speaker, I welcome our honourable friend's 10-minute rule bill. I'd like to meet with her to look seriously at this. She's quite right that this country has never had something like the Armed Forces Commissioner. This will be a new independent voice in statute, reporting direct to Parliament, not to ministers, an important way of giving voice to those in our armed forces who serve and the families who support them.
Dr. Danny Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Army Training Regiment in Winchester puts about 20% of new recruits through basic training, and it's due to be shut next July. But the replacement facilities in Purbeck aren't due to open until 2030 at the earliest, although apparently that is possibly going to be delayed. We have corresponded on this briefly, but would the Minister be willing to meet with me to explain how we are going, and maybe facilitate a meeting with the commanding officers of Winchester and Purbeck to ensure they have the support they need to increase troop numbers and not lose the capacity to train 20% of them?
Minister.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for the question. I'd love to sit down personally and talk through this issue in particular. It's worth noting, for the first time in a long time, we have more people joining than we do leaving. But a discussion would be really useful to talk through the specifics of that issue.
Amanda High.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the Minister's response on the LGBT redress scheme. However, my constituents have shared their difficulties in getting evidence of mistreatment from the Ministry of Defence. Can the Minister set out any further actions they can take around making sure this evidence is easy for our veterans to access?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for her question. As she rightly notes, historic treatment of LGBT veterans is a moral stain on our nation. There are a number of measures that we are taking forward to redress this, and I'd be more than happy to meet with her to discuss further.
Jim Allister.
Northern Ireland, alas, still remains under much of the EU law, including the EU's ODS legislation. It seems that from the 1st of January, the MOD fleet of Dakotas, Chinooks, Wildcats, Shadows and C-17 Globemasters and others may be unable to operate in Northern Ireland because their onboard fire extinguishers use halon, which will be banned in the EU from the 1st of January. What steps have been taken to deal with this ridiculous situation?
Minister.
We have taken steps, and I'm not worried about their ability to carry on operating, but I'm happy speaking to him further about that to give him reassurance.
Law.
Given we've recently had further estimates putting the total cost of the war in Ukraine to the European economy of north of $1 billion a year, and the total Allied commitment to Ukraine remains just around $100 billion a year, does the Secretary of State agree with me that we cannot but afford to go further in our support of our Ukrainian allies?
I do indeed, Mr. Speaker, and that's why I am convening and will co-chair tomorrow the latest meeting of the 50-nation-strong Ukraine Defence Contact Group. We will be looking to step up the support we're able to give Ukraine now to keep Ukraine in the fight alongside the work we're doing in the Coalition of the Willing, so that we're ready to help secure the peace in the event of an agreement.
Mr. Speaker, the Robert Jones and Agnes Hunt Hospital in my constituency is home to a world-class veteran centre providing not only excellent orthopaedic care but also wraparound support to help veterans carry on their life in civilian society. Will the Minister come to North Shropshire and meet the people who run the veteran centre so that she can see for herself how effective this model is?
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for highlighting the important work that is being undertaken, and of course I will come and visit in due course.
Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the many challenges that Ukraine will face should a peace agreement be reached is the task of clearing land of mines and unexploded ordnance so that it can once again sustain Ukraine's vital agricultural economy. Can my right honourable friend set out how the government intends to invest in innovative demining technologies and work with Ukraine to ensure its land is made safe and productive for the future?
Minister.
The devastation caused by the illegal war, Putin's illegal war in Ukraine, is not lost on any of us. Millions of landmines, anti-tank mines have been laid all across the front line and will take decades to clear. We will work constructively with our Ukrainian and international allies to ensure that Ukraine is returned to normal as soon as peace is declared.
Tim Farrell.
The maintenance of our nuclear deterrent and the development of our wider defence capabilities in the United Kingdom rests very heavily upon the town of Barrow, next to my own constituency in my own district of Westmoreland and Furness. Will the Secretary of State recognise that investment into that town from the Council is crucial to maintaining our peace and our security? Will he therefore have a word with his colleagues in Cabinet, because the local council is set to have a 13% cut in its budget, which will put at risk much of the investment in the town of Barrow that is meant to underpin the defence of our realm.
Oh, maybe I'll rephrase that. Secretary of State.
The right honourable gentleman is entirely right, and Barrow, since the general election, has seen more than 1,000 extra jobs in the shipyard alone. It will have seen the long-term commitment that this government has made to Team Barrow, which is the combination of national and local government and other agencies working together, and we're determined to make that a success.
Ewan Steinbeck.
Our Armed Forces Day is crucial to mark the bravery of our Armed Forces personnel and bring our communities together. Will the Minister meet me to discuss how we can better support Armed Forces Day events in 2026 in places such as Falkirk?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for raising this point, and he has been a tireless campaigner for the armed forces, and I will of course meet with him to discuss what we can do to support him.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Talis and Spurth in Northern Ireland are leading the way on cybersecurity and engineering. What steps have been taken to fund a potential Typhoon supply chain programme where Northern Ireland can play their part in contributing to aircraft production across the United Kingdom? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you for that question. We're working with the Northern Ireland Executive on the Northern Ireland Growth Deal, one of the 5 growth deals that will share £250 million to look at skills and how we can attract more inward investment. I'll be very happy when that concludes to give a briefing to him and other Northern Ireland colleagues on the progress that we're making.
Sir Julian Lewis.
I welcome the government's commitment ultimately to spend 5% on defence, as we used to do in the Cold War years of the 1980s, but not the target date of 2035. Does the government really believe that there is no threat of attack from Russia on a NATO country for the next 10 years?
State.
Of course, there are rising threats, which is why we've got a rising defence budget over the next 10 years. And that 2035 commitment is one that we have made, shared with all other 31 NATO nations together.
The SDR states that it needs a 30% increase in cadet forces from 140,000 to 180,000. However, I am informed that there's a severe shortage of adult instructors. What is the Minister going to do to address that problem?
Minister.
The honourable member raises an important point. The cadets are a fantastic opportunity for our young people where they learn valuable skills, values and experience. Underpinning that is the work of our amazing adult volunteers. We're working very hard to see what we can do to improve how we support adult volunteers and of course recruit more so we can continue to grow our cadets, as we said, by 30% by 2030.
Right, we'll let the front bench change over. We now come to the urgent question. Show Secretary of State Stuart Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State if he will make a statement to the House on winter preparedness in the NHS.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NHS National Medical Director says, and I quote,
This unprecedented wave of superflu is leaving the NHS facing a worst-case scenario. This is backed up by the data. On any given day last week, an average of 2,500 patients were in hospital beds, a 55% increase on the week before and almost double the numbers from 2023. 106 flu patients are in intensive care, compared to 69 the previous week. There are 1,300 more staff off than the week before, and the number of calls received by NHS 111 last week was 446,000, 8% higher than this time last year. It is clear from both the NHS and UKHSA data that there is a real risk for the NHS and for patients. And it is at this moment of maximum danger that the BMA has chosen to go ahead with Christmas strikes when it will inflict the greatest level of damage on the NHS. The BMA said this dispute was about pay, but we gave them a 28.9% pay rise. Then they said it was also about jobs, so I offered a deal to halve the competition for jobs to less than 2 applicants per post. It is now clear what these strikes are really about. The BMA's fantasy demand for another 26% pay rise on top of the 28.9% they have already received. I also offered to extend the BMA's strike mandate so they could postpone this action and go ahead once flu has subsided. The fact they also rejected that offer shows a shocking disregard for patient safety. Since this strike represents a different magnitude of risk to previous industrial action, I am appealing to ordinary resident doctors to ignore the BMA strike and go to work this week. Abandoning patients in their hour of greatest need goes against everything a career in medicine is meant to be about. The entire focus of my department and the NHS team is now on getting the health service through the double whammy of flu and strikes. We've already vaccinated 17 million people, 170,000 more than last year, and 60,000 more NHS staff. We've invested in 500 new ambulances, 40 new same-day emergency care and urgent treatment centres, and 15 mental health crisis assessment centres. The NHS will also be recalling resident doctors to work in emergency situations, and we will not tolerate the dangerous attempts to block these requests that we've seen from the BMA in the past. I'm proud of the way the NHS team has pulled together through strike action in the past, and I know they will move heaven and earth to keep patients as safe as they can this winter. I'm just appalled that they are having to do so without the support of their colleagues in the BMA.
Stuart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This winter, a serious flu wave and rising RSV infections are pushing the NHS to its limits. Flu admissions, as we heard, are up 55% in a week. RSV cases are rising, especially in older people. But the government failed to prepare, as we pointed out earlier in the year. In July, the Health Secretary accepted JCVI advice to expand the RSV vaccine to over 80s. That expansion seems to have been quietly dropped. Flu vaccine uptake remains dangerously low, with fewer than 30% of some key groups vaccinated. Most worryingly, this does include NHS staff, who are going off sick because of flu, adding to staffing pressures. Delayed discharges are worsening. 19,000 beds, more bed days have been lost this year. Still, there is no winter discharge plan, no new funding, and no clarity. And today, yes, resident doctors confirmed further strike action next week that will add pressure to a system already under significant strain. And that is why we would ban strike action. But at the same time, this government is literally making it easier for unions through their employment rights bill. When the NHS is under this level of pressure, families deserve the reassurance that care will be there when they need it. So I ask the Secretary of State, will he now publish the government's plan for managing winter pressures, including delayed discharges and emergency care? And given he is worried about a double whammy of rising flu cases and a strike, what extra resources is he providing? And if he isn't, where is the money coming from? What action will he take to ensure RSV vaccine access for older people? And what will he do to raise flu vaccine uptake in vulnerable groups and in particular in NHS staff? Mr. Speaker, families are frightened. Some are already grieving. This crisis was not inevitable, but the government's failure to prepare has made it much worse.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will ignore the political nonsense about banning strikes and clamping down on trade unions. I will, however, take on directly the charge that we haven't prepared for this winter. We've delivered over 17 million flu vaccinations this session, hundreds of thousands more than this time last year, and 60,000 more NHS staff than last year are also getting their jab. We are on track to deliver the 5 percentage point increase in flu vaccine uptake in healthcare workers as set out in our urgent and emergency care plan. On children and young people, 500,000 2 to 3 year olds have been vaccinated, same as last year. 3.6 million school-aged children have been vaccinated, up 100,000 on last year, and we'll be going back to schools to do repeat visits in those areas where uptake within schools has not been as high as we would like. For care home residents, flu vaccination uptake is 71%. We're on track to meet the RSV uptake target for 25-26 in the published urgent and emergency care plan. So we are doing a lot on the vaccination front to prepare. In fact, on winter planning more generally, we started earlier and did more than ever to prepare for this winter. We had stress-tested winter plans, trust by trust. Local NHS leaders ran scenario-based exercises, including managing surges in demand and responding to virus outbreaks to test and strengthen their winter readiness plans, which are now being put into action. We've strengthened access by boosting GP access to keep people well and out of hospital. Through advertising campaigns, new online access routes and more GP practices open for longer hours over the Christmas period, we're making sure more people can be seen close to home, which matters because when people can get help early from their GP, they're less likely to end up in A&E. And of course, we're going further to improve our urgent and emergency care performance this winter. That's set out in our urgent and emergency care plan. We're investing almost £450 million into UEC this winter, meaning 500 new ambulances on the roads, expanding same-day and urgent treatment centres, providing targeted support to the most challenged trusts, creating capacity and keeping flow moving by sharing weekly data with trusts, encouraging the use of alternative community services, streamlining in-hospital discharge processes to get patients discharged more quickly from hospital when safe to do so, including joining up the NHS and social care, where relationships between health and social care have been improving year on year. And if I think about where we are this year compared to last year, there has been sustained improvement. So a lot done, more to do. Of course, our job is made harder by strike action. That's why this government is doing everything we possibly can to get the NHS through this winter. I just wish we were doing it with the BMA rather than against the BMA.
Dr. Rosanna Arlington.
Mr. Speaker, if I may, I'd like to pay tribute to all the incredible staff at St George's in Tooting, where I did my A&E shifts with them this week, together in the trenches. The Labour government inherited an NHS that was bursting at the seams. And with flu cases on the rise, the NHS feels as though it's working with one arm tied behind its back. Over 500,000 people this year were treated in corridors in A&E. This is unsafe and undignified. The APPG on emergency care, which I have the privilege of actually chairing and working very closely with the Royal College of Emergency Medicine, published a report outlining our recommendations to end so-called corridor care. I know this is a matter of which the Secretary of State cares deeply, and I am asking him if he will meet with us to discuss some of the recommendations to provide safer, more dignified care for patients and staff.
Secretary of State.
Can I thank my honourable friend for her question? Can I echo her thanks to frontline NHS staff for what they're doing against a very challenging backdrop, which will be made all the more difficult this coming week? And can I thank her personally for her ongoing frontline service, which she performs in addition to her duties in this House? Of course, I'm always delighted to meet my honourable friend, and I'll be very happy to discuss her report with her.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Helen Morgan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's obvious already that this year is going to be very difficult for the NHS, with many A&E departments already overwhelmed, hospital wards full, and too many patients looking at spending their Christmas on a corridor. Indeed, corridor care has been common throughout this year, and even trusts that have seen improvement in other areas, like Shrewsbury and Telford in my constituency, are struggling to make real progress in urgent and emergency care. In July this year, 1 in 5 people arriving at an A&E in Shropshire had to wait more than 12 hours, and that was before the double whammy of a record winter flu epidemic and an irresponsible doctors' strike. So, will the Prime Minister chair regular COBRA meetings to address this emergency? And will the Minister agree to make flu vaccines available to far more people and roll out an emergency vaccination scheme in communities to reach people who've been missed? And finally, will the Government support Liberal Democrat calls for a dedicated winter crisis unit, providing the locum doctors and social care support needed to discharge patients and free up hospital beds?
We are doing much of what the Liberal Democrat spokesperson asked. She's absolutely right. We need to focus on delayed discharge, on demand management, and the system is doing all of those things. It is challenging in the NHS, and the House will know of our determination to end corridor care. And we've certainly ended the nomenclature of temporary escalation spaces that makes corridor care sound like it is both normal and acceptable in the NHS, neither of which is true. I will stop short of asking the Prime Minister to chair COBRA meetings. That would not be the right mechanism or response. But of course, the Prime Minister and I meet regularly to discuss winter pressures, and I'll keep him apprised of the situation.
Alice McIntyre.
Secretary of State for his statement this afternoon. Residents in Gloucester are rightly worried about the rising flu levels. I myself got struck down by it a few weeks ago and can attest to how tough this current strain is. And does Secretary of State agree with me in that context that it's reckless for the BMA to be taking its members out on strike? And will he call for resident doctors in Gloucester to go to work next week to keep their patients safe?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, it's one thing for the BMA to have rejected the offer that we made to them. It's quite something else for them to have done that following a 28.9% pay rise. But we are where we are. The thing that I find utterly inexplicable and indefensible about the BMA's position is that we offered them the chance to extend their strike mandate to the beginning of February in order that strikes could be delayed into January to give the NHS a clear run at what is an extremely difficult and challenging winter and the most challenging time of the year for the NHS. The only reason the BMA are choosing to strike this week is because they have chosen a week where they know it will inflict maximum damage on the NHS, but in doing so risk avoidable harm to patients. It is that I think is completely unconscionable and indefensible and unnecessary. And I'd ask ordinary members of the BMA, whatever their views on the offer or this government, to bear that in mind when deciding whether or not to leave their patients this week.
Stephen Bott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the pressures from flu and strikes, can the Secretary of State confirm whether the evidence he gave to the pay review body remains correct, that any pay rises must be funded from within his department? And if so, given that the OBR said that inflation next year will be 3.5% and he offered 2.5% across the NHS and said a 1% increase would cost £1.5 billion, is he intending to give NHS staff a real terms pay cut or to take £1.5 billion from headline government commitments?
Oh, it's like the ghost of Christmas past has come to visit as one of my predecessors, as here to remind the BMA of what they used to have to deal with, and maybe they might be a bit more content with the ghost of Christmas present. And that's before we get threatened by the ghost of Christmas future somewhere up there. Let me take the point seriously, because he is a serious, he does ask a serious question. I'm only being slightly tongue-in-cheek. There's a serious point here, which is we put evidence into the pay review body process. They will make their recommendation, which we will consider at the time. We are in active discussions with Agenda for Change unions about whether we can find an agreement on future years, including exploring the prospect of a multi-year offer. I have made the same approach to all health unions, including the BMA, including the resident doctors. The challenge with resident doctors is their expectations are some way apart from affordability. and they are asking for a 24% pay rise on top of the 28.9% they've already had. That's not acceptable. And as his question implies, I have a responsibility for the entire NHS workforce, particularly the Agenda for Change staff, who have not done as well as doctors. And I see that as both a practical issue for me to address, but also a moral one too.
Danny Beales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, I'd like to strongly associate myself with the Secretary of State's comments about the regrettable decision of the BMA and its members today. Turning to the pressures of flu and RSV, in light of the pressures that we currently face, does the Secretary of State think it's time to ask the JCVI to look again at its recommendations around the ages that these two vaccines are available, and specifically on RSV in infants? Does he think it's time to ask NHS England to look again at the decision to switch from an infant-based delivery model to a maternal-based delivery model on cost? But it has not taken into account the lower uptake now of RSV in infants. Thank you.
Can I thank my honourable friend for his support and for his questions. We will indeed, after this winter, reflect on our performance, just as we did last winter. He raised some interesting points about the way in which we deliver vaccines. As for the questions of eligibility and timing, we do rely on the expert advice of JCVI. They will also be looking at the data and looking at how this winter's panned out, and we'll look forward to receiving their recommendations in due course.
Joe Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State says that these strikes come at a time of maximum danger for the NHS and has called on the junior doctors to call off those strikes. I agree with him. But will he accept at least some responsibility for the second round of strikes under his watch? Because last year he conceded to a bumper pay deal to the same junior doctors with no strings attached. It's hardly surprising they judge him a soft touch on pay and have come back for more this year.
Mr. Speaker, I think the BMA are finding, regardless of their result today, that I'm not a soft touch. We will not be conceding to a completely unreasonable and unaffordable demands. The reason why we made that pay award within weeks of coming into government is we didn't think that their treatment at the hands of our predecessors had been fair. We recognise the issues they were raising on pay. Indeed, the irony of this round of strikes and previous rounds of strikes under this government is that I've recognised that whether on pay, on jobs, on working conditions, resident doctors make a whole series of fair and reasonable points, and we are doing our best to address those. And I think 28.9% pay is a meaningful step in the right direction on pay. I think our offer of emergency legislation, unusual in this House, would make a real difference, reducing competition for jobs from 4 to 1 to 2 to 1, less than 2 to 1. But they've rejected that course of action. In the end, I think people will judge the BMA's actions to be unreasonable. And of course, the issues they raise are serious ones, are substantial ones, but we see similar issues raised not just across the NHS but across the entire public sector. We can't fix everything for everyone everywhere all at once. I think most reasonable people accept that for reasons I cannot understand. The BMA do not.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State is rightly proud of the work that has been done to vaccinate people, and he will be acutely aware that we are heading into the super spreader festive season. There are parents across the country who want to protect their parents by getting their children vaccinated. But right now there is a gap in the system when it comes to 16 and 17-year-olds who are not covered. That means unless you go to a wholly private provider, even if you pay, you cannot get a vaccine for this cohort. And NHS pharmacists are turning away parents who want to pay for a vaccine. Can I press the Secretary of State to correct that gap so that those families who want to protect their loved ones can do so, and that those 16 and 17-year-olds don't give their grandparents the worst Christmas present ever?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for a question. We will obviously review eligibility, distribution and means of people accessing the vaccine in the usual way. People should enjoy themselves over the Christmas period. It is a time for family. It is a time for seeing loved ones and friends, but just be mindful of the risk posed by particularly the most virulent strain of flu and recognise that maybe just waiting an extra week if you're symptomatic and likely to give someone you love something they'd rather not have this Christmas, maybe just hold off for a week until you've recovered.
Andrew George.
Mr. Speaker, I strongly endorse the Secretary of State's emphasis on the importance of vaccination, not least to protect the resilience of frontline NHS staff and to face down the anti-vax and the vaccine hesitant. But nevertheless, would the Secretary of State reflect carefully on his emphasis on the shift from hospital to community at this time, given that the emergency departments are still in crisis and corridor care is still a norm across much of the country?
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. He gives me the opportunity to just say, for the avoidance of doubt, accident and emergency is for accidents and emergency situations. It's not an anything and everything walk-in service, and A&E departments are already stretched ahead of strikes. If patients are in need of medical care or attention and struggling to access maybe their GP or wonder which NHS service local to them would be most suitable, NHS 111 provides a suitable service to triage and point people in the right direction. Of course, if someone requires an ambulance, dial 999 in emergencies. And if it is an accident or an emergency, people should attend emergency departments in the usual way.
Justin Maddocks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Late on Friday, I received notification that the Eastern Walk-in Centre was going to be temporarily closed for a period of 4 weeks. Now, it appears that this is a move in response to the real pressures that are being faced in the NHS now, as I think most of the staff are going to be redeployed to the local A&E. But given myself and my honourable friend, the member for Birkenhead, campaigned vigorously previously to keep this centre open permanently, I'd be grateful for any assurances the Secretary of State can give that this step is indeed a temporary one and is indeed indicative of the real pressures the NHS is facing currently.
My honourable friend can rest assured that you have my support as he keeps his eye on the temporary nature of this closure, and I share his desire for it to be temporary. I would just make this point too. There is a view amongst some in the BMA that somehow these strikes are consequence-free for patients on the basis that, and for the NHS on the basis that we can just cancel some operations and it's okay because consultants will be covering. Well, I think that's quite a cavalier attitude to take to your fellow frontline staff who will be having their annual leave cancelled and finding themselves recalled right now. I also think it really minimises how patients feel, either when they can't access a walk-in service like my honourable friends, or indeed if you've waited, and often waited far too long, for a diagnostic test or scan, or for an operation, you've psyched yourself up, you're ready for that appointment, and then you find it's cancelled because of strikes. The BMA might try and kid everyone else that these are consequence-free for patients, but they really oughtn't kid themselves.
Dr. Andrew Murray.
Will the Health Secretary ensure we have clarity on advice regarding the use of face masks, particularly where they are mandated? He will be aware that there is conflicting advice being issued by various agencies which confuses people and reduces their confidence. And will he ensure that advice is absolutely rigorously evidence-based?
The honourable gentleman is absolutely right to call for an evidence-based approach, and that's why the government is not mandating mask use across the NHS or social care. What we do is support leaders in providers to make their own judgments based on the situations in their trust as to whether or not wearing of masks by patients and visitors is necessary given the pressures that they are under. Even in those cases, there is an understanding that people may not wish to comply, but I hope that people, if asked to, would.
Holly Billington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my honourable friend share my concern that in this run-up to Christmas, we've now got a situation where NHS staff will be having to change their own Christmas plans in order to be able to cover emergency shifts as a result of this ridiculous strike, and patients will have emergency operations and indeed scheduled operations cancelled.
My honourable friend is absolutely right to raise the issue of disruption. And look, the thing I'm really worried about as we look towards the end of this week, we've got very carefully laid plans to manage industrial action this week. But it's also the long tail that takes us into next week, the following week and into the new year. For a few reasons. One is, in our experience, there is always a need to recover the service following that kind of disruption. And sometimes the worst disruption, ironically, is seen in the weeks that follow, not just during strike days. And secondly, this is normally the busiest time of the year. And we normally get through the busiest time of the year because we have experienced consultants who are willing to put in extra shifts over the Christmas and New Year period, recognising those pressures. Those same people are now going to be absolutely knackered because of the toil of covering for their resident doctor colleagues over the 5-year period. I really do think that in choosing the timing of these strikes, the BMA have been highly inconsiderate of their colleagues, and I don't think they've even thought about patients.
Yes, Brown for the...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent Fred is eligible for a flu vaccination, but has had his appointment cancelled 3 times due to a lack of vaccines in the local area. Pharmacies and GPs are asked to guess what their need will be, sometimes a year in advance, and without sight of the JCVI's eligibility criteria. So naturally that results in conservative estimates so that they don't have waste. Can the Minister outline what emergency measures the government is taking to get additional vaccines to rural and coastal areas like mine to slow down the crisis that we're seeing in our A&E?
Can I thank the honourable member for her question? There is no shortage of the vaccine, which is why it's even more frustrating for our constituents and for the honourable member, knowing that there are flu vaccines available, but they're just not in the right place at the right time. And I'm extremely sorry to her constituent who suffered that inconvenience and setback 3 times. She's placed her concerns on the record. We will look at what's happened in her constituency and look at supplies, and I'll make sure my department works with her to resolve that situation. More generally, where we have seen reports of shortages or suppliers caught short, we have acted rapidly to remedy that situation.
Rachel, that's good.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I refer to my register of financial interests as a former leader in a trade union on healthcare, but also as a clinician in respiratory medicine. I'm deeply concerned about patients as we speak right now, and I recognise that the Health Secretary shared a lot of information on Wednesday evening with the House about how he wants to take things forward. Could he set out the process of engagement, not least perhaps engaging ACAS, in order to sit down with the BMA and to work through those proposals to see if they could be enhanced or tweaked to see that a right resolve is brought for patients and the NHS, and not least to abate these forthcoming strikes?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for her question. Mr. Speaker, I've lost count of the number of times I've met with the BMA personally, spoken on the telephone, including as recently as this afternoon with the chair of the Resident Doctors Committee and his predecessors. Of course, we're always willing to consider bringing in people who can help to close the gap between both sides of the table. In the past, the BMA haven't been too fond of ACAS. We'll let this round of strikes pass. That's our first priority now, has got to be managing our way through this period and recovering the NHS into the new year. There will then be, by my reckoning, at least 6 weeks or so without strikes. And of course, we will do our best to resolve the situation with the BMA. I would just say to my honourable friend, to the House and to the BMA itself, that there really isn't much further for the government to go. We've given a 28.9% pay rise already. The BMA wants to talk about future years' pay, but we haven't even had a recommendation from the DDRB, so I think it's extraordinary that they are out on strike on pay after the 28.9% pay rise. On jobs, the BMA peddled to their members the idea that there were just 4,000 extra specialty training places up for grabs, and seemed to completely sideline the point about emergency legislation to deal with UK graduate prioritisation, which is exactly what they'd asked us to do in all of the meetings that I had with them. And since they have rejected that offer, they shouldn't expect to see the legislation. If they want to see the government move forward constructively with them, then they really need to stop striking, stop harming the NHS, and maybe start thinking about patients while they're at it.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, these strikes at a time of peak seasonal pressure on the NHS are reprehensible, and the BMA should be thoroughly ashamed of themselves. Does the Health Secretary agree with me that we should use this opportunity to reassert our collective societal trust in vaccines and encourage anyone who's vulnerable or eligible to get a vaccine to mitigate the effects on them and the effects on wider society? And given the Health Secretary's comments a moment ago that there's not much more the government can offer, does he at least acknowledge that the government's unconditional inflation-busting offer last year, just weeks after they came into office, surely must have emboldened the BMA?
Can I thank the honourable member for being helpful in two different ways. Firstly, it is always good to see voices from the right making the case for vaccine uptake, and that places the Conservative Party in stark contrast to the anti-science nonsense we hear peddled by Reform UK. And secondly, can I also thank him for reminding resident doctors and the BMA of what they used to have with the Conservative Party, and maybe I don't look so unreasonable after all.
Red Toppers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to place on record my immense thanks to staff at Derriford Hospital in Plymouth who are working tirelessly to keep people safe during the busiest winter yet. I'm sure the Secretary of State might want to join me in those thanks. But the South West has seen a 93% increase in the number of beds taken up by flu just compared to last year. So does the Secretary of State agree that in the run-up to Christmas, this is a dangerous and reckless time for doctors to go on strike? And what would he say to all the other staff at Derriford who are going to have to take up that work on the front line as we approach Christmas?
So stay.
Can I thank my honourable friend? First of all, thank the staff of the Derriford Hospital. I've visited a number of times over the years and I've seen them coping with pressures at the height of summer, during peak tourist season and in the depths of winter, where I was this time last year. They do a really good job in very difficult circumstances, and my honourable friend champions them regularly and consistently, publicly and privately. He's absolutely right about the challenges that we're facing in our urgent emergency departments. Our UEC plan addresses the underlying issues that he raises, but of course we've got more to do in the coming weeks to help manage the NHS through this winter, and we are already reflecting now on how we will plan for next winter too.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm hearing this afternoon of resident doctors who are not BMA members, who plan to go to work as we would urge them to do, who are being pressured and bullied by the BMA not to go to work, including being told that locum doctors have been booked in their place at huge extra cost to the NHS. So does the Secretary of State join me in absolutely condemning this pressure and this bullying by the BMA?
No member of staff should be bullied for going to work this week and doing the right thing by patients. And I'm really grateful to resident doctors who've been at work in previous strike actions, and I hope we will see resident doctors do the same this week. I ask resident doctors, regardless of their views on the offer that this government has made, to think really carefully about the risks that the BMA are playing with, and I use that term advisedly, by choosing to schedule strikes this week. It would have been the most reasonable thing for the BMA to accept the offer of extending their strike mandate and simply postponing their strikes into January. I think it would have reflected well on the BMA. It would have shown that they had care and consideration for their colleagues under pressure this week. It would have shown they had care and consideration for patients who risk suffering this week because of their action. It is for the BMA to answer now why they rejected that perfectly reasonable offer and why it is they have chosen the most dangerous time to be out on strike. I actually think it's probably the most shameful episode in the BMA's history since they marched against the foundation of the NHS in the first place.
Neil Coyle.
Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Secretary of State and his whole team for all they're doing to fix the NHS, including boosting the number of appointments by more than was in our manifesto last year. But in Southwark, one particular NHS pressure is on GP access. Southwark Council is helping expand and improve provision. But how does the government ensure GP practices self-reported access times, that 4 in 5 people can see a GP within 2 weeks, is accurate and heading in the right direction?
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is part of GP's contractual obligations, and accurate reporting is absolutely central. Both from an ethics and integrity perspective, but also it helps to inform us about the state of the service and how we can improve care for patients. I'm very happy to look at the situation in my honourable friend's constituency with the ICB to make sure that data and information is being collected and provided accurately for him and for public consumption.
Sir Julian Lewis.
I hope the Secretary of State will give a little more consideration to the rather important point I thought raised by his honourable friend from Walthamstow about 16 and 17-year-olds not being able to be vaccinated. But can he tell me this? If any junior doctor, whether or not a member of the BMA, but particularly if a member of the BMA decides on ethical grounds to go into work during the period of this strike and is then faced with sanctions by the BMA, will the government protect him or her?
Two things. Firstly, we will certainly give serious consideration to the point made by my honourable friend for Walthamstow. The JCVI will do that in the usual way, and we follow their advice. But secondly, resident doctors have been to work on previous rounds of strikes. I have not been made aware of bullying or intimidation of individuals who did. Of course, if that is happening, it shouldn't be. Of course, if that is happening, my priority will be to protect doctors who are doing the right thing. My expectation is that no one will be intimidated for going to work and applying a moral and ethical judgment that it's the right thing to do by patients, by their fellow colleagues and by the NHS this Christmas.
Sarah Coombs.
Speaker. This government was elected to pick the NHS staff back off its knees, and that's exactly what we are doing by putting tens of billions extra into the NHS, including a 28.9% pay rise for doctors, which is delivering a 20% reduction in the NHS waiting list in my area. Despite this progress, we are seeing families worried by the spectre of these strikes and a super surge in flu. I know the Secretary of State is working flat out to support the NHS, but what can families in Sandwell do to support the NHS, including taking up a vaccine at this time?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. People can check their eligibility for the vaccine online or via the NHS app. They can and should seek to protect themselves. And then when it comes to accessing services, if people need healthcare, they should seek to access healthcare. I don't want people to be deterred unnecessarily by strike action, but it is important that people get the right care in the right place. So unless it's an accident or an emergency, the best thing to do is to call 111 and patients will be directed to the most appropriate service. My honourable friend is right about the progress we're making to the NHS since we came to office. That's one of the many reasons I'm so disappointed by the BMA's action, because this is lose-lose. It's bad for the NHS and therefore for patients. It also leaves doctors working in poorer conditions for longer than I would want, than they would want, and the country would want.
Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're told that the NHS is adequately funded. However, in Birmingham and in my constituency of Birmingham Perry-Barr, the ambulance does not respond. The ambulance services, when 999 is contacted, they're informed that they ought to catch a taxi to get to the hospital because they have no ambulances, because it's not just corridor care. Ambulances are being used as facilities to care for vulnerable people. So what can this government do to ensure that ambulances will be ready and available to pick up those that need that service?
This Labour government is investing more in the NHS, £26 billion, rising to £29 billion over the course of the spending review period. Urgent and emergency care is improving. Ambulance response times are improving year on year. I recognise there are particular challenges with the West Midlands Ambulance Service. We are going as hard and as fast as we can to repair the damage done by 14 years of Conservative government. We are only able to do that because people chose to vote Labour at the last general election.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was at a Hanukkah event in Nottingham last night speaking with a medical undergraduate who welcomes the government's commitment to halving competition and the offer that was put to the BMA. We know there are lots of medical professionals, be they hospital doctors or GPs or allied health professionals, struggling to find work. So can the Secretary of State outline how this offer would have helped and the other work that this government is doing to help those individuals mentioned?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and this is the futility of the BMA's position. The steps we were proposing to take, both through increasing the number of specialty places and also by bringing forward emergency legislation to deal with UK prioritisation, would have reduced the competition ratio from around 4-to-1 where it is today to less than 2-to-1. That would have kicked in during the current round. We would have been able to bring forward emergency legislation, a new application round in the spring, and the BMA have rejected that approach, so we will not proceed on that basis. It is for the BMA to explain really what their dispute is all about. We were told that it was all about jobs. What it seems to be about in substance is they want a 26% pay rise in addition to a 28.9% pay rise. I think what the BMA is missing is a degree of perspective about this, not just the state of the public finances, but the pressures on other parts of the NHS and other parts of the public sector. This is a government that is committed to consistently, year on year, improving pay, terms and conditions for staff, but also, crucially, improving the conditions that patients are seen and treated in. We cannot fix it all at once. In fact, when this government or previous governments have floated raising extra money, sometimes among the first to complain about the prospect of higher taxes are BMA committees, whether on pensions or on other issues. It seems their view is that everyone else should pay higher taxes for their higher salaries and no one else matters. Well, for me, those Agenda for Change staff who've been left behind are my first priority.
Chris Curtis. Sorry, Stuart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Everybody knows that South Shropshire is the most beautiful rural constituency. But this rurality brings remoteness that brings challenges with an ageing population as well. And with additional strikes, there is concern in South Shropshire that adequate healthcare will be provided for this winter. Can the Secretary of State set out how this will be done and that South Shropshire residents won't go without?
The Honourable Gentleman is absolutely right to raise the interests not just of our cities and towns, but of rural communities as well. I was proud of the emphasis we placed on rural services and coastal communities in our 10-year plan for health. We take that into account with our urgent and emergency care plan. I've been encouraged by the way in which some of our ambulance services that are dealing with some of the most remote and rural constituencies are responding this year compared to last year, but there's still much more for us to do. Particularly across the Midlands. We want to see consistent year-on-year improvement so that whoever you are, wherever you live, the NHS is always there for you when you need it.
Chris Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for his statement and hard work in trying to bring an end to these unacceptable strikes. But I often feel when strikes like this happen, it does draw attention away, particularly at this time of year, from the hard work that staff right across our National Health Service are constantly putting in during these difficult times. That's why later this week I'll be visiting Milton Keynes Hospital to thank them for what they're doing over Christmas, particularly given how important they've been to the work they put into supporting my family through what's been a very difficult year. So will the Secretary of State please join me in thanking staff, particularly at Milton Keynes Hospital, for working hard during a difficult time when we're tucking into our Christmas dinners next week.
So State.
Through my honourable friend, can I thank the staff at Milton Keynes Hospital? I've had the privilege of visiting previously for all of their hard work, and thank all NHS staff for what they're doing throughout this week and throughout what is a very challenging winter period. We know that staff are working under pressure. We know that their pay terms and conditions need to improve. We know that, most importantly, conditions for patients need to improve. We're far better able to do that if we work together and if the BMA is more reasonable in not just the scale of the asks, but the pace in which they are demanding change, recognising our responsibility to all staff, not just to doctors, and crucially to patients.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are over 34,000 residents in Dorset over the age of 80 who are therefore excluded from the RSV virus, told that it was too dangerous for them to take, now extremely worried because cases are going up. So will the Secretary of State sit back round with the JCVI and review the decision to exclude them so that residents like Joan in Wimborne, who has to care for her even older and more disabled husband, can get the reassurance this winter that she can protect herself and him?
I'm grateful to the Honourable Woman for her question. I would just say I'm not a clinician or a scientist. JCVI is full of them. and we follow their expert advice. They will, in the normal way, review how this winter has gone and look ahead to future pressures, but it is really important that we are guided by the evidence, whatever the political pressure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am so angry, and I'm sorry to almost say this, but I feel that by their actions today, the BMA are killing our NHS and quite possibly my constituents and patients over the Christmas period. They've become almost the midwives for privatisation under reform. The Secretary of State has been so robust in his role as patient advocate and chief, and more power to him in that. But will he go a step further and join me in appealing to resident doctors in my constituency and elsewhere to say, go back into work and look after my constituents?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I certainly hope that resident doctors, when making a decision whether to go to work this week, bear in mind the pressures the NHS is under, the consequences for their colleagues, not just this week but in the coming weeks, of their actions, and crucially the impact this risks having on patients, which is the most important consideration. I'd ask resident doctors to bear in mind that we offered the BMA the chance to postpone their strike action into January. I think that is a reasonable offer. The BMA's rejection of it shows how thoroughly unreasonable they are. But I do follow what resident doctors say, and I do worry that too many of them seem to think these strikes are consequence-free for everyone but the government. If only that were true, and if only it wasn't placing intolerable pressure on other NHS staff and an intolerable risk to patients, which I think is unconscionable.
Adnan Hussain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At Royal Blackburn Hospital, coroners have warned that unsafe pressures and delayed care risk further deaths without change. Blackburn also has one of the worst GP to patient ratios in the country, with over 3,000 patients per GP, leaving many constituents unable to access early care and pushed into A&E out of desperation, not misuse, only to face fear and delay. With winter admissions rising, what targeted support on staffing, bed capacity and GP access will be provided to places like Blackburn? And does the Secretary of State accept that winter resilience is impossible without fixing primary care in the hardest hit communities like Blackburn?
Secretary of State.
Of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is thanks to the decisions taken by this Labour government that we've increased funding for general practice by £1.1 billion, that we deployed not just 1,000 more GPs to the front line in our first year as promised, but 2,500. And through reforms to the Car Hill formula, we are restoring the deprivation link to health funding so that the poorest communities with the greatest need are receiving greater care and support and investment as a result. This is undoing the damage left by 14 years of Conservative government, and it is only possible because people chose to elect Labour MPs.
Jim Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week I met with leaders from Darrant Valley Hospital in my constituency, and apart from discussing progress made on the new ICU which is being invested in the hospital, a sure sign that the government is starting to turn the NHS round, it was clear from my conversation that the rise in flu admissions is already having a big impact on A&E waiting times and care being administered in corridors. Would the Secretary of State agree with me and the hospital leadership, and this is the point they particularly wanted us to amplify, that anyone who wants to help the NHS should go to your GP or your local pharmacy and get a vaccination as soon as possible if you haven't already done so?
Secretary of State.
That is very good advice on vaccination, Madam Deputy Speaker. And if people require health services and it's not an accident and it's not an emergency, call 111 or visit the website or use the NHS app. There are plenty of services available to help people. But people have seen on their television screens and social media feeds the current pressures in emergency departments. It's not a place to be unless you've had an accident or it is a genuine emergency.
Jim Farron.
Madam Deputy Speaker, across Cumbria and Morecambe Bay, the teams working in A&E, in our hospital wards and our ambulance crews are doing a stunning job dealing with the winter pressures in a community where in my constituency the average age is 10 years above the national average. But their job is made all the more difficult by the fact that in our local hospitals we're dealing with about 25% plus of the beds occupied by people who do not meet category criteria to reside. On top of that, the local trust in Morecambe Bay is planning to make bed cuts for financial reasons alone. We hear about the additional investment in the NHS. It doesn't feel like we're having it in Morecambe Bay and in Cumbria. Will he personally investigate so we're not cutting beds at a time when we need them more than ever?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We do flex beds depending on need. For example, there are 101,000, just over 101,000 beds open on average per day in the last week, which was up on the previous week and broadly the same as it was this time last year. But of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are investing in the NHS. We've got to make sure people get the right care in the right place at the right time. And that means not just investing in secondary care, but actually, if anything, investing in the front door and the back door of the hospital, primary care, community services and social care to deal with the flow of patients through hospitals. I don't pretend these are easy issues, and I don't pretend that everything is going swimmingly in the NHS. Quite the opposite. I've seen conditions on our screens in the last week or two that I would not want to be treated in, or someone I love to be treated in, or anyone to be treated in. It is a reflection of the fact we inherited an NHS that was in enormous crisis. It will take time to recover. The key for me is achieving year-on-year improvement to get the NHS back on its feet and to make sure it's fit for the future.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I put on record my thanks to the staff at Princess Alexandra Hospital in Harlow for the work they do supporting residents in my constituency, not just at Christmas, but all year round. Clearly, the decision taken by the BMA with regards to taking strike action over Christmas is hugely disappointing. I remember, as a former teacher, if we did take industrial action, we always tried to avoid taking it over exam season for similar reasons. I wondered if the Secretary of State could reiterate his point about the deal that he put forward to the BMA, and particularly about closing the number of applicants for one job, which I think is hugely important and something that actually should be really welcomed by resident doctors or potential resident doctors.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and he's absolutely right that often responsible trade unions do think about the wider workforce. They do think about the impact on service users, whether children or other users of public services. And crucially, for most trade unions in this country, strike action is a last resort. I think it is astonishing, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the BMA chose to go on strike after a 28.9% pay rise, well ahead of even the government making any decisions on future years' pay, and with the government willing to discuss future years' pay with the BMA. I think it is extraordinary that the BMA have chosen to go on strike after we took action, or proposed to take action, I should say, on jobs, including bringing forward legislation at an expedited pace, which legal advice was watertight. It involved making sure that operationally we could deliver a new application round. It involved working to key extra training places. It involved working with my counterparts in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. So even after all of that effort was strained to bring forward something more quickly for this application round, the BMA rejected it. It is unreasonable. And to have rejected the offer of postponing strikes to the new year on grounds of patient safety and doing the decent thing by their colleagues, I think that was unconscionable.
Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Next week, families a bit like mine will be coming together across the generations to celebrate Christmas. And in those families, there'll be a mixture of people who've been vaccinated, who haven't, and that might be by choice or by default. I know that teenagers and young adults are struggling to access vaccinations. They can't walk into a pharmacy like an adult can. Is the Secretary of State content that everything's being done to make sure that those families who want to get their young people vaccinated will be vaccinated in time for Christmas?
Secretary of State.
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I just also say, the JCVI make evidence-based recommendations and we follow their evidence. And also, with the best will in the world, of course we give out practical common sense advice, but we also shouldn't infantilise our constituents. I think they're perfectly capable of working out who can get together this Christmas. They really don't need government ministers to start trying to issue directions about who can get round the table for Christmas dinner, who can get together in the days after. And I do sometimes think, in terms of the exchanges we have in this House, there is sometimes a degree of patronising the British people. I don't think they really don't need us. They really don't need our advice on the seating plan at Christmas dinner. What they do need are NHS services there when they need them, and that's what the government's focused on.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I commend the Secretary of State on the actions that he has taken to try to prevent industrial action? Nye Bevan had his own challenges with the BMA as well. But the COVID inquiry actually made a number of recommendations in regards to coordination and preparedness across all 4 nations. Can I ask the Secretary of State in regards to this wave of flu, RSV and indeed access to vaccination, what interaction he's had with the other devolved nations?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I speak regularly with my counterparts, and I know that ministers sat either side of me in the chamber this afternoon have been engaging with our counterparts in recent weeks on these issues. We have a good relationship with devolved administrations, regardless of party or where they sit across the United Kingdom. That is a good thing. And as for the history of Labour government's interactions with the NHS, that is not lost on me. The BMA marched against the NHS. It may be the case that the BMA doesn't really feel it needs the NHS. They'll be all right regardless. But let me tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker, my constituents cannot afford private healthcare, let alone earn money working in it. So we will do everything we can to save this NHS, to get it back on its feet and to make sure it's fit for the future. It's the only NHS our country has ever had, and compared to all of the alternatives, I wouldn't give up on a publicly funded public service owned by us, there for all of us, for anything.
Joshua Reynolds.
Madam Deputy Speaker, vaccination rates in the over 65s are not where we would like them to be. So will the Secretary of State adopt an emergency vaccination scheme in village halls and supermarkets, and if needed in jab vans, getting to those people who have been missed?
There are many examples of great community-based vaccination initiatives, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many of them are also supported by faith-based organisations, which, given some of the vaccine hesitancy in some of those groups, is really important. I don't believe that people are hard to reach. I do believe that often public services don't try hard enough, and that's our approach. We'll reflect on our success this year and seek to build on it for future years.
Final question, Jim Shannon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Secretary of State very much for his answers. The BMA are losing public opinion, and quite clearly the Secretary of State is gaining public opinion. I wish him well in the role that he plays. Official figures across the water in Northern Ireland nearly doubled. Flu cases nearly doubled to 954 in the recent week. Flu-related admissions also doubled, with hundreds being treated in hospitals. There are issues around the supply of the flu vaccine. To the extent that people are only able to get their jobs in pharmacies, GPs are only offering this to select groups. So I know the Minister has a regular contact with the Minister Knight and elsewhere. What's been discussions that have taken place to ensure and to increase the supply of the flu vaccine, to ensure it is there and accessible when the needs are there? Thank you.
Secretary of State.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman for his question? I mean, given that politicians are somewhere below traffic wardens and estate agents in terms of public popularity at the moment, it is quite an achievement for the BMA to have found themselves even less popular with the public. But I think they have made it very clear in their actions and their rhetoric this week that they don't care about public opinion, in fact don't seem to care much about the public at all. On Northern Ireland, Madam Deputy Speaker, he is quite right that we need to make sure we've got a good supply of vaccine available across the whole of the United Kingdom. We do work closely with devolved administrations, and I speak regularly with my counterpart to make sure that should the Northern Ireland Executive ever need support or assistance, we're always willing to provide it wherever we can.
And it's the end of the urgent question NHS winter preparedness. Point of order, Lee Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. During the last urgent question, the Health Secretary suggested that Reform UK were vaccine sceptics. This is not the case. I've had all my vaccines from being born, and I shall continue to have vaccinations, including the flu jab. So is there anything that anything you can do, Madam Deputy Speaker, to encourage the Health Secretary to be a little bit more accurate with the facts?
Unfortunately, I'm not responsible for the content of speeches made by the front benches or the back benches, but it's not a matter for the Chair, but the Honourable Member has most definitely got his point
on the record. Oh, you wish to return? Secretary of State. Hopefully we're not going to be prolonging this
No,
today.
no, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just wanted to welcome the honourable gentleman's endorsement of vaccination. It is by far the most sensible thing he has ever said. That is a low bar, but he has crossed it, and I'm very grateful to him. He might want to have a closer look at who his party platforms at their conferences, but that's not a matter for here, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I wish to prolong the urgent question. I'll allow the front benches a few moments to shuffle over before we come to our next urgent question on violence against women and girls strategy. If we're ready, Marie Goldman.
Madam Deputy Speaker, to ask the Secretary of State for the Home Department if she will make a statement on the violence against women and girls strategy.
I call the Minister, Jess Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Lady for this question. The scale of violence against women and girls in our country is intolerable. This government is treating it as a national emergency. Members are aware that we have made an unprecedented commitment to halve violence against women and girls in a decade. This effort will be underpinned by our Violence Against Women and Girls strategy. As I said in my oral statement on the Angelini inquiry earlier this month, I know there is a great deal of interest in the strategy. Having lived and breathed this piece of work for many months, the eagerness with which colleagues across the House are awaiting its publication is something I welcome, not least because in order to succeed in our mission, we will need everyone playing their part, including members of all political stripes. I can confirm that the strategy will be published this Thursday on the 18th of December, and I look forward to presenting it to the House on that day. I will be very happy to discuss every detail and every policy in our plan once it has been launched. Until then, I hope members will bear with me for just a few more days. We have not been sitting idle, however. Since the general election, we have taken urgent steps to strengthen the response. We have introduced new protections for stalking victims. We have launched long-awaited domestic abuse protection orders. We have increased refuge funding. We have increased helpline funding. We have placed domestic abuse specialists in 999 control rooms in the first 5 areas. We have begun the process of ending the presumption of contact, something begged for by victims for years. And we are expanding across the country the support for child victims of trafficking. Because I have a time limit, I won't list the many other things that I could list that have been done not just by the Home Department, but by every government department in this area. So I could really go on. These steps are all having an impact. But to give every woman and girl the safety and security they deserve, a complete reset is needed. And through the strategy, we will go further than ever before in our efforts to deliver real and lasting change and provide every woman and girl across the country with the safety and security that they deserve.
Marie Goldman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I stand here before you today disappointed. Disappointed that women and girls continue to be unsafe in Britain in 2025. I'm disappointed that this strategy has been delayed 3 times this year when urgent action is clearly needed. And this government should not have to be dragged before the House for a UQ for a strategy that should have been published months ago. And I'm disappointed that now it's finally set to be published on Parliament's final sitting day of the year, stakeholders have said the consultation process was inadequate and the strategy feels like an afterthought. Meanwhile, the Home Secretary has been on the airwaves trailing it without parliamentary scrutiny. Madam Deputy Speaker, 1 in 4 women have experienced domestic abuse. A woman is killed by a man once every 3 days. Only 2.6% of rape offences result in a charge or summons. These are shocking figures, and they are certainly not an afterthought to me, nor to the millions of women and girls in Britain. The police have called this a national emergency, and they are right to. And yet consecutive governments have either sat on their hands or produced vague strategies that have failed time and time again, as a National Audit Office report showed this year. So I ask the Minister, how will this strategy succeed where others have failed? How will progress towards halving violence against women and girls be measured? What interim targets will be set? And what consequences will follow if those targets are missed? And finally, as long as violent, misogynistic content continues to reach children online, this crisis will persist. Social media companies are failing to enforce their own terms of service, and the Online Safety Act has yet to deliver. What will the Home Secretary do to change that?
Thank you. I feel every moment of the disappointment that the Honourable Lady feels about the failures over the years. And I recall whilst working in service during the coalition government that we had to cut our child rape service and get the money from the big lottery because the state, under an era of austerity under that government, took away the funding that we had used to fund a child rape counselling service. So there is many, many years to reset, and we have to change decades of the expectation, not decades actually, millennia of the expectation that this violence is just expected. Women are just meant to expect it. And I could come and I could make a document like all the documents that went before that didn't do that reset. And the delay is I'm going to do something rare for a government minister. It is my fault. It is entirely my fault. And that's because at every iteration, it wasn't ambitious enough. So I could have come and done it quicker, and then it wouldn't have been as good. So I apologise that she has to wait till Christmas. But I would be apologising for decades of failure. And so what I would say is that the metrics that we will be measured against, the plans for how we will be measured, will all be released on Thursday. And absolutely, that she will be able to hold me to account. I won't be dragged kicking and screaming. She is welcome to come into my office at any point and have a meeting with me.
Absana Begum.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is important to acknowledge that there have been delays, as the Minister has said, but it is also important that the next strategy is comprehensive and ensures that multi-departmental working and cross-departmental working is embedded in the strategy. Will the Minister, who was an active former member of the cross-party group on domestic violence and abuse, of which I am chair, meet with us jointly with the cross-party group on perpetrators of domestic abuse in the first week back from recess, so that we can discuss the strategy in detail and how it can be successfully implemented?
I absolutely will do that. I commit to it here and make sure that that is being noted down, because actually the strategy isn't the end. It isn't all of the answers either. It is something that has to be changed, worked on, and it's going to take everybody. It is a fundamental shift, and so I will absolutely commit to doing that. And just to say, I have always worked alongside the Honourable Lady and welcome members of Parliament who reach out to me and want to work together on this are always welcome.
Well, the Shadow Minister, Matt Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for giving the House the chance to discuss this important issue that affects the lives of millions of women and girls across the country. This issue is a stain on our society, and I'm sure that members across the House will support the ambition to halve violence against women and girls. It's for the same reason that I hope the Minister can recognise the work undertaken by the previous government through the Domestic Abuse Act and related plan, funded by hundreds of millions of pounds, alongside important changes to legislation in areas such as harassment. Whilst it's clear that much more still needs to be done, these were critical steps in the right direction. Worryingly, according to data from the Crime Survey for England and Wales, sexual offences, rape, stalking and harassment have all increased by between 5 and 9% under this Labour government. This occurred at the same time as the number of police officers has fallen under this government. It demonstrates that despite setting targets and the undoubted will of the Minister to reduce these life-altering crimes, there remains a significant gap between ambition and results. We look forward to seeing the full scope of the strategy, which I'm sure all members would have wished to see sooner. I'm sure members would have preferred to hear it in the House rather than the press. I asked the Minister whether there's a plan to identify and build on the measures in the strategy which are found to be most effective. And also, given the government's cuts to police numbers, what will be done to ensure police forces not only have assigned individuals and titles, but that they actually have the volumes of resources needed to tackle violence against women and girls head-on?
I thank the honourable gentleman. Just to pick up on a couple of the points that he has made with regard to the reduction in police numbers, and I noticed that the Leader of the Opposition cited these figures as well. Just to be very clear that 94% of that fall in the numbers that have been cited were from March to June of 2024, before this government was elected to Parliament. So just to be clear on the numbers that we are talking about.
Police numbers are produced in March and September. The last official records show exactly...
Order. Minister Phillips.
Okay. Well, look. Okay. I may have to stand corrected, but I am. But all I can say is that the data on police numbers is that a huge amount of what is being cited is being taken from previous government figures. And look, in my area, we haven't got any up to the level of police funding that we had in 2010. So I will not take lectures from the party opposite about the hollowing out of police over their era. I'm afraid if he doesn't like what he hears. So, and with regard to the brilliant work done under a number of previous people who've stood in the same position as me, and I can see one of them on the front bench. But what I would say to the honourable gentleman is all the way through the Domestic Abuse Act, ministers from, I was then in opposition, I would work very closely with them. I can see the member for Staffordshire Moorlands, who also I worked incredibly close with as an opposition member, to make sure that the Domestic Abuse Bill was good enough. And not once has anyone from the current shadow front bench ever sought to have a meeting with me about anything they actually want to see in the strategy. They'd be very welcome.
To prevent any further confusion, this isn't a debate, it's an urgent question. You do not intervene on the Minister. Florence Shalami.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for coming to the House to respond to this UQ. And I know that this is an area that she cares passionately about, and I can sense her frustration that on the last day of recess, this really important strategy will be announced on the House, when I know many colleagues will not be here to be able to respond and feed through to that. So I hope that, in the new year we can have another opportunity. I just wanted to ask the Minister, one of the key areas which I hope the strategy will confirm and will highlight is the cross-departmental working. A big area of that is housing, in terms of where these vulnerable women and girls will be homed. I'd be grateful to know if ministers from MHCLG attended the advisory board meetings and if housing will feature in this new strategy being published.
Absolutely, members from MHCLG are very, very key partners, and housing is a huge part of the issue around really specifically domestic abuse related crimes. And today MHCLG have announced a £499 million refuge funding over the next 3 years, which represents a huge increase on what was previously being offered. And in fact, this morning as well, announced an extra 19 million to support Part 4 of the Domestic Abuse Act, which places a statutory duty on local authorities to house victims of domestic abuse.
I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson Max Wilkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Violence against women and girls is a stain on society. I know the Minister shares that passion that we have here and has done so much work herself on it. I want to follow up on some of the points made by my honourable friend, Member for Chelmsford, which were perhaps not gone into in the level of detail that we might have hoped for, given the level of briefing to the press on the weekend. So to ensure that halving violence against women and girls does not become a broken manifesto promise, how will the Home Secretary, how will the Minister measure progress, and what consequences will be set if progress is not made quickly enough? With misogynistic content continuing to spread online, how will ministers ensure that social media companies are upholding their duty to protect children, particularly when figures such as Andrew Tate described by the member for Clacton, who is not in his place, as an important voice for men, are so easily accessible. Now, the Minister seems to be somewhat frustrated to be here today to answer this question. We all are. The Home Secretary gave many of the details of her announcements to the press this weekend. Given the seriousness of this issue, and given the fact that we were told that the statement is going to be made on Thursday, the final day before recess, does the Minister think this is an appropriate way to carry out government?
The detail that I didn't give was because, in answer to your colleague's question, sorry, the honourable gentleman's colleague's question, I said that on Thursday I will announce the full details of all the metrics of action plans. This will be placed within the House. And it will be done on Thursday. And with regard to the briefing, including, obviously, we cannot tackle violence against women and girls in only, as my kids would say, IRL. There has to be an online element, of course, to this, and it would be no strategy without it. But those details will come out on Thursday. With regard to things that the Home Secretary went out and spoke about on the press that were Labour Party manifesto commitments. It wasn't new news that we said we would have rape services in every police force. It was written into the manifesto of the Labour Party, which the country voted for.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't think anybody in this chamber can doubt the passion and commitment of the Minister on this topic. And she will recognise the shared sense of urgency across this House, because we know that 1 in 6 teenage girls experiences domestic abuse in a relationship, which means an equivalent number of our teenage boys are perpetrators. I welcome the discussion about how we can support young men to make healthy choices, and I appreciate that the Minister will be giving more on the statement on Thursday. And my colleagues and I all agree we would love to be here, but we recognise this is going to continue on. Can she just give us a bit more detail about how we support both young men and young women not to feel judged, but to feel supported, to be healthy and to be respectful, because that's how we move forward together?
I thank the Honourable Lady, and she shares my passion for this subject and has done over many years. And she's absolutely right that, actually the data shows that nearly half of all teenage relationships between 13 and 17 experience issues of control within those relationships. And so what does that mean to both the victims group and the perpetrators group? And as the mother of teenage boys, although one of them is now no longer a teenager because I'm getting old, the idea that we wouldn't be supporting boys in this circumstance is, has led us to those terrifying statistics that both she said and I have cited. So there will absolutely, the strategy will very, very heavily focus on the issue of prevention, because I am sick of just putting bigger, better plasters on scars rather than trying to stop the scars from coming in the first place.
Select Committee Chair Dame Karen Bradley.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I can see how frustrated the Minister is, and I share her frustration. I want to say that the committee stands ready to work constructively with her, and I will very gently say I can just imagine what she would say if she was standing here and it was me there who was saying I'd be renouncing this on the last day of term. I don't think she would be terribly happy with me. But we do know from talking to organisations that work in the sector that there has been real problems with getting services commissioned because of the uncertainty that the delay has caused. Can she set out what she's been doing as a minister to reassure commissioners that they can commission services and that the strategy will not block them doing so, so that these services can continue and they can continue doing the great work they do?
Look, she makes a very, very good and pertinent point about commissioning environments, and commissioning environments running on an annual basis, frankly, has been the scourge of the sector, and frankly every sector for many, many, many years. And this is why I suppose the comprehensive spending review running over 3 years is so very important, to try and create a system of stability in the long term. But there is absolutely no reason why commissioners should not not be making their decisions, but there will be a huge amount about how we need to commission better. And what I would say in her offer of working together is that actually much of what I have tried to put in with regard to commissioning came from the work of her committee.
Select Committee Member Chris Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Like the whole committee, I'm looking forward to the strategy being published on Thursday. The Home Affairs Select Committee did a lot of work looking at this funding in the violence against women and girls sector. One of the key things we heard was many frontline organisations struggle to apply for funding year on year and year, and this really holds back their ability to deliver the crucial services that they need. Can the Minister tell us if the strategy will be looking at the funding model for the sector and the impact that that has on frontline services?
I mean, whilst I won't give out the detail until Thursday, which I feel like I'm going to say a lot today, absolutely, the need to look at the funding models, and that is why I say it has to be different to what has been delivered before, because even if I had the moon on a stick and had all the money in the world, still how things are commissioned on a current model would not be the right way to go. And this has to be truly cross-governmental, because for too long, frankly, whilst I shouldn't say this as a Home Office minister, for too long, the criminal justice part of this, rather than the housing part, rather than the health part, rather than the other commissioning bodies that exist in our country, has had supremacy. So there will definitely be things about commissioning in it.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've unfortunately seen firsthand and met firsthand with constituents, women and girls who've suffered extreme violence and sexual assault, and the devastating impact it has for them. And clearly they have said to me they want tougher sentences and they want these issues dealt with because it is destroying lives. Can the Minister confirm to women and girls across South Shropshire that this strategy will deliver for them?
What I will absolutely promise to the women across his area and everybody's area in this chamber is that, look, the idea that a piece of paper written by any government is going to overnight make those women suddenly safe, that would be a lie, and I'm not willing to do it. It's going to take a huge effort and a lot of work over a good many years to undo what is a culturally unacceptable situation that his constituents have been faced with. But what I will say is that the strategy, the intention is that wherever a woman comes forward, whether it's to the police, whether it's to health services, whether it's to social services, wherever that person comes forward, and also wherever their perpetrator presents, that is dealt with by the state. For too long, victims have been left to just deal with it on their own.
Julie Minns.
Madam Deputy Speaker, women and girls must have confidence both in the strategy but also that the perpetrators of the violence against them will be brought to book. But when I asked the CPS to review a decision not to prosecute a case of violent assault against one of my constituents, they pushed back their own deadline for a decision. Can the Minister please reassure me and my constituent that the strategy has the full support of all government departments, including the Attorney General, so that we build a justice system that has the confidence of women and girls?
Absolutely, and there is a time-honoured tradition, I would say, as anyone who has ever worked on the front line of police blaming the CPS blaming the police. There is a sort of roundabout. But absolutely, the Attorney General and the Solicitor General, a brilliant feminist who actually wrote much of what went into the Labour manifesto on violence against women and girls alongside myself and others, has been absolute allies throughout this, and making sure that every part of our justice system and every part of our system is better is vitally important.
Josh Boberinte.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Clare's Law gives people the right to ask about the criminal history of their partner to help keep them safe. But Clare's Law let down one of my constituents whose abuser lied about his identity and therefore lied about his criminal past. Will the Minister confirm that in the strategy to be released on Thursday, that it will make a provision to enable women and girls who request their right to ask to be better protected by Clare's Law and patch up this loophole that allows abusers to lie about their identity to continue their abuse towards women and girls.
I thank the honourable gentleman, and I genuinely thank him over the year and a bit that he's been here, for coming and genuinely bringing forward issues that he wants to see change. And look, Clare's Law is patchy across the entire country, and one of the issues that we face is the 43 police force issue. It's brilliant in some areas. If there is a specific issue he is specifically talking about where the legislative change, I'll be more than happy to hear that. But we are funding the National Policing Centre for Violence Against Women and Girls and seeking for them to do a really specific work on Clare's Law or the DVDS system to improve experiences. And I have taken casework, it's not called casework when you're a minister, is it? Ministerial letters from across the House about failures on Clare's Law. So it is definitely an area that vastly needs improving.
Jen Croft.
Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to seeing the strategy in full on Thursday. In advance, I hope that the Minister is able to give some assurances that the often overlooked issue of child sexual abuse in home and in family will be included in the strategy and addressed. And also, as she will well be aware, for many women who are victims of rape and sexual violence, a criminal justice outcome is not always the desired outcome, and whether cross-government working will be involved to make sure that, for example, the Department of Health and Social Care see that rape and sexual violence services are properly commissioned.
I thank the honourable lady, and she hits on a point that anyone who has actually worked with victims on the front line, it is very, very easy in this building to only want to see criminal justice outcomes. It's a political thing that we do. And actually, in the vast majority of cases that I have handled in my life, that is not the thing that people are seeking. They are seeking safety usually for them, but more importantly, safety and access to support for their children. And so what the honourable lady is talking about with regard to supporting children who have been sexually abused as a pattern of any both sexual violence and domestic abuse, that absolutely the issue of children and childhood sexual abuse in whatever form will be part of the strategy.
Lewis.
Is the strategy going to emphasise in any way the role of parents in trying to protect their sons from a torrent of online violent abuse of women, which inevitably is going to distort their attitude to relationships? Schools can do some things, but some things surely have to be done within the family.
I absolutely agree that some things that schools need to play a vital part in this, as does tech companies that have been identified. But absolutely, the need for parents who are often pulling their hair out at knowing what the right thing to do, or even, and actually the issue of parents becoming abuse victims of children with some of these attitudes is a long underserved group within violence against women and girls. And if you look at the data of femicide, for example, the number of matricides in that speaks to a broader problem. So absolutely trying to ensure that parents are part of this solution will be part of the strategy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Violence against women and girls demands victims be at the heart of decisions and robust action, and I look forward to the publication of the strategy. Does the Minister agree that locally commissioned domestic abuse services should have a statutory representation on multi-agency risk assessment conference boards, backed by dedicated funding to strengthen support, improve safeguarding and deliver better criminal justice outcomes?
As somebody who's sat on a number of MARACs or multi-agency risk assessment conferences over the years, that looking at exactly what I will not do is just do what lots of people have done before and say, and you know, it's very easy to stand up and say a multi-agency response is the response to that, and it just becomes words. Like that actually has to mean something, and the strategy is not just for one partner to do that; it's for all of them.
Susan Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What specific interventions does the strategy propose to reduce repeat offending and stop abusers having unfettered access to their children, particularly those who are already known to the police and the other agencies, when this puts the mother at risk?
She will have to wait to see what the strategy says, but what I can say is, because we weren't waiting for the strategies, the government has announced a £53 million investment in perpetrator schemes to offender manager and deal with the most violent perpetrators, those most responsible for, as she says, the repeats, and has already said that it will end the presumption of contact and the unfettered access from those things. So it didn't need to wait for the piece of paper. We're cracking on.
I'm calling.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome that this strategy will have a focus around tackling the root causes of misogyny and radicalisation in young men. Those roots are often laid in early childhood. So what consideration has the Minister given to how social and emotional learning programmes in early years settings could be part of the prevention strategy? And would she be willing to meet with Think Equal, who are an organisation that delivers that and have started a trial in Greater Manchester and have funding to expand nationally? They just need government backing.
I thank the honourable gentleman, and absolutely I'm more than happy to speak to any agencies who have new good suggestions in this particular space. But of course the strategy will include children from birth, in fact, obviously, in fact before, because of the dangers also of women when they are pregnant.
Speaker, the Minister knows of the Plymouth Violence Against Women and Girls Commission, which highlighted the role of pornography in VAUG, and it is my view that schools should be a place where pupils can concentrate on learning not to have access to social media, including abusive forms of online pornography which have been banned online. Australia has tackled this issue outside the classroom, as we know, by banning social media for teenagers under 16. So does the Minister agree with me that banning smartphones during the school day would not only improve pupils' concentration but also be a practical way to stop boys in particular from accessing content which encourages them to perpetuate sexual abuse?
With regard to the accessing of the pornographic content that she is talking about, I was pleased this week to hear that Pornhub access to their site has gone down by 77% since age verification checks came in. And so the steps in the right direction with this regard. But look, the Online Safety Act, which many of us who undertook much of it, it took 10 years to get to that point where we can say those good data, but there is no doubt that we need to look across the world at what is being done and make sure that we make the UK the safest place to be a child.
Alice MacDonald.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Male violence against women and girls touches every corner of our country and every constituency. In my own area, Broadland District Council has done great work, including getting gold accreditation on housing and developing a women's safety strategy. I welcome some of the funding already announced for local authorities, but can the Minister assure us that local authorities who are on the front lines with grassroots organisations will get the support that they need?
I thank the honourable lady, and today MHCLG have announced the domestic violence funding envelope that will go out to local authorities, and that is it is a £109 million increase, more than in the previous years under the last government when that funding was set up.
Lee Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week I met an amazing lady called Rachel Williams, who, after 10 years of suffering domestic abuse, decided to leave her partner, and just a short while after, he entered the salon where she worked and he shot her from 2 feet away with a shotgun. Luckily, the second shot missed, but she's been left with horrific scars, both mental and physical. So prevention is a key strategy in this plan. So what can the Minister say to Rachel that will help protect women in the future from violent ex-partners?
I thank the honourable gentleman, and I've known Rachel for, I'm going to say, over a decade, and actually Rachel was one of the key campaigners on the presumption of contact. I think that was probably the first thing I ever met her on, because of the harm that was done to her children, and it's not for me to talk without her permission about that, but we campaigned on that, and so it has been really, really good that we have been able as a government to deliver that. But what I would say is that with regard to prevention, making sure that we are stopping people becoming perpetrators is now got to be as key as supporting victims.
Alison Hume.
Deputy Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for her statement and look forward to the release of the Violence Against Women and Girls strategy. A women's refuge for Scarborough was approved 3 years ago, but the project has stalled. Can the Minister confirm whether the extra £19 million investment announced today can be used to finally deliver a refuge for victims of domestic violence in Scarborough and Whitby?
Far be it from me to make the policy and commissioning decisions of the council in the honourable lady's area, although I would quite like to just say yes to her. But absolutely, there is extra money coming as part of the refuge provision that will be able to be expanded from this government, and so I'm sure she will take those recommendations away to her local council and push for what sounds like a very much needed refuge in Scarborough.
Luke Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I do thank the Minister for coming to the Chamber really to clear up some areas of concern following the announcement or the discussions by the Home Secretary yesterday. The Met Police has 2,508 fewer officers since the May 2024 election, and that's expected by March 2026. Fewer officers means more space for men to commit crimes against women and girls, fewer police liaison officers in schools. So we see the lack of confidence on our streets. Sutton's High Street team's been cut from 11 to 4 officers. Part of the response to that is the great work by Reclaim Sutton Streets, a group set up to stand up for women's rights in Sutton. Really, the question's about funding. Can the Minister ensure that on Thursday full detail is given about the funding for the programmes in the plan, but also looking ahead to the police settlements next year, that full funding is ensured so that we don't see a further erosion of police officers, particularly in the Met Police?
I thank the honourable gentleman and say that we have worked very, very closely with the Metropolitan Police throughout the building of the strategy, as well as police forces all across the country. And it would be pointless me writing down something that then couldn't be delivered. So I see the angle he's going at. I will not be able to make whatever is in the strategy commitments that they will be costed. But this is not for me to sit and say what the police funding will be for next year. The Violence Against Women and Girls strategy is not the place for that.
Josh Fenton-Clune.
Deputy Speaker, I commend my honourable friend for her ongoing work on this issue. I was proud to have worked with her closely on ending the presumption of involvement for abusers in the family courts. As a long-term supporter of the White Ribbon campaign, who have the slogan that it starts with men, can I ask my honourable friend to confirm that we will focus on men, and particularly young men, in terms of education to help prevent violence against women and girls and children in the future?
Absolutely, I can give him that guarantee, because not only because for too long women have had to take all of the responsibility and frankly most of the free labour in doing this work, whether they're victims or not. It's important to include men because the labour needs to be shared. But also we cannot arrest our way out of a volume crime like this, which is growing amongst younger people, and so we have to look at what interventions we are putting in place for men and boys to make sure that they don't suffer from it as well, not just as victims, but it's a suffering life to be a perpetrator.
Roberts.
I welcome the advance notice of the strategy's publication on Thursday, after, of course, months of delay, and I welcome the Minister's candour as well. But, of course, this chronic uncertainty has undermined services already struggling with chronic underfunding. Some, such as Chwarae Teg, have already closed due to a perfect storm of financial challenges. So can the Minister commit to long-term funding for organisations like Welsh Women's Aid so that the promise to halve violence against women and girls can be commissioned effectively in the devolved environment of Wales?
What I cannot do is say which organisations will get the funding, but what I can absolutely do is commit to there being long-term funding.
Trina Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There has been more than 1 week during my time in this place where every piece of casework that has come into my office has had a violence against women and girls component to it. The complexity of this issue cannot be underestimated, and I really do not want to preempt the launch of the strategy, which is eagerly awaited by all of those agencies in my constituency who deal with this on a daily basis. But can I ask the Minister to confirm what engagement there's been with the Scottish Government so that we have a joined-up approach for those parts of the services which are devolved?
I thank the honourable lady, and of course the strategy, like much of the work, is England and Wales. But of course, I mean, I have personally on a number of occasions met not just with my counterparts in Scotland to ensure that we are working together, and some areas of it, of course, are immigration and parts of welfare are not devolved. But I have also met with lots of Scottish organisations as well, and we will continue to make sure that there is a synthesis and there is learning from both sides.
House.
Speaker, for many, Christmas is a season of joy and connection. But for victims of domestic abuse, it can be the most dangerous time of the year. Reports of domestic violence typically rise by around 20% over the festive period. How is the department working with employers to ensure staff are proactively informed about domestic abuse services and other support in the run-up to Christmas?
The honourable lady makes a very, very good point. The strategy, absolutely, and I say it has to be for everybody. That I truly mean that. It has to be for employers as well, businesses, charities, everybody in society, because she is absolutely right that employers for often, and if I think back to the Rachel Williams case that has been cited, it was at work that she was harmed. She was at work when she was harmed. And so there is a huge, huge job of work for employers to do, and I urge her to wait for the strategy.
Speaker, and my honourable friend has been refreshingly honest that the delays in publishing the strategy have been to ensure that this strategy delivers where others have not. As the lead member on the Public Accounts Committee that looked at the failures really of the last government's 2021 strategy, it specifically said that the Home Office failed to get commitment from other government departments. So can she, in delivering this ambitious target of halving violence against women and girls, ensure not only that every part of society responds, but that every part of government delivers?
I thank my honourable friend for that reminder of the failures that we have absolutely had to change this time. And actually, I should stand here and say that I can pay no greater credit to the person who has actually made sure that other government departments came to the table. As much as, you know, everybody gets to see my passion, and I'm quite bombastic, is that the person who has done the vast majority of that work and has been my greatest ally in that is the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Government's commitment to taking action on violence against women and girls. Tragically, evidence shows that migrant women face hugely significant violence. So, can the Minister say, will this strategy out on Thursday ensure that all survivors can access refuges and essential services, regardless of their immigration status and including those with no recourse to public funds?
I won't be drawn on what the strategy says, and I will ask her, but currently that is the case. And the government has increased the funding to the Migrant Victims Fund that funds exactly what she is talking about, where people do not have access to public funds, to ensure that they can get refuge accommodation. That was increased this year, and that is currently the case, that migrant victims, regardless of their status, there is access to support for them.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the member for Birmingham Yardley for her I wouldn't say she's bombastic, but I would say she's passionate about tackling this terrible societal wrong. I'm not going to, unfortunately, be in the statement on Thursday because I'm actually having a meeting with 3 domestic violence victims from my constituency in Harlow. Would she agree with me that they're coming forward and talking about their experience is incredibly brave, and actually part of this strategy is about listening to victims and their families? And if I've just got time, can I pay tribute to my caseworker, Harriet Spohr, who, wearing a different hat, has been massively involved in ensuring that West Ham United is the first white ribbon accredited Premier League club.
I shall be ringing the football clubs of Birmingham later today to make sure that they also are. And actually, I want to pay tribute to all of our caseworkers, actually, because they are on the absolute front line of the cases that we see and the reasons why any of us stand up in here to look out for people. And frankly, you know, I think they go underheard. But every single line that is in the strategy will have come directly from a victim or a family of a victim who came in to see somebody who is in this house and spoke up for it.
Lord Forster.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Over 50,000 women and girls in Surrey were affected by violence against women and girls last year. Yet 49% of respondents to a recent survey about the issue in Surrey said they had never reported the issue to the police or other authorities. Can the Minister confirm how the Government's new strategy will ensure that women and girls in my constituency of Woking are empowered to report these appalling violent crimes?
I thank the honourable gentleman and was in Woking looking at the multi-agency services that they offer there, and I have to say I was incredibly impressed by what is on offer there in Surrey, both for women who wish to go through the criminal justice system and victims that don't wish to go through the criminal justice system. And whilst I would much prefer it if that figure was less adrift, we have to also make sure that we don't just focus on criminal justice outcomes. Lots of women will want other outcomes.
Swan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Violence against women and girls is a current issue, but it's also a historic issue. In regards to the Northern Ireland Troubles Bill, sexual crime is not actually listed as one of the crimes that can be looked at under the current Commission. As an amendment I've put forward, would the Minister commit to working with me in the Northern Ireland office to include sexual crime in the Northern Ireland Troubles Bill?
I thank the honourable gentleman and I'm more than happy to listen to his representations in that regard.
Alan Miller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I share the Minister's impatience and desire to see the publication of a comprehensive strategy that can command the confidence of all parties in this House. Too many cases in my constituency surgeries highlight how perpetrators skillfully exploit the family courts and the child maintenance service to sustain coercion and control of their victims and to continue to harm them. So can the Minister assure my constituents that the strategy will go beyond ending the presumption of contact to protect women and children through the family courts and the CMS?
Absolutely. You cannot just the presumption of contact on its own, because very, very often perpetrators will just find a new tactic, and so we have to make sure that our family courts are fit for purpose and will keep the children in our country and the non-abusive parent safe.
Adnan Hussain.
Madam Deputy Speaker, just last night a constituent of mine has written to me as a deeply worried father about violence against women and girls. He cites recent rape statistics and fears that for families like his with daughters, the risks feel intolerably high and that too many offences still go unreported. Will the Minister confirm and reassure my constituent that her strategy in tackling violence against women and girls will improve reporting and charge rates, increase deterrence through more severe sentencing, and ensure that violence against women and girls, in particularly in high prevalence regions, are generally considered further?
I thank the honourable gentleman. I only wish there was a high prevalence area in the country that I could target with all the interventions, but it is not something that doesn't exist in every single part of the country. There is no one place that is worse for it than others. But I absolutely guarantee he will see on Thursday that the Violence Against Women and Girls strategy seeks to improve the situation for his concerned constituents.
Andrew George.
Deputy Speaker, further to the excellent campaign of my honourable friend and his question earlier for Eastbourne and the brilliant question of my honourable friend for down Bartonshire East, would the Minister say a little bit more about preventing or at least reducing repeat offending, and very specifically, will the strategy introduce a domestic violence register and to make it as retrospective as possible?
So what the Home Secretary was on the television talking about was the Home Office's plans with regard to the Centre for Violence Against Women and Girls to look at the expansion of things like the V100, which exists within the Metropolitan Police, which is directly a data source of looking at who the most violent offenders are and targeting them, as well as the £53 million, biggest investment ever in perpetrator programmes, to seek to really tackle those really high risk of harm perpetrators.
Ayub Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In Birmingham, Perry Barr, but I suspect in Birmingham generally, what's becoming quite alarming is that some women, subjects of domestic violence, are thinking about moving back in with their perpetrators from their temporary accommodation, not because they want to rekindle the relationship, but because the inadequacy of the temporary housing. Can the Minister confirm that that will be included within the strategy accommodation?
I'm afraid to say that because his constituency basically borders mine, we will see many of the same problems. And the inadequacy of some of the temporary accommodation in Birmingham is not something that I would ever be here to defend. And it doesn't surprise me that he's seeing what he is seeing. But absolutely, safe accommodation for victims of domestic abuse is absolutely part of the strategy. And MHCLG have already said today that we will be increasing the funding to local councils so that those victims have access to housing.
Question, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. Can I thank very much the Minister for her answers? I know the Minister is in regular contact with the Minister back home in Northern Ireland, and there's a deep relationship between the Minister here and there. The Simon community in Northern Ireland has revealed that between October 24 and March 25, 609 households presented as homeless because of domestic violence. 83% of them were women-led households. So what assurances can the Minister give the women and girls in Northern Ireland? Northern Ireland will be able to take advantage of this new strategy and perhaps funding, as violence against women and girls in Northern Ireland has horrendous statistics and must be treated as a great matter of urgency. Thank you.
Look, whilst the strategy that will be announced on Thursday is for England and Wales, I very much consider myself to be there, whilst it is devolved. I take a very, very personal interest in the safety and security of women in every one of the UK nations, and of course in Northern Ireland, where the statistics are certainly around murder and femicide are there for everyone to see. And I will continue to work to make sure that anything we learn here, that anything that works, to the Shadow Minister's point as well, that we do more of what works and we get rid of what doesn't. But we are going to have to invent some things because people haven't tried them before, because not enough around the world have people cared. So I will make sure that any learning is shared with our counterparts.
That is the end of the urgent question of violence against women and girls strategy. I'll give the front benches a moment to shuffle over as we go on to the next urgent question, humanitarian crisis in Sudan. Crisis in Sudan, urgent question. Seamus Logan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, to ask the Foreign Secretary to make a statement on the government response to the growing humanitarian crisis in Sudan.
Minister Chris Hill.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I congratulate the Honourable Gentleman on securing this urgent question. Can I start, Madam Deputy Speaker, with expressing the thoughts of the whole House will be those affected by the horrific anti-Semitic terrorist attack on Bondi Beach yesterday. The Foreign Secretary will address this further at the start of her statement, which follows this UQ. Sudan is experiencing the most severe humanitarian crisis of the 21st century. 30 million people need life-saving aid. 12 million people have fled their homes. Women and children are bearing the brunt of the violence. The drone strike on the UN peacekeeping base in Kaduli on Saturday was deplorable and exemplifies how the war is being fought with little regard to civilian life and international law. The strike killed 6 Bangladeshi peacekeepers, and our thoughts are with their families. British High Commissioner Dhaka has released a statement offering the government's heartfelt condolences to the families of those who tragically lost their lives yesterday and wishing a swift recovery to all those injured. The perpetrators must be held to account. On Friday, the UK announced a package of sanctions targeting 4 senior commanders from the Rapid Support Forces involved in the horrendous violence in Al Fasher. The government will do all it can to exert pressure on those responsible for these atrocities. The Foreign Secretary is working with her counterparts on 3 priorities. First, protecting civilians. Second, strengthening humanitarian access. And third, securing an immediate ceasefire and a political process to end the conflict. The war in Sudan was a priority for the Foreign Secretary on her visit to Washington, D.C. last week, where she discussed these issues with Secretary of State Rubio and Senior Advisor Bullios. Last week, we stepped up our response to the crisis with an additional £21 million, taking the UK contribution to £146 million this year. UK funding will reach more than 800,000 people with life-saving aid. This is in addition to our efforts as pen holder for Sudan at the United Nations Security Council to call out atrocities committed and press for an impeded humanitarian access. On the 8th of December, the UK led the UN Security Council consultations on the violence in Kofonan, where members heard from the senior UN officials on worsening conditions and access challenges. The UK will convene the Security Council again tomorrow to discuss mediation efforts. We are urgently pressing for a 3-month humanitarian truce and will do all we can to support and help drive these peace efforts forward alongside the Quad. All those with influence over the warring parties must work to stop the suffering, and that must include ending external support for the conflict, in line with the Quad statement on the 12th of September. The Foreign Secretary has been clear that the UK will use all diplomatic tools at our disposal to agree a cessation of hostilities and a sustainable end to this conflict that delivers peace for the Sudanese people.
Seamus Logan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement. And I also want to thank the Speaker for granting this urgent question today. In fewer than 2 months since the RSF captured El Fasher on the 26th of October, the city has been consumed by a killing spree, a series of appalling international war crimes. We've seen reports of relentless assassinations of innocent civilians, with accounts of parents forced to watch the killing of their children. Systematic sexual violence, including gang rape, and satellite imagery exposing blood-stained ground and piles of civilian bodies. Current estimates suggest that 60,000 innocent civilians have been killed, with as many as 150,000 people missing since the takeover. These numbers are likely to be underestimates. Recent sanctions on senior figures in the RSF are welcome, but, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are areas where I would ask the Government to go further. There have been cuts to the UK's overseas development assistance from 0.5% to 0.3%. In addition, recent reports suggest that the atrocity prevention team in the FCDO is reducing, and the team who previously worked to monitor its global atrocities is being cut. The UK Government refused to contribute to an atrocity prevention programme in Sudan, even after the risk of genocide and mass atrocities became clear. This is indefensible, and I want to hear from the Minister why this decision was made. While the announcement of £21 million in additional aid to Sudan is welcome, consistently funded development and prevention aid to relevant countries could prevent the UK forking out millions when future atrocities occur. Madam Deputy Speaker, today's displaced people are tomorrow's asylum seekers. So will the UK Government reinstate overseas development aid to Sudan? Will it reconsider its contribution to international atrocity prevention programmes? Madam Deputy Speaker, British manufactured weapons are reportedly still being used by the RSF to conduct their horrific massacres, allegedly supplied by the UAE. They are. Will the UK Government take action on this and pledge to prevent British weapons falling into the hands of the RSF? Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, it feels as though the UK Government are not giving the genocide in Sudan the time it deserves in this chamber. The Government have chosen to update the House in Sudan by itself on only one occasion. I therefore ask that the Secretary of State commit to updating the House on their actions in relation to Sudan through a ministerial statement early in the new year. Thank you.
Minister Almond.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his further questions? Just on ODA cuts in Sudan, I'm afraid he isn't correct. The Prime Minister has committed already for the funding to continue over the next 3 years to Sudan. So it is not correct to say that there will be cuts in terms of ODA for Sudan. In relation to our work in support of the International Criminal Court's active investigations into the situation in Sudan, that support continues to be the case. In relation to arms, can I say to the House that we take very seriously allegations that UK-made equipment may have been transferred to Sudan in breach of the UK arms embargo? There is no evidence in the recent reporting of UK weapons or ammunition being used in Sudan. In terms of reporting to the House, the Foreign Secretary answered substantive questions at the beginning of this month on Sudan and a statement at the end of last month. It's notable, Madam Speaker, that the Honourable Gentleman wasn't here for those questions.
Annalise Dodds.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I do welcome the government sanctioning for senior commanders in the RSF, but the Minister will be aware that there are genuine fears of further barbaric escalation in the run-up to Christmas. He rightly talks about the appalling killing of peacekeepers, but we've also seen in the last couple of days a hospital being shelled in Dilling. There are huge concerns about the insecure situation of refugees too, particularly in Tooele. So what is the government's timeline for further measures to try and force the belligerents to protect civilians as a matter of extreme urgency?
Minister Armel.
I thank my right honourable friend for her question. I know how much she cares about this issue also as a former development minister last year. Just in relation to tomorrow, to answer her question, the UK will be co-hosting a closed United Nations Security Council informal interactive dialogue on IDD with Denmark, and this will address the urgent need to harmonise regional international mediation efforts to bring about this much needed humanitarian ceasefire.
I call the Shadow Secretary of State, Dame Priti Patel.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Millions continue to suffer in Sudan, and it's clear that red lines are constantly being crossed. The world is witnessing unspeakable horrors and barbaric atrocities, and the situation in Al-Fasher is just of grave concern. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, no one in this House or even in the country can comprehend the level of barbaric acts that are being undertaken. On these benches, we have been calling for further sanctions on the warring parties, and we note the additional measures announced by the government last week. This does represent progress, but what is important now is that momentum builds and follows, and I recognise what the Minister said about the closed session at the UN tomorrow. So can we expect to see more rounds of sanctions, as it's vital that the Sanctions Directorate in the FCDO works around the clock now to identify the culprits, the individuals, the organisations, and hold them to account? What contribution is the UK making to the urgent UN inquiry into Al-Fasher? What steps will the government be taking? What direct engagement is the Minister having with the Sudan Quad on finding a diplomatic situation and solution to pressurise those with influence over the warring parties and to agree a ceasefire to allow humanitarian aid to flow in and an end to these atrocities? Is the UK involved in the international process, like Cairo, to develop and build confidence with the Sudanese political civilian forces? This is crucial now in facilitating a transition to a civilian-led government. Madam Deputy Speaker, the humanitarian situation is catastrophic. So can the Minister explain how the latest aid package will be delivered? Those who are in desperate need will receive it. How is the government ensuring that the shift in front lines and potential new challenges and blockages to aid delivery are being addressed? And what is the government's assessment of the humanitarian assistance that we've already committed? Is it reaching those in need? And what is the timescale for the dispatch now for the new aid? And can the Minister update the House on whether there's been any progress since the Sudan summit earlier this year in London when it comes to the support pledges made by other countries? What discussions is the government holding with partners who could be deploying urgent relief and assistance in light of this ongoing and growing crisis?
Minister Elmer.
Can I thank the Shadow Foreign Secretary for her opening remarks and indeed her questions. I think she's right to say there should be no politics in this. We all want to see an end to the unimaginable suffering that is taking place in Sudan, and the idea, as was mentioned in the Honourable Gentleman's question actually, that you can see this from satellite imagery just shows the unimaginable scale. On sanctions, I will tell the House we won't rule anything out. and we would keep that under constant review. And following the announcement on Friday, this was the second round of sanctions that the government has done in relation to Sudan. On the Quad, we are continuing to work with all members of the Quad. We want to be as clear as we can be that all sides need to come together in ensuring this hopefully humanitarian pause, but broadly a more wider ceasefire. On the specific points around support for refugees and for people on the ground in Sudan, I can tell her that the funding for support so far has been for over 1 million people, including 98,000 children in tackling severe malnutrition, 744,000 people in relation to food assistance, and 350,000 people with vital protection over services in relation to victims of international humanitarian law violations, and indeed with cash assistance. So I am confident that this money is reaching the people that it needs to. In terms of more support, as she into her reply, the additional £20 million or the £146 million is about aid directly on the ground and supporting 800,000 people. Some of that is supporting refugees in Chad and other countries where people are moving to, but fundamentally it is about support there. On the wider points around the work on the multilateral space with the United Nations, absolutely we are working on that. This is a personal priority for the Foreign Secretary. She is in pretty much constant dialogue, including last week with Secretary Rubio, and Baroness Chapman, the Minister for Africa in the other place, is in regular dialogue with African states, near neighbours and broader conversations to ensure that we do find the humanitarian ceasefire and the broader ceasefire that is so desperately needed.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister has just mentioned about doing all we can to exert pressure. With all due respect to the Minister, I think that we need to be doing far more than exerting pressure, because as the UN penholder for Sudan, the UK has the moral responsibility to ensure the ongoing genocide and ethnic cleansing is brought to an end as soon as possible. And most importantly, we must therefore end all arms trade to the UAE, because it is evident that UK arms are ending up in Sudan.
Minister Elmers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank my honourable friend for a question just in relation to the arms export. The UK has one of the most robust and transparent export control regimes in the world. All export licences are assessed for the risk of diversion, and we regularly prevent exports which might be diverted or undesirable end user or end use. And as I've already said, in recent reviews, this has not been deemed the case from any other nation. And in relation to our role in the Human Rights Council and the Security Council, I mean, I would agree with her. We do have a moral imperative, Madam Deputy Speaker, and that's exactly what we've done. This is a personal mission to the Foreign Secretary. She convened the emergency meeting of the Human Rights Council. The meeting of the Security Council was brought forward, and the UK, as penholder, has been at the very forefront of trying to end these most appalling atrocities against the Sudanese people.
Democrat spokesperson Monica Harding.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the government's sanctions on the RSF. These are long overdue, given that the US imposed sanctions in January and the EU have gone wider. But why has the UK left out RSF leader Hamedi? Why has it left out the SAF, who are bombing civilians and using starvation as a weapon of war? It's widely reported that the UAE are arming the RSF, but yet the UK continues to supply arms to the UAE. And the Minister will know that by selling arms where there is a risk that these states are arming actors that commit atrocities is in contravention of the UK's obligations under IHL and its own strategic export licensing criteria, whether or not UK arms are being diverted. So why is the UK still arming the UAE? I'm deeply worried about the advances by the RSF in Kordofan and real fears of another El Fasher. So what is the UK government doing to prevent atrocities of that scale? Humanitarian access remains severely constrained. What is the government doing to open up access? Finally, has the PM spoken this month to the US President about the Sudan crisis? And the Sudan appeal is still just 27% funded. And while I welcome the government's additional £21 million funding, will the government pledge further to this crisis?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In relation to sanctions, as I said in answer to the Shadow Foreign Secretary, we don't rule out any further sanctions, and these are taken on evidence-based decisions on what has meaningful impact. In terms of the UK Government's response, as I've already mentioned to the Shadow Foreign Secretary and other questioners in the Chamber, the UK is at the forefront of this process at both the Security Council and the Human Rights Council. And I reiterate again that we do take very seriously any allegations of UK-made equipment being used in this regard in relation to Sudan, but there is no evidence in recent reporting. And in fact, where any weapons have been found, Madam Deputy Speaker, they've actually been of no ammunition or military purposes. So they've actually been of non-lethal supplies, which I'm afraid is the issue in front of us.
Jogi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm watching this crisis unfold with horror, and so I congratulate the honourable gentleman for securing this urgent question. And I welcome the Minister to the dispatch box first time I've seen it, but I do say an oral ministerial statement would have very much been welcomed. Can I ask him what specific engagements taken place with the African Union in relation not just to securing a much needed peace, but the distribution of aid? And what coordinating role is the United Kingdom playing with our European counterparts? Because the world cannot sit by and watch this any longer.
I thank the honourable friend for his question. We are working with the African Union as best we can in relation to ensuring aid is delivered. And in relation to a statement, there was a statement on the 18th of November and there were FCD orals just at the beginning of this month. And the fast pace of this work in relation to Sudan as a personal priority for the Foreign Secretary means that it is under constant review and dialogue with various partners, including as recently as last week with US Secretary of State Rubio.
Sir Ed Duncan-Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I congratulate the honourable gentleman for achieving this. Can I just say, although there have been 2 recent sanctions, the fact is there are now over, 4, yes, I didn't add up the other 2, but the reality is there are 21 other Sudanese, many of them are RSF, operating here in the United Kingdom, well known to the authorities, who are involved in the financing of this and not being sanctioned. And furthermore, isn't it a reality that the reason why this fighting is still going on, the brutality of the RSF, is because the UAE finances and supports what they're doing. Without the UAE involvement, there would be no further war here. So when is the government going to turn around, notwithstanding ideas of wanting to get business contacts in the UAE, and start sanctioning, Magnitsky sanctions on individuals in the UAE until they stop financing this brutal war?
Can I thank the honourable gentleman for his question? He will know from time in government and opposition that we don't comment on individuals in relation to specific sanctions, but what I can confirm to the House is that we won't rule out any additional sanctions. In relation to the work of the Quad, Madam Deputy Speaker, the statement on the 12th of September is a significant development, and we remain completely focused on pushing for the humanitarian pause, the wider ceasefire, and supporting the Sudanese-led political transition. It is for all sides as part of that Quad to ensure that they can do that work to make sure. He's pushing me on the sanctions for UAE, Madam Speaker. As he knows, we do not comment on individual sanctions decisions. He's a very experienced member of the House, and he does know that. So we will keep it under constant review and keep working with the Quad towards the cessation of violence.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We know that health workers have been targeted and killed. We know that 80% of health facilities are no longer functioning, and we also know there's a generation which have not received vaccines as well. We are seeing this pattern occur not only in Sudan but other conflicts as well. So what is the Foreign Office doing, not to be reactionary in using the law retrospectively, but being proactive in order to secure these vital humanitarian structures such as healthcare and ensure that they are in place and countries are held to account in real time?
Can I thank my honourable friend for her question? As I mentioned around the work of the International Criminal Court, we support that work, and that is in real time in terms of investigation. In terms of healthcare work in relation to humanitarian aid, that does form part of this work of trying to support people through malnutrition and wider healthcare challenges that people are facing in terms of the horrific situation in Sudan.
Ford.
Speaker, when the House debated the conflict in Sudan on the 4th of November, we heard that some British arms and equipment had been found on battlefields in Sudan, and it is alleged that the RSF has been provided by arms by the UAE, which in turn is supplied by the UK. We heard from the Minister on the 4th of November that, quote, the UK has one of the most robust and transparent export control regimes in the world, and we've heard exactly the same line repeated again today. Rather than repeating these lines, please could the Minister let the House know what discussions have taken place with the UAE since the 4th of November about UK arms exports to the UAE?
Minister.
Can I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his question? As I have set out to the House, there is no evidence in recent reporting of UK weapons or ammunition being used in Sudan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for coming and for the Honourable Member for securing this important UQ. I think it is important for us to keep the focus on Sudan. Islamic Relief in my constituency recently held an exhibition entitled Are Your Eyes on Sudan? And I'm sure they'd be welcome and ready to host the Minister to show him the range of images and pictures. And I attended a similar exhibition earlier this year, hosted by my honourable friend, the member for Kensington and Bayswater, by an organisation called Waging Peace. They had images of children drawing images of their parents and their fellow brothers and sisters being raped. We are seeing rape being used as a war conflict, as a weapon of war in this conflict. What more can a minister outline in terms of making sure we are trying to stamp this out, working with our international partners and making sure that that vital humanitarian aid gets to the vulnerable children and women who are caught up in this horrific conflict?
Can I thank my honourable friend for highlighting the most horrific element of what would appear increasingly in all conflicts across the globe, and that of sexual violence against women and girls, and in some cases, of course, boys. We are utterly condemning of the significant escalation of conflict-related sexual violence throughout Sudan at the Human Rights Council, the Security Council, and via 2 joint statements of the International Alliance on Preventing Sexual Violence in Conflict. On the exhibition, I would be glad to come and see it. I have seen some of the imagery, and it is genuinely distressing, but I think it's important that we do keep a focus on the Sudanese people as they are the victims of this horrific conflict.
Morella.
The Minister's already outlined that the UK is the penholder at the UN on Sudan. There clearly needs to be a comprehensive arms embargoes and sanctions against those actors that are fueling the violence in Sudan. Given that one of those is Russia and is a permanent member of the Security Council, will the Minister ensure the government refers the matter to the General Assembly where a veto cannot be used?
Minister.
Can I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his question? I'm more than happy to look at any position at a multilateral level that supports the people of Sudan and brings a cessation of violence as quickly as possible. Whether specifically on the Assembly or the Security Council or the Human Rights Council remains as part of ongoing work across the multilateral space.
Joe Powell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the additional aid and sanctions and want to praise my constituents who have done so much to keep the Sudan issue in the public eye. Can I ask the Minister what lessons have been learned from the fall of al-Fasher to prevent the RSF repeating its tried and tested pattern in Tawila, where approximately 650,000 civilians and 300 aid workers, including British citizens, are now at grave risk?
Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend for this important question? I mean, that work is absolutely ongoing to ensure that we have prevention and that we try to avoid any further horrendous scenes. This war conflict is ongoing, and we're doing our very best at the UN level across the European Union, working with the African Union to ensure that these conflicts do not continue and that we learn lessons as soon as possible.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For the UK Government to decline to take part in the atrocity prevention programme in Sudan is regrettable. For the UK Government to fail in its due diligence on arms export diversions via the UAE to the RSF is disgraceful, but for the UK Government to have done both looks alarmingly like ambivalence or even complicity. Yeah. So the Minister wants to take us round the houses on the evidential basis for UK arms in Sudan not being there. Well, can he tell us then, let's not do that again, can he tell us what discussions he's had with the UAE on the sound, robust basis that without the UAE these atrocities would not be happening?
Yeah. I appreciate that this is a particular point that colleagues across the House care deeply about, but I cannot go beyond the actual evidence in front of us. which is very clearly that there is no evidence in recent reporting of UK weapons ammunition being used in Sudan. Where anything has been found, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is on non-lethal supplies. That is the situation. That is the reality of anything that has been found. And in these reviews, where we take these allegations seriously, we have one of the most robust and transparent systems in this process, and that simply is not the case that these weapons have been found to have been made in Britain.
I urge colleagues to keep their questions short. Laura Kirk-Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the additional funding and the sanctions that the Minister's updated us on. We're seeing a really rapid escalation of violence in Kordofan region now, and a repeat of the same tactics we've seen in El Fasher, like the siege tactics and the sexual violence. So can the Minister say more about what he will do to protect civilians and prevent future atrocities in the Kordofan region?
Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend for her question, Madam Deputy Speaker? We are working at pace in the international multilateral space to do our very best to bring about a cessation of violence, even if it's over a short period, but then working with the Quad to try and ensure that we do bring about a permanent ceasefire.
Ryan Matthew.
Madam Deputy Speaker, clearly the #1 priority is to achieve a ceasefire in Sudan, but peace needs to be secured. Will the UK government, as the UN penholder, organise and host a Lancaster House-style peace conference for all the parties to the conflict, with the civilians headed by the previous civilian government under Abdullah Hamdok? Thank you.
Can I thank him for his question? As I've mentioned in previous answers, tomorrow we will co-host the closed United Nations Security Council Information Interactive Dialogue with Denmark. We will continue to do all we can as a UK government to bring about the cessation of violence. And if we can do any additional work around the negotiated peace, of course we'll play our part in that.
Patricia Ferguson.
Speaker, and I thank the honourable gentleman for securing the urgent question this afternoon. We know that over 10 million people have already been displaced, more than half of them children. We know that children are trapped in hard-to-reach places and that access to food is cut off. Just last week, 63 children were killed in the attack on a kindergarten in South Kordofan. So what action can be taken to support these children specifically and their families who are malnourished, traumatised and who have had no education for the duration of this conflict?
Can I thank my honourable friend for her question? She raises such an important point. I think in a previous answer, Madam Speaker, I spoke about the 98,000 children that we're supporting to tackle malnutrition. Can I also reassure that we're working with organisations like UNICEF to ensure that we are getting support onto the ground of supporting these children? Can I just say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that conflict is horrific in all its forms. There is no greater conflict than those against children, and it really must be called out and stopped.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could I ask the Minister if this country could be a bit more robust with the UAE on their financial support for the RSF, on the clear supply of weapons that have come from somewhere around the world that goes to the RSF, and the interesting similarity with the areas that are occupied by the RSF and the massive supply of minerals and oil that will be available to them in the future? Is this not just a grab for the natural resources of Sudan being undertaken by the RSF on behalf of other bigger actors around the world?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We do continue to work with the US-led Quad efforts, which includes the UAE, to ensure that we bring about a sustainable humanitarian pause and broader ceasefire. And we continue to work with all countries to bring about as quickly as possible a cessation of violence.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Accounting for the Minister's previous answers about the source of these weapons, and given that civilians are being deliberately targeted with murder, rape and starvation being used as weapons of war, what steps can the UK government realistically take to disrupt the flow of weapons, drones and military support to those violent actors committing these hideous crimes?
Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend for his question? I think the best and most robust work we can do is around our robust and transparent export control regimes around the world. We are able to be nimble in terms of ending exports where we find any undesirable end user, and that work will continue, not just in Sudan, but of course in other conflicts around the world.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't want to labour the point, but whether or not our UK arms are being used by the UAE in Sudan is not relevant. It would be horrendous if it was. But the minister's repeatedly said that they're not being used, but everyone seems to accept that the UAE arms are being used. So can I repeat my colleague's point of what meetings has the minister had with the UAE since the last time he stood up here to discuss whether they are arming the people of Sudan?
Minister.
Can I thank her for her question? External support to the SAF and the RSF only fuels the conflict. We continue to emphasise at all parties the importance of refraining from actions that prolong the conflict. We ask that all those with influence over the warring parties bring them to the negotiating table to seek a political resolution.
Alice MacDonald.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. OCHA has warned recently of escalating drone strikes across Darfur and Kordofan. As the Minister referenced, 6 peacekeepers lost their lives in a drone attack on Saturday. Of course, it is the humans controlling these weapons that must stop them, but as he knows, there is a live conversation and organisations have called for new legally binding rules to offer legal certainty and stability around the use of drones and autonomous weapon systems. So can the Minister tell us what assessment he has made of these systems and what conversations with the UN are being led by this UK government?
Minister.
Can I thank her for her question? We are alarmed by the use of drones to attack civilians, and we're particularly concerned about the recent attack, as she mentions and was in my opening remarks, around the killing of peacekeepers that may have involved drones. Our export controls on arms are strict and do include military drones, Madam Deputy Speaker, and we are working as best we can to ensure that external actors need to refrain from fueling this conflict and work together now to secure peace, but particularly in trying to mitigations around drones. On the multilateral space at the UN, we continue to work on all possible options as the pen holder.
Ben Lake.
Very pleased to hear the Minister confirm that the government is supporting the work of the International Criminal Court in investigations against those commanders implicated in these atrocities. Can I ask for his reassurance that the government will waste no time in bringing further sanctions against individuals when charges are brought, and also encourage international partners to do likewise?
Can I thank him for his question? As I've mentioned previously, we don't comment or have a running commentary on individual sanctions, but I can assure him and the House that we will keep this under constant review.
Chris Law.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and congratulate my honourable friend for securing this urgent question. Madam Deputy Speaker, major aid cuts have happened, and indeed a peace-building programme in Sudan was cancelled, which led to our failure to respond to the emerging civil war and the resulting genocide. So can I ask, will the Minister confirm that any future aid cuts will come with a proper plan in advance, and also that the conflict prevention unit is fully restored?
Can I thank him for his question? As I've mentioned previously, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister has made clear that we will continue to play a humanitarian role in Sudan and is committed to protecting our funding supports for the people affected in the crisis over the next 3 years. This fund is not linked to any ODA cuts and in fact will deliver £146 million of life-saving aid over the next year.
Madam
Deputy Speaker, I'm sure I'm not the only member in this House who's feeling that we're a bit through the looking glass, with the Minister before us today and the Minister answering last month insisting that no UK arms have been found in Sudan. Yet Amnesty International reports that small arms targeting systems, as well as engines for armoured vehicles from the UK, have been found in Sudan. I think we can be confident those are not being used for peaceful purposes. So given this, will the Minister reconsider a ban on arms exports to the UAE, or at the very least set out how specifically the government is conducting due diligence when licensing arms transfers to the UAE?
Minister.
Can I thank her for a question? As I've said previously, any arms found were not lethal or supplies and they weren't arms or ammunition. And while we're aware of reports of a small number of UK-made items being found in Sudan, none of the equipment reported on recently has been licensed for export to the UAE in recent years, and there is no evidence in recent reporting of UK weapons or ammunition being used in Sudan. As she may know already, we've previously refused licenses to the UAE due to the risk of diversion.
Shaukat Adam.
Madam Deputy Speaker, once again it appears children are paying the price of man's folly. According to Save the Children, over 1,200 children were killed in 2024, and which raised up to 1,700 last year, mainly by explosive devices. At a hospital in Khartoum, 1 in 6 casualties are children with shrapnel to the head, to the limbs and to the abdomen. So can I ask the Minister, as a United Nations penholder on Sudan, to draft a child-focused resolution protecting...
Minister.
It's an extremely important point the honourable gentleman raises in relation to children, and as members have raised. Conflict is unimaginable in any form, but I think specifically in relation to killing children, using children as weapons of war is an atrocity all of its own. We continue to work at a UN level, both at the Human Rights Council and the Security Council, to ensure that as penholder we bring about as quickly as possible an end to this conflict. And obviously we will keep to work, including this, around the specific impacts on children.
Ayub Khan.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as well as the atrocious mass murders, the humanitarian catastrophe in Sudan only worsens. It is vital that we not only commit ourselves to giving aid, but also delivering it in a way that reaches as many people as possible. Recently, the Independent Commission for Aid Impact highlighted how our Sudan-related aid is being undermined by understaffing, short-term and unpredictable funding allocations over complex compliance procedures and insufficient support for frontline responders. So I ask the Minister, when can we expect the government's response to these findings, and can he assure this House that the necessary changes will be made to ensure humanitarian assistance gets to...
Can I thank him for his question? Just to give him one example, over the last 2 years, we've provided the World Food Programme with £55 million, which has been explicitly targeted to populations at risk or experiencing famine, including in Sudan. £2 million additional funding for Cash Consortium of Sudan's Al-Fasher response, supporting over 100,000 people with life-saving aid in North Darfur. We also work regionally, including around Eastern Chad, so we do ensure that the funding that we have and through the aid programmes, they are reaching the people most in need.
Adnan Hussain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I echo the calls from colleagues across this House. As a signatory to the Genocide Convention, will the Minister plainly commit to using every lever available to this government, including our position in the United Nations, to demand an immediate end to the horrific situation unfolding in Sudan?
I can confirm that, as I have done for all questions throughout the session.
Final question, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his strong answers? The situation in Sudan is something that is deteriorating every hour, and yet the anguish that these people are suffering is fresh and new. For Christians in particular, the murder, rape, systematic violence happens daily. Every day another child loses their mother or father, loses their chance of education and loses their hope of a future. So when can the Minister put his heartfelt words into action and move into this region with other countries to restore how we can get the help to those on the ground who need it most and whose voices cannot be heard?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I thank him for his question? I know how much these issues matter to him. We are working as quickly and as robustly as we can at the UN level, and also working with European and American partners to ensure that we bring about a cessation of violence, and we will continue to do that work. This is a personal commitment of the Foreign Secretary and all her work in recent months on trying to bring a peaceful settlement to the people of Sudan.
That is the end of the urgent question, Sudan humanitarian situation. Is the point of order really relevant to this? Point of order, Chamberlain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In his response to my urgent question a few moments ago, the Minister referred to my presence or otherwise in the Chamber during a previous debate. I just want the Minister to be aware, and for the record to show, members of my extended family are Sudanese nationals. So is it in order for the Minister to undermine the validity of my question in that way, and will he apologise?
We can't prolong the debate, but the honourable member has most definitely got his point on the record, and I now must continue on to the next state. So if I allow the front benches a few moments to shuffle over. We come to the Foreign Secretary's statement on Jimmy Lai. Foreign Secretary of Executive.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With permission, can I first address the horrific attack that took place yesterday at Bondi Beach in Sydney? Across the UK and across the world, people have been shocked and appalled by this vile anti-Semitic terrorist attack, targeting Jewish families who were celebrating on the beach on the first day of Hanukkah. New South Wales authorities have confirmed that 15 people have been killed, in addition to one of the 2 gunmen, and 27 people remain in hospital. It is a devastating loss of life, including a Holocaust survivor and a little girl just 10 years old. It's also now been confirmed that one of the victims of the Bondi attack was a British national, bringing this tragedy even closer to home, and we have offered support to the family following their tragic loss. I've offered my Australian counterpart, Foreign Minister Penny Wong, the United Kingdom's full support in their response, and the Prime Minister and His Majesty the King have both shared their condolences. Hanukkah should be a time of celebration and joy, and yet Jewish people are again confronted with vile acts of hatred simply for being Jews, with further distress for our British Jewish communities just a couple of months after the Manchester synagogue attack on Yom Kippur. So we stand in solidarity with Australia's Jewish communities, with Jewish communities here and across the world as they continue to mark Hanukkah, and we stand in solidarity with the Australian people. Our thoughts are with all those affected. We must continue and increase work to root out anti-Semitism in all its forms, here and abroad, because we will never let hatred win. With permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me turn now to today's verdict in the trial of Jimmy Lai. Today, Hong Kong's courts ruled that Jimmy Lai was guilty of foreign collusion under the national security law which Beijing imposed on the city 5 years ago. They also found him guilty of conspiring to publish seditious materials. Jimmy Lai is a British citizen. He has been targeted by the Chinese and Hong Kong governments for peacefully exercising his right to freedom of expression. This was a politically motivated prosecution, which I strongly condemn. Jimmy Lai now faces the prospect of a sentence which, for a man of 78 years, could mean the rest of his life in prison. I call again for Jimmy Lai's immediate release. On my instruction, the Foreign Office has today summoned the Chinese ambassador to underline our position in the strongest terms. My acting Consul General was present at court to bear witness today. And for many in this House, and for the large diaspora community living in the UK, it is heartbreaking that such a violation of a British man's rights could occur in Hong Kong, because the Hong Kong of Jimmy Lai's childhood was a city where a 12-year-old boy seeking opportunity could go on to build a business empire and then a media platform. It was a city of freedom, and that freedom brought great prosperity. So when the joint declaration was signed by the United Kingdom and China in 1984, both nations declared commitment to that prosperity. And our countries agreed that Hong Kong's uniqueness was the foundation of its success, its high degree of autonomy, its executive, legislative and independent judicial power, its rights and freedoms, including freedom of speech, of the press, of assembly and of association. And these were to be enshrined in law. For many years, Hong Kong was the embodiment of the commitments made in that joint declaration. The city, the economy, and most importantly, the people thrived. And it was a remarkable, shining example to the world of what Hong Kong's people and cooperation between the UK and China could achieve. And indeed, it is partly because of our important economic as well as our political history with Hong Kong that China remains our third largest trading partner today. But in 2020, China began to break commitments in that declaration. Hong Kong's free media spoke out, and they were punished for it. In June 2020, China breached the joint declaration by imposing its national security law on the city, a law imposed on Hong Kong to silence China's critics, a law that undermined Hong Kong's autonomy and threatened the rights that China had once freely committed to upholding. And it was not long before the new law was applied. Jimmy Lai was arrested, along with other advocates of democracy, free speech, and freedom of assembly. This British citizen, this businessman and journalist, this father, husband, and grandfather, has endured 5 years of incarceration. Meanwhile, his supporters around the world have campaigned tirelessly for justice. And I want to pay particular tribute to Jimmy's son, Sebastian Lai, who has endured such pain and shown such determination and dignity in fighting for his father and for the wider rights and principles at stake. I know many honourable colleagues have had the privilege of meeting this determined man who has endured so much to take on his father's mantle, speaking up where his father cannot. The government has continually and repeatedly raised Jimmy Lai's case with China at every opportunity, urging the authorities to agree his release. Yet the Hong Kong authorities continue to refuse us consular access to our citizen for a 78-year-old man whose health is suffering. So Jimmy Lai remains imprisoned despite international calls for his release and concerns regarding his health. Imprisoned despite UK ministers raising our concerns directly and privately with Hong Kong and Chinese officials. And imprisoned despite our repeated requests for consular access, the most recent of which was submitted on Thursday. So once again, I call for Jimmy Lai to be granted full access to independent medical professionals to assess his health and ensure he receives adequate treatment. Today's verdict is sadly not a surprise, but no state can bully and persecute the British people for exercising their basic rights. We have seen how the Hong Kong authorities have tried to use the national security law to target even those living on British soil for speaking up. The UK has repeatedly called for the national security law to be repealed and for an end to the prosecution of all individuals charged under it. And it remains imperative that the Chinese and Hong Kong authorities end the deliberate targeting of opposition voices through arrest warrants and bounties in the UK and elsewhere. The safety of the Hong Kong community in the UK is a top priority for this government. And as the Prime Minister has recently said, protecting our security is non-negotiable. It is our first duty. So this government is unequivocally clear that China poses a series of national security threats to the United Kingdom, and that is why we have taken further steps and tougher measures to defend our democracy by disrupting and deterring threats from China and other state actors, including upgrading sovereign technology, removing Chinese-made surveillance equipment from sensitive sites, drawing up new legislation to tackle straight threats modelled on counter-terrorism powers, rolling out new training to police forces across the country on tackling state threats and protecting individuals from transnational repression, and continuing to support the Hong Kong British National Overseas Route, which has welcomed over 200,000 Hong Kongers to the UK, and where the Home Office has confirmed, as part of the earned settlement consultation, they will retain a 5-year settlement route in the UK. China has not upheld its commitments to the people of Hong Kong, but we will. Jimmy Lai chose to remain in Hong Kong to speak up for what was right, and he is currently paying the price. But for the sake of Jimmy Lai, for his family, but also for the people of Hong Kong, for the joint declaration we signed, and for the rule of law, we will not relent on this. Joined by nations across the world, we call again for the immediate release of Jimmy Lai. I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Foreign Secretary Dame Priti Patel.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and with your permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, on behalf of His Majesty's opposition, I'd like to give our condolences following the anti-Semitic targeted murder of 15 people from the Jewish community in the shooting in Bondi Beach yesterday. The atrocity was absolutely appalling, and as the Jewish community comes together this Hanukkah, we honour a tradition that symbolises resilience, faith, and the triumph of light over darkness. Madam Deputy Speaker, in the early hours of this morning, Jimmy Lai was convicted following a shameful show trial under the repressive national security law imposed on Hong Kong in breach of the Sino-British Joint Declaration. Jimmy Lai's imprisonment, trial and conviction mark a new low in the Chinese Communist Party's shameful attempts to extinguish freedom, democracy and the rule of law in Hong Kong. It is yet another serious violation of the joint Sino-British Declaration. The scenes of Jimmy, a 78-year-old man, being paraded around in chains are disturbing, but his defiance stands as a source of hope for those who still believe in freedom, democracy and human rights. For despite all the pain and suffering, despite being persecuted at the hands of the Chinese Communist Party, despite more than 1,800 days that he has been held in solitary confinement, and despite his health deteriorating, Jimmy's spirit remains unbroken. Throughout the last few years, his son Sebastian, his families and supporters have fought hard for his freedom and to raise awareness of his appalling treatment. I pay tribute to them, and the whole House will stand behind them as their fight to free Jimmy continues. Jimmy should be freed and allowed to come home to the United Kingdom to be with his family. We need to know what action the government will now take to do everything possible to secure his release and to seriously ratchet up the pressure to end this disgraceful and draconian national security law. And also, what will the consequences be on China, on Beijing, if they do not change its position? So can the Foreign Secretary tell us, when was the last time the Prime Minister raised Jimmy Lai's imprisonment directly with President Xi? Has he called President Xi today in the aftermath of this conviction to demand Jimmy's release and to demand that Jimmy is free to come home to the UK? How often has the Prime Minister raised this case directly since July 2024? What was President Xi's response to him on the occasion that this case was raised, either publicly or in private? What assurances have been given about Jimmy Lai's treatment in prison? We know his health is deteriorating and he's being kept in absolutely cruel conditions. So what medical help and access to him is the Prime Minister pursuing? And what has the response been from the Chinese and the Hong Kong authorities? And has the Prime Minister told President Xi face to face and directly that we will oppose this political show trial and condemn them for breaching the Sino-British joint declaration with their national security law? This House has previously been informed that ministers constantly raise this case and that they've been in touch with their Chinese counterparts. So can the Foreign Secretary tell us if the National Security Advisor raised this on his recent visit to China? And did he have any discussions about Jimmy's particular case? In relation to the national security law, has the Prime Minister continued to raise our concerns that this law is in breach of the joint declaration? And what discussions are taking place with international partners, including the United States, to pressure China into releasing Jimmy and to scrap in their oppressive national security law? The immediate release of Jimmy Lai has to be a priority for this government, but it also raises wider issues with UK-China relations. The Prime Minister is clearly seeking significantly closer relations with Beijing and has effectively ended the policy of trying to reduce strategic dependency for economic reasons, even though the economic impact has been negligible and will not be felt in people's pockets. While the Foreign Secretary stands here condemning China, while at the same time she's written a supportive letter for their super embassy spy hub, today shows this is exactly why this approach is deeply foolhardy. Sebastian Lai has said this morning, how can we normalise a relationship if the British government can't put a 70-year-old man on a plane who is in seriously bad health and send him back to the UK? And if they can't even do something as simple as that, how can we talk about closer relations? He has called for the release to be a precondition on any further talks with China. So does the Foreign Secretary agree? And does the Prime Minister agree? And with the Chinese Communist Party continuing to imprison Jimmy Lai and undermine freedom in Hong Kong, will she and the Prime Minister send a signal of our disgust to the CPP by cancelling the Prime Minister's planned visit to China next January unless Jimmy Lai is released, and blocking their super embassy planning application and placing China on the enhanced tier of furs?
Foreign Secretary. Can I thank her for her support for the victims of the appalling terrorist attack in Bondi Beach in Sydney, and also welcome her support for the release of Jimmy Lai. It should be something that unites the entire House, and the whole House should support the calls for his freedom. She refers to one action the government is taking and has continued to take. That is why the Foreign Office has today summoned the Chinese ambassador in order to convey the full strength of our feeling about this decision and the full about the prosecution in the first place, the politically motivated prosecution under this law. And I can tell her that not only has the Prime Minister raised this, not only have I raised this directly in my recent conversation with Foreign Minister Wang Yi, but also a whole succession of government ministers have also raised this with their counterparts in the Chinese government, because we do not see this simply as a foreign policy matter. We see this as a matter that affects the entire government relationship as well. She seems to be suggesting that we should then have no further engagement, but actually the opposite is true, and in fact what we need to do is to ensure that we are conveying the strength of our feeling exactly because this is so important. We have also been engaging with our international counterparts. The EU today has said that they deplore the conviction this prosecution is politically motivated and emblematic of the erosion of democracy and fundamental freedoms in Hong Kong since the imposition of the national security law in 2020. I have also raised this at the G7, including with my G7 counterparts, and she will know the strength of feeling in the US on this issue as well, where I have discussed this also with our US counterparts as well as across the G7. And we will continue to raise this, not just directly in our relationship with China, but also in international discussions as well, in order to maintain the pressure on China. China has said, their authorities have said, that they want to respect the international rule of law, that they want to be a country that does that. Well, then we need to hold them to that, because at the heart of international law is the legal requirements that they signed up to that still stand in international law since 1984 as a result of that declaration. However, that declaration is not currently being respected. It is being repeatedly violated, and if they want to uphold international law on the world stage, then they should uphold those commitments in Hong Kong. They should uphold the rights and the freedoms of the people of Hong Kong, and they should release Jimmy Lai.
Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Dame Emily Thornberry.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I associate myself with the remarks from both front benches in relation to that appalling attack in Australia. May I also say that I'm greatly encouraged to hear the government stating that they want to have a whole government approach to the issue of Jimmy Lai. Madam Deputy Speaker, Jimmy Lai is a British citizen. He could have chosen to leave Hong Kong at any time during the years up to his arrest. He could have left in 2014, but he joined the Umbrella Movement. He could have left in 2019, but he joined the protests against the proposed extradition law. He could have fled in 2020 when he was given bail, but he stayed, and he stayed because he wanted to stand up for the city that had given him everything, he said. And so despite his great age and his difficulties, his health difficulties, he has been held in solitary confinement for 1,800 days. Does the Foreign Secretary agree that Jimmy Lai is an inspirational example of bravery and patriotism for all those fighting for democracy wherever they are in the world?
Foreign Secretary.
Can I strongly welcome my right honourable friend's tribute to Jimmy Lai, to his bravery and strength in the face of the most difficult circumstances, and the way in which he has spoken up for freedom and for values, as well as for his city and communities as well. She is right to pay tribute to him, and I think probably the whole House would join in those tributes and in the recognition of what he has stood up for. We also recognise that others have been forced to leave Hong Kong as a result of that repression, and that is why the BNO route that the government provides is also so important.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Callum Miller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and to the Foreign Secretary for advance sight of her strong statement. I'd like to associate my party with her remarks about the appalling attack at Bondi Beach. We stand united against all anti-Jewish hatred. Madam Deputy Speaker, I share the Foreign Secretary's utter condemnation of Jimmy Lai's politically motivated conviction. The trumped-up charges and sham trial show how desperate the Beijing regime is to silence its critics. And I agree with Jimmy's son Sebastian that it is now up to the UK government to ensure his welfare and secure his release. So I welcome the summoning of the Chinese ambassador today. What was the outcome? Has Jimmy Lai's access to medical treatment been assured? And what further steps is the government taking to secure his immediate release? The Foreign Secretary is right to say that China poses national security threats to the UK. So can she explain why it is not on the enhanced tier of furs? Jimmy Lai is not alone in the fight for civil liberties and the rule of law in Hong Kong. Countless brave Hong Kongers continue to advocate for democracy and freedom, even as the CCP work relentlessly to erode the city's independence. For speaking out, many Hong Kongers living in the UK face daily intimidation and threats from Beijing. Just last week, pro-democracy campaigner Carmen Lau was subjected to a renewed campaign of intrusive and distressing intimidation and misinformation. So what reassurances can the Foreign Secretary provide today to Carmen and other Hong Kongers living in the UK that they will be better protected in the future against Beijing's predations? Has she updated her submission to the Housing Secretary about the risks posed by the new super embassy? And will the government look to sanction all those CCP officials who are responsible for extraterritorial intimidation of pro-democracy activists? Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government likes to say that it will challenge China when we must. So can the Foreign Secretary indicate one thing that the government will not do for China in order to signal that the treatment of Jimmy Lai is unacceptable?
Foreign Secretary.
Can I thank the honourable member for his support for Jimmy Lai and for Jimmy Lai's release. Unfortunately, I can tell him that China has not currently agreed either to consular access or to health access. But let me be very clear, we will not relent on this. We will continue to raise it with our international partners as well as directly with China. And we will continue to do so, including in international forums as well. Can I also join him in condemning the targeting of Carmen Law and others as well who have been targeted in the UK. It is why we are strengthening the training for police forces across the UK, for all police forces, on how to deal with state threats and transnational repression. It's why we also increased the investment in our intelligence and security agencies so that they can also deal with state threats as well as traditional counter-terrorism threats as well. And also why we now increasingly use new measures, such as sanctions, for example, on issues around cyber threats, which he will be aware we have recently sanctioned 2 Chinese entities around cyber threats and cyber challenges to the UK. You also raised the issues around the embassy. As he will know, this remains a planning decision for the MCHLG under their independent processes, but I can also tell him that security considerations have been taken immensely seriously, not just by the Home Office and by the Foreign Office, but also by the agencies throughout.
Joe White.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Hong Kong National Security Law and its conviction of Jimmy Lai are a breach of the 1984 Sino-British Joint Declaration. This is a politically motivated attack on freedom. Can the Foreign Secretary reassure this House that all possible actions are being pursued to A, ensure that Jimmy Lai obtains his legal access to British consulate support, and B, to push for the immediate release of Jimmy Lai?
Foreign Secretary.
I can assure my honourable friend that we will continue to do everything we can to provide consular support for all of those affected by the national security law, and also particularly for Jimmy Lai. And can I also reiterate, Madam Deputy Speaker, the tributes to Sebastian Lai, who I know is in the gallery today.
Surrey and Duncan Smith.
I rise to explain again. I agree with the Right Honourable Lady about her comments about the terrible attacks in Bondi, and I congratulate her for raising it now. But I want to say that I rise today is to express the view that this isn't just about Hong Kong, this is also about this chamber. I'm one of those that has been named in a prosecution case against Jimmy Lai 9 times. There are others who've been named more than that, which is appalling, because I'd love to have met him and spoken to him, but I never have done. Trumped up nonsense from the CCP. The second thing I would say to her is I agree with her strength of statement about the appalling nature of the government in China over this issue, but it's no good just meeting people to say they're wrong or calling in the ambassadors. Surely what we have to do is show them that now there is a ratchet upwards of the things that we will do. Number one, we need to tell them there will be no visit in January by a Prime Minister to an organisation that is so corrupt and indecent. Number two, we should start imposing surely sanctions in and on those members in Hong Kong who run the place, who we have done none of, but every other country has sanctioned, but we have not. And finally, the idea of allowing this regime to have a huge embassy with 200 extra spies brought in at this point needs surely to be, they need to be told this will not happen until they release Jimmy Lai.
Foreign Secretary. Well, I know that this is something that the Right Honourable Member has campaigned on and has spoken out on for a long time. So let me recognise his continued speaking out, not just for Jimmy Lai, but more widely on issues around China and national security concerns. Let me be clear, we will continue to pursue this through international routes as well as directly with China. He raises the issues around sanctions. As he will know, we never talk about sanctions in advance, but we have expanded the sanctions not just around cyber threats, but also around some of the issues around the support for Russia and the war on Ukraine as well. On the issue about the embassy, I have obviously addressed the question of the planning process, but let me also be clear that the UK continues to have very strong restrictions on both the numbers of people who are able to come and on the visa arrangements as well. All of that continues. That does not change as a result of any planning decision at all. Let's be clear, no state can bully and persecute the British people for exercising their basic rights. That is why we have been clear about our strong condemnation of this politically motivated prosecution and calling for the release of Jimmy Lai. Joe Powell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Foreign Secretary for her tribute to Sebastian Lai, who, as she says, has now joined us in the gallery. This afternoon, honourable members from across the House heard from Sebastian, Jimmy's son and a constituent of mine, and the international legal team supporting him and the family. Jimmy is now 78, a British citizen in failing health after 5 years in solitary confinement, and he now faces a fifth Christmas away from his family, including a granddaughter he has never met, Sebastian's first child. So can I ask the Foreign Secretary what message she has specifically for Jimmy's family, and can she assure them that everything will be on the table in what the government decides to do next?
Foreign Secretary. Well, I can send wholehearted support to Jimmy Lai's family, who face the most difficult of circumstances, and also to Jimmy Lai himself, who is a British citizen and has our strong support. I can also say that we will continue to raise this in every forum that we can, and also that the priority must be to get him humanitarian ground, to draw on those humanitarian grounds, if nothing else, to get the immediate release of a man who is 78 and who has already been incarcerated for far too many years. Sir John Whittingdale.
Jimmy Lai's so-called crime was simply being a journalist expressing his views. As the Foreign Secretary has said, he is 78, and we heard this afternoon from Sebastian and his legal team that his health is deteriorating very rapidly and he is likely to die in prison unless he is released soon. Will the Foreign Secretary meet Sebastian with his legal advisers from Doughty Street Chambers to discuss what additional pressure can be put on the Chinese government to obtain his release?
Foreign Secretary. I have previously met Sebastian Lai, and I will certainly meet him again in order to talk with him about what more support we can provide. Dame Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have a constituent who suffered a terrible rape in Hong Kong, which wasn't properly investigated. Her statement was under Google Translate, no rape kit taken. She then found herself accused and has been of something else, and as a result of that, and has been in the system for 2 years now in January. She trusted that the legal system in Hong Kong would support her. Her lawyers, taking on her case as a black British woman, have taken a risk in doing that. Does the Foreign Secretary have confidence in the legal system in Hong Kong, and is there anything we can do to support my constituent?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I'm really very sorry to hear the circumstances for my honourable friend's constituent. Very happy to discuss with her further the circumstances of that case, and she will know we have repeatedly raised our concerns, particularly about the national security law and the way in which that law does not respect the circumstances and the commitments that were agreed. It is a crucial part of Hong Kong's identity for so many years, and that were embodied in that declaration, that it was about respect for the rule of law.
Joshua Reynolds.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Carmen Lau is a Hong Kong democracy campaigner and a constituent of mine in Maidenhead. Earlier this year, her neighbours received letters asking them to take her to the Chinese embassy in exchange for £100,000. Last month, her neighbours also received fake, sexually explicit photographs of her with a Macau postage stamp. So can I ask the Foreign Secretary when she last met with Carmen to be able to discuss these concerns, and how she can reassure Hong Kongers living in Britain that they will be safe?
Foreign Secretary.
I can I thank the honourable member for standing up for his constituent, and I have obviously seen the most recent reports of the circumstances that she has faced. I have not met her since then to discuss and to hear from her of it, but I think the whole House would be totally appalled by the experiences that she has had. What I can assure him is that this is something that our counter-terrorism police, who cover both state threats and terrorism threats, take immensely seriously and pursue every possible investigation. And it is why, as a government, we have expanded the work around state threats of the counter-terrorism police.
Mary Rimmer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The use of foreign lawyers by both prosecution and defence is a long-established tradition in Hong Kong, yet Mr Lai, Jimmy, has been denied that right, even as judgment has been passed. This is about justice, not rigged justice. This verdict not only devastates one British citizen and his family, it represents a brutal attack of free speech and the rule of law in Hong Kong. It confirms that the national security law is being used to silence critics, destroy independent media and dismantle the freedoms that were promised to the people of Hong Kong. And I quote from the Committee for Foreign Freedom in Hong Kong to say that Jimmy Lai is guilty of the unwavering belief in freedom for the people of Hong Kong. Contrary to Beijing's intentions, the verdict today highlights Jimmy Lai's courage and integrity and sends a clear message around the world that Hong Kong's once proud judicial system is severely tarnished under Beijing's authoritarian regime. The Foreign Secretary and many ministers, as is quoted today, have raised this, spoken to different people and our international colleagues, and we must continue to do that. But it is evident that that is no longer sufficient. The Prime Minister here must raise this with the Chinese regimes at the highest possible level. Jimmy Lai is a British citizen, and I ask our Prime Minister to consider carefully what action we will now take to protect this citizen and many, many more. After all, it is the British government's first duty to protect citizens at home and abroad.
Can I welcome my honourable friend's championing of Jimmy Lai? She's right that these are about some of the most basic freedoms of all. Freedom of expression, freedom of speech, freedom to freedom of assembly, freedom to gather, and also the fundamental freedoms around journalism that are what are so important and have been such an important part of Hong Kong's identity and history for so long. That's why they were embodied in the declarations, in order to recognise that uniqueness about Hong Kong. And that is why we will continue to maintain those. I can assure her the Prime Minister has already raised this directly with his counterparts, and so too have many other government ministers, and we will continue to do so.
Tom Tugendhat.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I start by saying I welcome very much the Foreign Secretary's words about the horrific anti-Semitic murders in Australia, and to those who died, may we all just say, may their memories be a blessing. When we talk about Hong Kong and we talk about Jimmy Lai, could we remember that the attack on Jimmy Lai, the arrest of Jimmy Lai, isn't just a punishment against his family or against him. It is actually part of the repression of the Chinese state. It is actually deliberately being used to threaten and intimidate Hong Kongers here in the United Kingdom. So when we talk about standing up for Jimmy Lai, we're actually talking about standing up for ourselves. We're talking about defending our own freedoms and defending the liberties that British people have the right to expect, both at home and abroad. And so will she forgive me when I say, and I recognise that she's only been in the role for a number of months, that what we're hearing again is the bureaucratisation of process and not the leadership that politics is supposed to offer. When we don't hear that decisions like the embassy or the visit are potentially on the line, then Beijing hears that they can just continue as normal. Because let's not pretend that a fundamentally strategic decision like the siting of an embassy is the mere duty of a bureaucrat. It's not. It's the role of a government to offer leadership and direction. I'm afraid, at the moment, this government's offering none.
Foreign Secretary.
Well, let me say to the honourable member, as having been formerly Home Secretary before now being Foreign Secretary, I'm very clear of the nature of the security threats that China poses. He's right to say this is not simply about the threat to Jimmy Lai, this is not simply about this particular prosecution, that it in itself is used more widely as part of transnational repression, which is something I take immensely seriously, because this is about not just about British citizens in Hong Kong, it's also about residents here on UK soil, which we take immensely seriously, and that's why we have strengthened our straight threat and response. He will recognise too that the sentencing is expected in the new year. We are very clear that we need the Chinese government to hear not just the condemnation from the UK, but also from other partners around the world of what has happened with the politically motivated prosecution in this case, and to recognise the urgent humanitarian circumstances around a central issue in all of our discussions with the Chinese government. He will know that there are also know, given his background and experience, the importance of recognising independent processes.
Alex Sobel.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I first want to associate with the comments of the front bench on the horrific anti-Semitic murders on Bondi Beach. In the case of Jimmy Lai, this result was obvious from the point that the national security laws were passed, and we've been descending down this road for many, many years with the Chinese government and Hong Kong authorities. The sentencing of Jimmy Lai will start on the 12th of January. Can I ask the Foreign Secretary and actually National Security Advisor to urgently meet with Jimmy's legal team, who briefed us today before the sentencing starts, and to reassure me that there'll be no positive signals towards Beijing during that time and after that time if Jimmy is indeed sentenced for a long period, because we're sending the wrong signals to the Chinese government if we keep bending towards their will.
Secretary.
Well, let me say just again to my honourable friend, thank him for his words about the appalling attack on Bondi Beach, and also for championing the case of Jimmy Lai. And both the Prime Minister and I have previously met Sebastian Lai, and I will certainly very happily do so again.
Sir Andrew Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The whole House will welcome the Foreign Secretary's words on the terrorist attack on Bondi Beach. Madam Deputy Speaker, without seeking to interfere directly in matters that are before the court in Hong Kong, we can note that Jimmy Lai is 78. He's held in solitary confinement. His health is in sharp decline. He is unable to practice his religious beliefs, and he is a British citizen. Surely this case cries out, at the least, for clemency. And in view of Jimmy Lai's British citizenship, will she directly engage afresh with her opposite number, Foreign Minister Wang Yi, and the Chinese state to mount the very strong case for clemency for Jimmy Lai?
Foreign Secretary.
Can I say I agree with the Right Honourable Member that the immediate circumstances for a 78-year-old man who is in poor health, there is an urgent issue about clemency, about humanitarian recognition of the circumstances that he is in. We have strong differences, of course, around the national security law, which we are very clear is a breach of the declaration, but we also surely have a shared humanity that should mean we urge the Chinese authorities to recognise that shared humanity and release Jimmy Lai immediately.
Mark Seward.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Given that the Chinese Communist Party has clearly broken its promise in the joint declaration to protect freedom and the rule of law in Hong Kong, and given that this judgment was handed down by a politically appointed judge in a sham show trial, does the Foreign Secretary agree with me that those members of the House of Lords that still serve on the Court of Final Appeal in Hong Kong should step down from those roles so as not to lend their credibility to a system which has clearly abandoned the rule of law?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, my friend will recognise that we obviously have independent processes around the judiciary. However, he is right to say that the issue about the rule of law is a really important one, and it's an important one for the UK. These are values that we stand up for in all its dimensions. It is also an area, though, where the Chinese authorities have increasingly spoken about the importance of the international rule of law, and also said that the major countries ought to provide leadership on the international rule of law. So again, I think our strong message to them is that in order to show international leadership on the rule of law, they need to recognise their legal obligations that are still present, and their legal obligations towards the declaration, to implement the declaration, and that means ending the national security law and releasing Jimmy Lai.
Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There's a legitimate and necessary debate to be had around our wider foreign policy towards China, but surely for today the most important thing is that this House should speak with one voice in condemning the sham of a trial and demanding the immediate release of Jimmy Lai, and I thank the Foreign Secretary for having done that. The Interparliamentary Alliance on China, of which I am a member, is cited, I'm told, no fewer than 500 times in the judgment in Jimmy Lai. They have had no contact from the FCDO, despite having initiated correspondence. When the Foreign Secretary returns to the Department, can she investigate that and ensure that they are given the proper level of engagement that they require and deserve?
Secretary. I will certainly do so. I will follow up, and I will get back to the Right Honourable Member. I also agree with him that it is immensely important that we speak with one powerful voice on all of us calling for the release of Jimmy Lai.
John McDonnell.
To the Jewish community in Australia eloquently from both the front benches. In the representations on Jimmy Lai, can I ask again that the case of Lee Chuk-yang is raised? Lee was the General Secretary, he's a trade union colleague of mine. He was the General Secretary of the Confederation of Trade Unions in Hong Kong. He's been in prison now since April 2021. His trial was postponed twice this year. We've now been given the date of January the 22nd. We're fearful now that that trial might be delayed again, but also fearful that he would be sentenced to a long sentence as a result of all he did was to participate in the campaign for democracy in Hong Kong and also for trade union rights. Any representations that could be made would be gratefully received by the whole campaign.
I thank honourable friend for his points. He is right to say that there are many other people also either facing prosecution or who have been already charged and been through a process under the national security law. We are very clear that national security law should be repealed. It directly contradicts the declaration and the legal obligations of the Chinese authorities as part of that declaration, and I will also follow up the case that he raises.
Julian Lewis.
Like every other communist regime that's ever existed, the Chinese government behaves with ruthlessness, impunity, and unmitigated mendacity. So I welcome the strong words in the statement by the Foreign Secretary, but what we on both sides of the House wish to see is stronger actions. It's not so much a case of one country, two systems, but one government and two faces. If the government can't even say that a country which poses so many strategic threats is itself a threat, then we've got an awfully long way to go.
Well, I note that he obviously shares the concerns about and the calls for the release of Jimmy Lai. What I would say to him in terms of the wider issues is I have been very clear about the national security threats posed by China, whether that be around transnational oppression, whether that be around their support for Russia, for example, in the war on Ukraine, or, for example, around the cyber threats, for example, where we have recently introduced more sanctions. It is actually, though, also because of our history with Hong Kong and our strong history, economic history as well as our political history with Hong Kong, that is also why China is the third largest trading partner for the UK as well. And those are not things that we can trade off. We do not trade off them, as the Prime Minister made very clear in his speech just a few weeks ago. National security is always the first duty of any government, but alongside pursuing those threats, alongside pursuing issues around human rights, we also have to recognise that trading relationship and ensure that we pursue both and pursue those national security issues as the first duty.
Swallow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank both benches for their powerful words on the horrific anti-Semitic attack in Australia. Jimmy Lai has been persecuted for standing up for human rights and democracy, and I know that Bracknell Forest Hong Kong community will share my utter horror at this cowardly act from the Chinese and Hong Kong governments. They are also a community, as many members have raised across the House, who face their own security threats from the long arm of the Chinese state. And it's in this light that I want to thank the Foreign Secretary for recognising the importance of the 5+1 B&O settlement route. It's really important that we've recommitted to that. I would, however, like to ask her to share with Home Office colleagues my constituents' concerns about changes to the language requirements and income requirements around that route. It is right that we stand by Hong Kongers with that settlement route. It is right that we recognise our historic commitment to the Hong Kong community.
Well, I welcome my honourable friend's highlighting of Hong Kongers in his constituency and of the local communities. He will know that over 200,000 Hong Kongers have been welcomed to the UK as part of the BNO route. I will pass on the points that he has raised to the Home Office, but I think this has been a very important part of Hong Kongers arriving and being part of our economy, being part of our communities, and being part of our joint respect for human rights and for the commitments that we made in 1984.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I associate myself and the SNP with the Foreign Secretary's comments on the appalling attack on Bondi Beach. Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the statement today condemning what the CCP has done with a political sham of a trial, simply for Jimmy Lai expressing his belief in democracy and freedom. However, the statement doesn't go far enough, and I'd like to ask two very short questions. First of all, the US Canada and Australia is able to secure the release of their nationals, why has it been the case the UK has not been able to secure a release from China in this case? And secondly, given the inability to secure the release of Jimmy Lai, what message does this send to other British citizens who may be held in arbitrary detention by regimes who don't respect rule of law, democracy or freedom of speech and assembly?
Well, what I would say to him is there is a deep and long-standing change that we have seen in the Chinese authorities' approach over the last 5 years. Successive governments have raised this with China, but we are continuing to do so because this, I think, the national security law is deeply damaging and undermines the declaration and also undermines the international rule of law. We will continue to raise that, just as we will continue to provide consular support for people across the world where there are British citizens who need our help and where we have work that we can do to assist them.
Sir Desmond Swain.
The government's dealings with China are proving to be almost as lamentable as those of its predecessor. So now, we've summoned the ambassador to tell him just how cross we are, but I bet you we'll give him his embassy, won't we?
Foreign Secretary.
I note the honourable member's lack of support for the previous government, as obviously a government led by his party, and that he, in theory, has voted for and campaigned for over many years. But nevertheless, I probably can agree with him about his disagreements with the previous government, who I think actually managed to say things but actually didn't engage in a way that we need to as a country in order to pursue Britain's interests.
Will Forster.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Following the appalling show trial of Jimmy Lai, I've already had correspondence from members of the strong and growing community of Hong Kongers in Woking. They are terrified that what this signal will send to people from Hong Kong that live in the UK now. People are facing intimidation in the UK for standing up to Beijing on civil liberties issues, as well as continuing to demand the immediate release of Jimmy Lai. Please will the Foreign Secretary consider the use of targeted sanctions against Chinese Communist Party officials who have been involved in that decision, and they're issuing bounties and other intimidation across the world?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, it is exactly because we have seen some of the transnational repression, including threats to people resident on UK soil, including Hong Kongers who we have welcomed into our communities as a result of the repression that they have faced. That we have also strengthened the work of the counter-terrorism police on targeting state threats. We've strengthened the work through the intelligence agencies as well. We will continue to do so because it is immensely important that we support not just the residents here, but also the freedoms and the traditions of the people of Hong Kong.
Dr. Kieran Mullen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I begin by also paying tribute to the bravery of Jimmy Lai and his family? The reality is we're engaged in a battle between what form of state is going to dominate the coming decades. States like ours that try imperfectly to balance the rights of individuals in the state, and authoritarian regimes like China which want unfettered power of the state. Those sorts of regimes respond to strength. The Foreign Secretary has talked about how we feel about this and how the government feels upset and angry about this. Those sorts of regimes respond to strength. So given that, would the Foreign Secretary agree with me that it would be a disastrous decision to allow the super embassy to go ahead?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, as he well knows, it is an independent process, a planning process, and has long been so. Again, though, what I would say to him is that this is not just about the UK's direct engagement with China, it is also about our engagement through international forums as well. It's why I have directly raised Jimmy Lai's case in the G7, it's why I have raised it directly with other foreign ministers across the world, and it is why we have seen international condemnation of what has happened today, and also why we are seeking international support for our call for the urgent release of Jimmy Lai, which I think should be all of our priorities now.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I associate myself with the comments about yesterday's horror in Sydney? Can I also welcome the Foreign Secretary's clear and unequivocal call for the release of Jimmy Lai and her condemnation of a politically motivated act which can only, as others have said, cause great fear amongst the Hong Kong community in this country. However, she did say that this was a cross-government approach that was going to be taken. So will she make it clear to China that it can't just be business as usual from now on? They cannot expect this super embassy simply to go ahead, that there will be sanctions, but that we will also protect our energy and national security by imposing mitigating circumstances on any contracts they might be involved in the North Sea and wind farms.
Foreign Secretary.
The Honourable Member, I think many of the points that she's raised I've already addressed, but I think she raises an important further point about the issues around our economic security. For example, around critical minerals, for example, around energy infrastructure. I take those issues immensely seriously. I think there is more that we need to do, working with the G7 countries, but working with other countries across the world on how we retain our energy security and our wider economic security, and recognise in terms of those operating across the world in ways that can cause real challenges to that economic security.
Saki Batty.
Really closely, and I have to say, even the strongest condemnation that she may issue, without real action, is not strong enough. And calling the ambassador, it will just be taken as words, because this has all been done before, and the Chinese just aren't listening, as the conviction of Jimmy Lai proves. One show of strength she could do, of course, is to withdraw her support for the Chinese super embassy in the heart of London. By doing so, I'm sure the Prime Minister would listen, I'm sure the Secretary of State for MHCLG be listening, and the independent process. And what the Chinese would hear is that the protection of British citizens is of paramount interest to us, and it won't be without consequence if they are maltreated.
Foreign Secretary.
Well, the Honourable Member will be aware that there is an independent process around the planning system, and also he will have seen the agreement that was also further reached, that the Chinese that were, if the planning agreement was reached, then the Chinese diplomatic premises would shrink from the current 8 as a result of that. But it is important to recognise that as an independent planning, that is an independent planning process, and I think that alongside whatever embassy arrangements are in place, it is crucial that we have a strong response to state threats to national security in this country, and also that we continue to press for the urgent release of Jimmy Lai. I hope he will agree that that should be a humanitarian priority for everyone, as some of his colleagues have said.
Hobhouse.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The politically motivated conviction of Jimmy Lai is yet another chilling sign of the breakdown of human rights and freedom of speech in Hong Kong. She will know I was refused entry into Hong Kong to visit our son and his young family, and I never got any explanation why. Where does this recent development leave British citizens still in Hong Kong and their families who are here? I'm thinking particularly about the many BNOs in my Bath constituency who deeply, deeply worry, and I know what that feels like.
Secretary.
The Honourable Member is right to raise this, and there is a real concern, and I am sorry of the difficulties that I know that she has had, and she will know that that this has been raised as well with the Chinese authorities. I would also say she's right to raise the concerns of the Hong Kongers who live here but who still have family back home, and then as a result do not feel that they can visit them, because even where they have British citizenship, the Chinese authorities do not recognise dual nationality, and therefore there are real concerns for anyone visiting family either in Hong Kong or more widely in China, that dual citizenship or that their British citizenship simply will not be recognised. That is what has happened with Jimmy Lai, and it is why we continue to raise this is an issue about British citizens, and we will stand up for British citizens.
Luke Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to take an opportunity to pay tribute to Sebastian Lai, who I met with alongside a number of colleagues earlier, and his courage and fortitude throughout this process. Ever since the verdicts have been announced, I've been inundated with concerns from Hong Kongers in my constituency of Sutton Achieve, concerned about what this means for their safety under the programme of transnational repression that the Chinese are persecuting. They said that diplomacy works until it doesn't, and I think now we can see that this hasn't, so there need to be consequences. So can I press again on an answer to why China has not been placed on the enhanced tier of the Foreign Influence Registration Scheme? But also, I understand as Home Secretary, the Minister submitted evidence to the Housing Secretary regarding the security implications of the super embassy. Has she updated that advice since new risks and threats have been identified?
Foreign Secretary.
So he will know that the Security Minister has updated the House several times about the FIRS process and about the work that we do continually to keep different countries under review as part of that. He also raised the issue about the security considerations that were raised as part of the planning process. I can again assure him that not only does the Home Office and the Foreign Office, but also the agencies, the security and intelligence agencies, take these issues immensely seriously and have been involved in the consideration. As part of it, some of the further information that has been provided to the committee, to the planning process, is around the consolidation of the diplomatic premises as well as wider security considerations.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, can I associate myself with the comments that the Foreign Secretary made earlier on in relation, sending my sympathies, our party sympathies, to those people who were murdered at Bondi Beach just this week. They're very much in our thoughts and prayers, and we need to support as well. I believe this government needs to support the Australian Prime Minister and government and the action they will take against the terrorists that are now in Australia. To be honest, Madam Deputy Speaker, we're not really unexpected when we read this. We have all read the character of governments and officials, and this travesty was always going to be the result while China has been permitted to rule with an iron fist. But what cannot be forgotten, that this is not a Chinese-only issue. Jimmy Lai is a British national, and as such should have had his government protecting him from protection. I'm not too old to remember, Madam Deputy Speaker, that when you held that British passport, it did give you protection. Well, I want to see, if you don't mind asking where that protection is. What steps will our British government take to enable this elderly British national to secure a just result, rather than the theatre that we have witnessed and watched? And with respect, Foreign Secretary, will the Honourable Lady confirm that if the time for watching is ended and government will finally take time to act? Thank you.
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I can confirm we will not relent in our calls for Jimmy Lai to be released, and we will also continue to do so with other countries from across the world, because we need to draw on the international support that there is for Jimmy Lai to get an urgent humanitarian release for him. But can I also welcome the points that he made about Bondi Beach and assure him that we continue to offer our full support to the Australian government through the Five Eyes, but also more broadly in their action against terrorism.
Can I thank the Foreign Secretary for her statement this afternoon? Point of order, Sarah Bull.
Yeah. On the 12th of November, at Prime Minister's Questions, the member for Clacton and leader of Reform announced that the Reform-led West Northamptonshire Council will be issuing foreclosure notices on 3 migrant hotels, including one in my constituency, in the next few days because of grave concerns about the safety of women and children and girls on the streets of West Northamptonshire. But a Freedom of Information request response on the 9th of December confirms that no such foreclosure notices have been issued.
Surprise, surprise.
I asked the member for Clacton to correct the record and apologise for inadvertently misleading the House, but I've received no response. So given the seriousness of this issue and the sensitivities of the implications in his question, can you please advise how I can take this matter forward, because members of the public should be able to trust what is said in this place?
Can I thank the Honourable Lady for notice of her point of order, and I understand that she has notified the member for Clacton in advance. She will know that this is not a matter for the Chair, but her point has been well and truly put on the record. The Clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Employment Rights Bill, consideration of Lord's message.
Now.
Before we move to consideration of the Lord's message, I can confirm that nothing in the Lord's message engages Commons financial privilege. We will begin with the government motion to disagree with the Lords in their amendment 120N to Commons Amendment 120G and their amendments 120P to 120S to Commons Amendment 120H. I call the Minister to move the motion. Kate Dearden.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I am returning the Employment Rights Bill for the consideration of Lords amendments for the fourth time. This bill will bring employment rights legislation into the 21st century, extending the protections many British companies already offer their staff to all. I cannot hide my frustration that once again we have been blocked from getting this bill onto the statute book by the other place. So early on, of course.
Desmond Swain.
Which British company offers unlimited compensation for unfair dismissal? And what message does it send to those companies that can locate well-paid staff anywhere in the world?
I will allow the honourable gentleman to listen to my reflections further on in my speech. I'm not sure he entirely grasps the compensation cap proposal and what we are intending to do here. I will, of course, give way.
Would the Minister agree with me? What message does this send to the British public when 33 hereditary peers have tried to defeat the government by 24 votes on a manifesto promise on sick pay, for example, which will miss the deadline for April for some of the lowest earners from some of the wealthiest? Shouldn't we get on, go through the night if we have to, and get this bill passed? Minister.
I thank my right honourable friend for her intervention. We are absolutely determined to get this legislation through and urge colleagues in the other place to pass this bill for the reasons my honourable friend outlines today. 1.3 million people will be entitled to statutory sick pay from as early as April this year, and that is significant and why it's so important we get it onto the statute books. I will give way.
My colleagues in the other place, they all expressed concern about the open-ended unlimited compensation. It's a concern not just for colleagues in the other place and colleagues here, it's a concern for businesses back home. I know the Minister means well, but can I just ask, for goodness sake, this will not work for businesses.
Minister.
If honourable friends allow me to make some progress in my speech, I will get to the background and reasonings for the compensation cap. So on that note, I will proceed. Continued delay to this bill will put implementation at risk, and that creates insecurity and uncertainty for workers and employers alike. I hope the other place acknowledges the importance of this and lets the government deliver this bill, which is backed by an electoral mandate, as my right honourable friends on this side of the House have already alluded to. We have been in ping-pong, Madam Deputy Speaker, for far too long, and further delay is not in anyone's best interests. So I hope the points I make today can address the reservations of those members of the other place who have been engaging with this process in good faith when they have had genuine concerns to the changes of the bill. And as I told the House last week, I convened a series of constructive conversations on the unfair dismissal provisions, which resulted in a workable agreement with trade unions and business representatives, and was the subject of the government amendments made last week. I can assure honourable members, as someone who was in the room during negotiations, that the agreement between unions and business representatives was made with goodwill and in good faith by all sides. As those representatives from the British Chamber of Commerce, the Chartered Institute of Personnel and Development, the Recruitment and Employment Confederation, Small Business Britain, the Federation of Small Businesses and the Confederation of British Industry said in today's letter to the Secretary of State, the outcome of the dialogue represented a significant step forward which will have a positive impact on growth and opportunities. The amendments tabled in the other place undermine that agreement, as they would amend the bill so that the compensatory award cap is not removed, and instead the government would publish a review of the impact of the cap. The removal of the cap would then require further primary legislation. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to my friend for giving way. I mean, she set out how sensible the conversations have been thus far. But doesn't she agree with me that they're being totally frustrated by colleagues down the corridor who've got no regard for the mandate that was returned to the government the last general election. And we should stand firm and make sure that these rights are not further impeded by the unelected House.
Absolutely. Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. That's why our motion today disagrees with the Lord's amendments and insists on our amendments from the previous round of ping-pong, which deliver on the agreement made by trade unions and business representative organisations. I will give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and I draw attention to my register of interests. I wondered whether the Minister is comfortable that by introducing an uncapped unfair dismissal compensation award will make the UK an international outlier where many of our international competitors have clear limits. And if she is comfortable, what assessment has she made of the impact on UK jobs and on UK inward investment, particularly in business sectors which are internationally mobile? Minister.
I thank the honourable member for her intervention. Our amendment and this proposal will remove the 52 weeks gross pay and the £118,000 £223 cap. And it's important to reflect that in practice, few awards get anywhere close to these caps, with the median average award for unfair dismissal being £6,746 in 2023-24. Employment tribunals will continue to calculate compensatory awards to reflect the losses that employees actually suffer as a result of being unfairly dismissed.
Minister giving way. Has she conducted an impact assessment? If so, how much does she think this will cost? How many uncapped rewards will be made? Because these are the kind of big, important decisions that the other place have concerns about, as do this side of the benches. Because if she has that evidence, she could put it to bed tonight by simply providing it for us to be able to make an informed decision.
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his intervention. An economic assessment will be published as is standard practice. I will give way.
My honourable friend, I'm sure, will share my frustration at the sheer misinformation that has been spread about the removal of the cap on compensation. As she says, quite rightly, the median award at the moment is at less than £7,000, and more importantly than that, only 2% of all employment tribunals ever result in a compensation award for unfair dismissal. So does she agree with me the government has indeed taken into account the concerns of crossbench peers by committing to an assessment, and more importantly, that those employers and the unions together can see what the opposition don't, which is this will be fair to workers and fair to businesses that are fair to...
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. I wholeheartedly agree with his comments and reflections. We believe that the current compensatory award cap also creates a systemic incentive for unfair dismissal claimants to construct more complex cases, which could take longer for the tribunal to handle. Therefore, by removing the compensatory award cap for unfair dismissal claims, this incentive may be lessened, potentially making it easier for tribunals to reach a judgment more quickly and decreasing the burdens on the system. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way, and I'm not at all surprised that she's having a little bit of a problem with the other place. After all, she's not the first minister to have been confused as to what was in a manifesto and what wasn't. The Prime Minister seems to have been confused about the assisted suicide bill. May I, however, raise the question about the cap? The problem many businesses will have with this is that most businesses will take out some form of insurance for unfair dismissal. Now, insurance companies work on the basis they have an understandable level of risk that they're underwriting. If they don't know what that risk is, they won't underwrite it. And the challenge here is that by removing a cap, she's changing the level of maximum risk, and therefore she's making it much harder for insurance companies to underwrite it. Has she spoken to insurance companies about the challenges that this poses?
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his intervention. I listened to the other side of the chamber and to the opposition, and again they are coming to the chamber here today to talk down what was being a clear manifesto commitment of this bill. And as part of the negotiation, I will give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and perhaps
I'm sure she's coming on to this in her speech, but it might be worth reiterating for the benefit of those on the benches opposite that the best way to avoid having to pay compensation for unfair dismissal is to avoid unfairly dismissing someone in the first place.
Don't do it.
Minister.
Very good point.
It's an excellent point, as always, from my honourable friend, and I thank her for it. Today, we are seeking the support of this House so that we can finally secure royal assent and be able to move towards implementing our long overdue reforms to make work pay. And I want to end and conclude with more of the letter from today's correspondence to the Secretary of State from business representatives that I mentioned earlier. British business believes that now is the time for Parliament to pass this bill, and I'd urge members all across this House to reflect on those comments, to reflect on our election mandate from the election last year and all the work and consideration that's been put into this bill so far from both Houses, and I thank all colleagues for it, and that is why I beg to move this government's amendment today.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 120N to Commons Amendment 120G, and their amendments 120P to 120S to Commons Amendment 120H. Shadow Secretary of State Andrew Griffith.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Look, the concerns that we Conservatives have with this bill are long known, and we've debated those, I accept, at length. I won't repeat them all today, because we're not here to debate the whole bill, just the message sent to us from the other end. There was a time, Madam Deputy Speaker, when the Labour Party would have cared about protecting jobs and those who wanted one, when they believed, like we do, in the dignity of work, what that meant for families, for communities, if you like, a Christian socialism, rather than the state worship that seems to have replaced it. And I can't honestly think of a previous government that would ever have passed this bill, certainly not since the 1970s. And the result, whether they like it or not, is that day by day, week by week, month by month, people are losing their jobs. This Christmas, there will be 192,000 fewer in private sector payroll employment than last Christmas. Who knows what it will be like next Christmas? We have the worst ever graduate jobs market. Adzuna estimates jobs for degree holders have fallen by 33%. Youth unemployment, they used to care about this, Madam Deputy Speaker, for those between 16 and 24, has now reached 15%, according to the Office for National Statistics. And like every month so far under this government, tomorrow morning we are likely to hear that the rate of unemployment is higher. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill could have been on the statute book today, but for one simple reason: a gross betrayal of trust. The small group of business groups who they invited in for tea and sandwiches took this government at their word.
Antonia Banks.
Member for giving way. I wonder if he might like to tell the House which of these business groups he disagrees with and we shouldn't listen to today, because these are the groups telling us and telling peers in the other place that they should be voting in favour of the bill. Does he disagree with the British Chambers of Commerce, the Chartered Institute of Personnel and Development? Does he disagree with the Confederation of British Industry, with the Federation of Small Businesses, with the Recruitment and Employment Confederation, or with the Small Business Britain Group? Which of those does he disagree with, Madam Deputy Speaker?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Lady would have been wise to contain her excitement, because I agree with all of them. I agree with all of them when they said in their letter today that the Minister selectively didn't quote that they are not in favour of removing the cap together. And I agree with them, and I have spoken to each and every one of them who was in the room, and they are crystal clear. This was not a concession discussed with us or agreed by us in the negotiation. I invite the Minister to intervene on me if she thinks a word of what I say is wrong. She is misquoting and it is misrepresenting those business groups who are not supporting that. And why, Madam Deputy Speaker, why would any sane government scrap the cap entirely? Indeed, this government didn't for 13 and a half months of the 14 months that we've debating this bill. It wasn't in the manifesto, it wasn't in the bill, It wasn't in the impact assessment. It wasn't considered by the Regulatory Policy Committee. And it's never been discussed in this House until they threw it in at the last moment in a breach of trust with the business groups that they negotiated. There is an immense... Of course I'll give way.
Minister for giving way. I mean, I know where this came from with the New Deal for working people, and so do business and so do the trade unions. As the Minister has pointed out, there has been discussions and they have come to that conclusion. What is it about protecting people from unfair dismissal does the Minister have a problem with?
Andrew Griffith.
Well, what is it about protecting people from unemployment, from preventing young people getting jobs, from the economic growth that this government, of which she was once a member, said was their #1 priority, their obsession, and has been singularly failed to deliver. So on this side of the House, we want to get Britain working again. We want those jobs for those young people. We think it's a stain on our character that 15% of young people are unemployed, and all we get on this side of the House are union-paid representatives trying to put more people out of jobs, deny more opportunities for young people. Yeah, come back and...
I thank the Minister for giving way again. He's been very generous with his time. Again, what is the problem the Minister has with the insecure, low-paid work that people are often had without any contract that gives them regular hours? Does the Minister realise how difficult that is for young people, for any person to have any security in their life? And that was what he presided over the 14 years of his failure, and that's why Labour were elected on this manifesto promise.
Under our government, Madam Deputy Speaker, we created 4 million new jobs. This government has lost jobs every single month that they've been in office. But the points that the Right Honourable Lady makes are not the points that we are debating here today. There is one issue in front of us, which is their desire to defend and remove a cap of 118,000. Nothing to do with ordinary workers. What is it? What is it about today's modern Labour Party that they're focused? The whole reason that we are back here, that this compromise wasn't accepted, is their desire to remove a cap of 118,000 that will only ever benefit those who are the better off. And look at what is happening.
I'm grateful to the Shadow Minister for giving way. Does he recall that in 1999, when the Blair government increased the cap, it held a consultation beforehand? And in 2015, when the coalition government introduced a cap, they held a consultation beforehand. Why is this government behaving differently?
Well, my right honourable friend makes a very important point, which I hope somebody on those benches will address themselves to. We've seen no analysis. We have no idea of the cost of this measure. Not a single business, not a single person who employs people has come out and endorsed the removal of this cap. It's beyond me. I'm afraid the honourable member makes a very important point. And yet, what is happening in our employment tribunals? On Friday, I'm sure the Minister knows herself, on Friday it was revealed that the backlogs at the Employment Tribunal have reached their highest ever level. Now, at the end of the most recent quarter, there were 515,000 open claims. Now, before anyone intervenes, I accept that much of that was inherited. But before they laugh, they're making it worse. Since this bill was introduced to this place, the claims backlog has increased by 65,000. They're doing nothing to address this backlog. It goes up every single month. I don't think they've even discussed this with their calamity of a Justice Secretary. And we know that they've carried out no impact assessment. Extraordinary. The scrapping of the compensation cap for the highest paid will simply stoke this fire. Now, I make it a rule, Madam Deputy Speaker, not to learn lessons in how to run an economy from France. But even France introduced a cap on tribunal payments to tackle unemployment and encourage labour market dynamism. Well, perhaps we should take advice closer to home. The Health Secretary today seems to be no fan at all of giving more powers to unaccountable unions. Now, the Minister blames peers. Oh, happily, if he's going to talk about how he's going to fix our NHS.
I thank him for giving way. Now, the debate's on the Employment Rights Bill, although I struggle with the member's speech to follow his line of logic. He said that the effect of this change would be to benefit the wealthiest employees, but CEOs, other senior executives, very rarely seek recourse to employment tribunals for a number of reasons. Can he name a single CEO or equivalent position who has pursued a case for an employment tribunal?
Yeah. Well, no. Sorry, Madam Speaker. No, I can't, because there is a cap. The very cap that his party are seeking tonight to remove. I mean, I try not to be uncharitable about their complete absence of business experience in the cabinet, but I have to say, I mean, that sort of level of question, together with the impact, is it's just embarrassing. Now, look, the minister in her remarks, and there wasn't much of an argument; it was really just a critique. But the minister blamed peers in the other place for the government's own failures. Well, notwithstanding the peers are doing the constitutional job that we asked them to, LBJ said the first rule of politics is to learn how to count. Now, the government lost the vote on its unemployment bill last week by 24 votes. But 65 of their own peers didn't want anything to do with this bill, didn't turn up, didn't vote. One Labour peer, during the passage of this bill, has even resigned his peerage, joined the exodus of wealth creators to the United Arab Emirates because of what he sees. The Resolution Foundation and Tony Blair Institute have both criticised this bill. And by removing that compensation cap, they're not protecting the vulnerable. If that's what they wish to do, then there's other ways to do that. It's the £118,000 compensation that ordinary workers will never benefit from. It's a genuinely mad world. I don't understand why we're having this debate. This time last week, this was something the Liberal Democrats agreed with me on. The honourable member for Tunbridge Wells has been campaigning for the boss of South East Water to be fired. But without a cap, his payout could be millions. Is that really what they want? So what changed? What changed, Madam Deputy Speaker, other than the appearance of 5 new Liberal Democrat